Then the relic flew away with a golden energy, accompanied by a savage laugh. "This is going to be fun." Then you turned your eyes to Julian and Ilya, urging, "Let's go, see where she's hiding." In a flash, Ugongnia shouted, "Found her! She's here!" Karis and Hero in the system room were stunned, utterly bewildered. The thumping sounds made the two groan. "What is that sound? Something is trying to pierce the wall." Ivy frowned, recognizing, "That's Gungia." One of them asked, "Gungia?" She clenched her palm, immediately realizing the key point. "I don't think it knows those two's names. Si Duhoen. So, he's targeting me." Ivy reassured herself. "But it won't be easy to get into this room." Meanwhile, Gungia outside was struggling with the door, lamenting, "What is this I can't stab through?" Karis frantically asked, "Has the enemy found us already?" Hero was no less cowardly. "Should we run away?" She turned back to the system, replying, "There's still time. This room is Pandora's best defense." Ivy explained, "Only those with authority can enter. Not even Gungia can stab through easily." She raised her palm, pointing out the key point. "And more importantly, unless the Emperor is here, they won't be able to open the door." Suddenly, he put a finger to his lips and shouted, "Wait! Be quiet!" A second later, the space became quiet, making the two men worried. That sound stopped. There isn't even a slight movement outside the door. Ivy widened her eyes, sweat pouring down like rain, thinking to herself, "Wait, this energy." Immediately after, a familiar hand reached out and knocked on the door. The voice outside transmitted inside, "Is anyone home?" Making her face turn pale, she suddenly realized it was the Emperor's key. Du Hoen, with an evil face, reminded, "I'm coming in." Hero turned his head, fearfully shouting, "Are you sure we'll be safe? He said he's coming in now?" Ivy still gritted her teeth, not saying a word. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside. Du-ho turned his head to see who was coming. Seeing Julian and I panting, he lowered his guard and called out, "You guys are here!" Julian stepped forward and reproached, "Why did you come alone?" He said nonchalantly, "Anyway, you guys came at the right time. Get ready to go in." Aya was out of breath. "Moaning already?" Yu Hoen turned around and commanded as he opened the door. "Each of you punch one guy. Galinia, you too!" It quickly shouted. "Understood, master." Inside the room, Hero, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "I have a bad feeling." Suddenly, Evie clicked her tongue, her whole body emitting a golden aura, causing him to turn around in surprise. He questioned her, "What are you planning to do?" She narrowed her eyes and declared bluntly, "Sorry, but I'll go first." Just as the words, "Because they're aiming for me," echoed, Ivy's figure disappeared behind that burst of spiritual power. Hero reached out to stop her. "No, how could you abandon us?" Karis clenched his fist and cursed. That despicable one." He frantically asked, "What now? Is there any way to escape?" He yelled, "How would I know?" The door remained silent as before. Outside, Yu Hoen looked down at his ring and murmured, "Time to open the door, isn't it?" Julian approached and questioned, "Are you planning to use the key?" He raised his palm, reminding, "It's not related to Langtan, so I'm not sure it'll work." He stubbornly insisted, "There's no harm in trying." Yu Hoen smirked, affirming, "I have a good feeling about this." His hand, with the ring on his middle finger, immediately placed on the door, causing a dazzling light to flash. The two people inside seemed to sense it and fearfully backed away. They stared at the door, yelling, "Impossible!" But just a second later, the door automatically opened, and three figures outside quickly appeared before them. Hero frowned, speechless, sweat pouring out incessantly. Yu Hoen pointed his palm forward, firing a surge of energy, and commanded, "All right, let's go inside." That spiritual power quickly pierced through Karis's men. Hiron hastily shouted, "We have to run! We need to!" His words ended the moment the Gashania pierced through him. It said casually, "Feels so good." His eyes widened, and he muttered, "What? Since when?" Instantly, a golden aura enveloped Hiron's body. That energy came from Julian. After it dissipated, he collapsed to the floor. Hiron, with wounds all over his face, struggled to plead. "What? Just you two? Please spare me." He pondered thoughtfully. "That's a tough request." He gritted his teeth, listening. "We'll consider it, but only if you answer my question." Hero trembled, asking, "What? What do you want to know?" Yu Hoen quickly got to the point. "Where is IVJCF?" He immediately replied, "That bitch abandoned us and ran away. I don't know where she is either." He glanced down and muttered, "She ran away." Then he summoned his weapon. "Gumania, I need your power." It arrogantly laughed, saying, "That's more like it. What do I need to do?" Yu Kosian put his hand on his hip and commanded, "Stab that bitch. You can stab for real." Guhanya yelped and repeated, "Still that order, huh?" "Understood." Then it flew away in the blink of an eye. Julian assessed. "Looks like she left the room. She's not here." He reassured, "Don't worry. She'll pay the price for abandoning you to escape." Yu Hoen smiled slyly, changing the subject. "Of course, you guys will also have to pay for your crimes." Before he could summon the relic, the binding rope struck. It lowered its head to address the ropes. Okay. And so, the hero was bound like a cocoon, struggling and shouting, "What? You said you'd spare us!" Yu Hoen corrected himself. "I only said I'd consider it. I'll think about you guys later." Suddenly, a dark figure in the distance caught his attention. Yu Hoen leaned back, gazing at the mass of rope surrounding the dark figure with unease. It was. He squinted, looking at the gaunt hand, and exclaimed, "Just what the hell is that?" Yu Hoen wondered. "That thing looks like a corpse. I'm not the only one seeing that, right?" He frowned, speculating. "That's a corpse sitting on the throne's mouth. Quite the sight." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot from Yu Hoen's direction. The other person's pupils widened, and they exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing?" The three-legged crow, transformed into a young girl within her heart, sensed. This is the king's energy, faint as it may be, unmistakable. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Oh, my king!" drawing the attention of the nearby guards. Suddenly, the three-legged crow burst with a terrifying energy, surprising the soldiers. "What?" they shouted. "The crow's going crazy. What is she planning?" And then it charged, a series of relics flying towards it, screaming, "Everyone attack! She'll be useless once her power runs out." The chains suddenly snapped, accompanied by a voice echoing in the air. "My king, I'll be leaving here immediately." The three-legged crow, with crazed white eyes, screamed, "So please, just wait a little longer." The aura emanating from the three-legged crow terrified everyone. The soldiers paused, bewildered, wondering, "This monster? How does she still have so much power?" She let out a piercing scream, and the energy erupted wildly. Immediately, a flash of blue light blazed from the area. Switching to the present, Ilya, sensing the spiritual power from Yu Hoen, wondered, "Boss, your aura suddenly." At the same time, the three-legged crow flew over, crying out, "My king." It looked at the tangled ropes before it, eyes brimming with tears, asking, How did you end up like this?" He frowned, his brow furrowed with worry, sweating profusely, questioning, "Crow, what happened to you?" Yu Hoen reprimanded. "I called you, but you didn't respond, and now you suddenly appear here, in that form?" The three-legged crow looked up, explaining. "After Prometheus appeared in the great prison, the guards watching me increased again." It lowered its head gloomily, continuing, "Because I'm chained up tighter, I can't send my shadow out like this." He interrupted anxiously. "And now?" The three-legged crow hesitated, saying, "The guard is going crazy. I'm trying to maintain the connection with this remaining power." Yu Hoen reminded. "You're pushing yourself too hard. Stop." It looked towards the scene playing out, feeling incredibly confused. "But I can sense the Emperor's presence through you. How is it possible that I couldn't reach him?" His eyes widened, muttering, "Wait a minute, the Emperor, so that corpse is—" The three-legged crow quickly said, "That's right." It pointed towards the slumped figure, confirming firmly, "That is the Emperor I served." The previous emperor exclaimed in shock, "That emperor is the king of the relics? Wait, why is he here in this state?" The three-legged crow made a serious judgment. It seems they imprisoned him to exploit him. He wondered, exploit? It explained. Without the emperor, the form of the relics will change over time. Gradually, they might lose their power and become antiques, forgotten like stories that no one remembers. The three-legged crow imagined record and continued. The emperor will use the library to convey those stories, and as he ages with time, he will correct the mistakes. Which means the emperor is the ultimate archivist. He is the existence that prevents the annihilation of sacred relics. The group of people who rebelled didn't like the emperor and killed him. But it seems they're keeping him in this state because they still need his power. Julian interjected. "With the sacred relic, I can understand why the corpse could live for 25 years, Ilya voiced. "But he looks like he's been stuck for centuries," Yu Hoen added. "To be exact, more than 2,000 years have passed." His tone grew heavier. "After he was attacked 2,000 years ago, it seems he tried to rely on his last bit of strength until today." Yu Hoen clicked his tongue in disapproval. "How disgusting," which seemed to displease the three-legged crow, who turned its head. He suggested, "Let's enhance the ritual for him first. We can't just leave it like this, right?" Making Ilya slightly stunned, Yu Hoen muttered, "You want him to rest in peace too, don't you? I'll make it happen for you." She bowed her head gratefully. "That's what I've always wished for. Thank you so much." Julian widened his eyes, listening to the conversation. "It's nothing. It's what I need to do to use that throne." He then realized his deeper purpose. "So that's why you're being so nice. You're just planning to clean up so you can sit on that chair, huh?" Yu Hoen burst out laughing, not bothering to deny it. "Isn't that obvious? That throne exudes the scent of a treasure-grade sacred relic." The three-legged crow confirmed. "You're right. It's the Emperor's throne, the Lisaf sacred relic." He stated casually, "I know. Lisaf is the name of a northern European saint, Odin's throne. When someone sits on it, they will see everything in this world based on legend. It is a feat so powerful that it is automatically at the treasure level." Yu Hoen slowly stepped forward, saying, "Good. I'll make it mine immediately. He summoned his weapon, declaring, "Corpse, that is my seat. I will give you a proper burial. You can rest in peace now." As soon as Yu Hoyan's hand touched, several golden rays of light flashed. Suddenly, a blade shot out from the former emperor. To his astonishment, the system announced, "Pandora System Defense Mode activated," making him grit his teeth and shout, "What?" A blinding hole emanated from the emperor's core, accompanied by a voice. "Eliminate the intruder!" The three-legged crow quickly flew to intercept. "No, my king!" It instantly emitted a purple energy, shielding Yu Hoen while also blasting him backward. Ilya saw Yu Hoen fall at her feet and anxiously asked, "Boss, are you okay?" The system continuously announced, "Your aura has been devoured." He roared. The three-legged crow still faced the blazing golden energy, loudly advising, "Please stop attacking, they are allies." The former emperor's pupils suddenly lit up at its words. "They are trying to help you escape your shackles. Oh king, please." But the information transmitted was, "Destroy the intruder." At that moment, the three-legged crow's energy was shattered by the golden spiritual power. The three-legged crow returned to its old shackles. The soldiers looked at her and sighed. "Look, her power is weakening." She closed her eyes tightly, reminding herself, "No, I must establish the connection again." He anxiously shouted to remind her, "Hey crow, don't push yourself too hard." The three-legged crow's voice came. "I can't go on anymore." Yu Hoen painfully roared. "I knew this would happen." At that moment, two sources of purple and gold spiritual power collided, setting off a terrible explosion. Julian and Ilya had to raise their hands to cover their faces, blocking some of their power. Every piece of earth began to crack and shoot forward. His pupils widened, revealing an oppressive aura. Yu Hoen stretched out his palm, creating an energy shield for all three of them, followed by a misty cloud of dust rising up. The space suddenly became strangely quiet, with tiny specks of gold falling everywhere. The emperor loomed behind the smoke. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you done yet?" Yu Hoen's fingers clenched, his tone full of murderous intent. "Get lost. That spot is mine now." At that moment, Yu Hoen waved his hand, and a brilliant purple energy erupted, his voice resounding with arrogance. "If you can't get up, let me help you." The system immediately reacted with an emergency warning. An unchangeable command rang out. "Annihilate the intruder!" From the sky, a blazing golden sphere rushed towards him. Immediately after, a violent explosion erupted, the dazzling golden light spreading, causing the ground to shake, accompanied by screams of terror. "What is that?" Below, Dia panicked and looked towards the explosion, his voice stammering in surprise. "What's going on? That explosion is too big." While Sua, walking beside him, tried to stay calm. "They said the protesters have taken over the headquarters. Is there something else?" Finishing speaking, she started to panic again. "I think we should go take a look. The situation is somewhat stable now." Dia immediately agreed. "Should we go?" "Does. I don't know if I can help." Inside the ruined room, a hesitant voice rang out. "Mr. Corpse isn't too bad either." At the same time, Yu Hoen coldly instructed, "Reboot Pandora's system." Then he began to assess the situation. Although everything around the throne was almost destroyed, he kept muttering about Pandora. Doubt gradually appeared in Yu Hoen's mind. He wondered, could it be that the machine connected to that throne isn't the controller? It felt like he was being controlled from somewhere else. Then he suddenly stopped in the ruined corridor, as if remembering something. "Ah, that's right." Without hesitation, he turned his head and gave a decisive order. "You guys hold him back for a moment." This made Ilya immediately widen her eyes, her voice full of shock. "What? Where are you going?" Yu Hoen didn't answer, but just instructed. "Don't try too hard. Just defend, he's quite strong." Saying that, he ran away, unable to hide his joy, and said, "If you don't know anything, just ask, right?" Seeing him arrive, the fearful golden relic that was wrapped around Hiron also cheered in joy. "Master, you're here, I've tied him up." Yu Hoen's eyes hardened and he coldly asked, "Hey, how do you control that chair and that corpse?" Hiro struggled in panic, sweat pouring down like rain, stammering to explain, "What?" Panic. "I don't know anything about that stuff." Then he shouted, "The only person who can touch Pandora's system is Prometheus." Although close assistants like Ivy Jfeller also have some control. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hoen seemed to suddenly realize something. He hurriedly ran outside, worriedly thinking, "That's right, there's also that Merlin woman." Seeing him hurriedly leave, Rusua blurted out, "Boss!" As soon as he opened the door, Yu Hoen immediately froze at the sight that hit his eyes. A golden spear pierced straight through Evie's back, blood splattering on the floor, and her body collapsed. Yu Hoen regretted. "Too late?" Seeing him, Myungon Jiao wagged happily. "Hey, you're here?" Rusua finally caught up, her voice trembling. "What happened? Who is that?" Without a hint of emotion, Yu Hoen confirmed. "Iveller, the temporary leader of Pandora, the one who uses mint." Rusua confirmed. "That's right, but something's very strange. The Merlin relic is strong enough to pull Gung Nia out of her." Sua approached. her eyes examining the body on the ground, then turned to ask, "Can I take a look?" Chief Yu Hoen nodded slightly. "Sure." Immediately after, she summoned the moon assassin by shouting, "Judd, come out now." Sua leaned down to observe carefully and said with a doubtful expression, "There's something strange about this corpse." Judo's voice sounded right after, "I found something." What she said next shocked Yu Hoen. "It really is strange. Chief, her soul has left her body." Judo continued to analyze. "There are traces of her soul escaping right after she was stabbed by Gungnia. If she possesses another body in that state, she'll gain consciousness in that person's body." Yu Hoen crossed his arms and sighed. How did she do it? Because she couldn't escape in the usual way, she deliberately let herself be stabbed as if she were dead. According to Yu, she understands Gungnia very well because it used to belong to Pandora. Hearing this, the Gungnia glowed brightly as if reacting, "You mean I missed my target? Impossible. No time to waste." Yu Hoen gave a decisive order. "We need to find Merlin to stop the previous emperor." "The previous emperor?" Right after that sentence, Chen Ya suddenly shook, debris falling down in torrents, signaling a dangerous event was coming. At this moment, Yu Hoen roared in anger, realizing the situation was out of control. "Damn it, that corpse, he's going crazy again." He immediately gave a signal to lead the way. "Follow me, let's go to the throne," Rushua replied in a panic. "Yes, chief." The moment they approached the control room, golden light burst out fiercely from the throne, where the emperor's corpse awakened, emitting a surge of frantic electricity like a god descending. A system command echoed coldly, "Summon the troops!" And right after that, golden armored soldiers appeared in the blinding light. Next, a command of impending punishment resounded murderously. "Annihilate the intruders!" Ilya was also startled in panic when he saw the soldiers rushing in from all sides, blinded. On this side, Julian Miller fought while saying, "Just do as Xiao Yu Hoen says. Don't overdo it, just defend." Someone shouted loudly, "I know that already." Far away, Ilya also shouted in extreme panic, "But if we're not serious, we'll be in trouble, won't we? Come out! Glacia, Labolas, Andres, Froros." Then, as if realizing something, he asked helplessly, "Wait, why are you all moving forward? What about me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ilya noticed something was wrong behind him. A soldier just charged straight at him, causing Ilya to scream in panic. "See? This is what happens." Suddenly, a golden rope appeared to support Ya. The rope struck and warned, "Don't touch the master's slave. Get out of the way." Ya was stunned. Slave? But then he had to accept. "Whatever. Go, rope. Glad it can be done. Defeat all of them." A voice echoed in the midst of the chaos. "Well done. Keep it up." Ilya couldn't help but turn his head towards the source of that sound. Instantly, a huge creature swept past his face and rushed forward, leaving Ilya speechless with his mouth agape. Yu Hoen used the relic and said, "Hold back a little, Chidiu, be careful not to hurt the rope." Everyone was stunned. "Chief!" Yu Hoen landed on the ground and questioned, "I told you guys not to overdo it, but isn't this too half-hearted?" Ilya hurriedly explained, "What can we do? He's damn strong, still firing all his firepower." Yu Hoen turned to look at the chaotic monsters and replied in a low voice, "All right, I'll take care of it from here. A lot of things have appeared while I was gone, huh?" Chia Diu's voice echoed, "You punk? Are you planning to fight for the throne again?" "Not a good idea." Yu Hoen asked in surprise, "Chia Diu? You?" He thought to himself, "It's rare for you to talk to me." Chi Diu continued, "It's just a waste of effort. Even if you do, the throne won't acknowledge anyone who doesn't meet the requirements." Then it offered a suggestion. "Try completing the contract with the crown." Yu Hoen, surprised and suspicious, asked, "The crown? You mean the fruit?" Seeing that Yu Hoen understood its meaning, Chi Diu was satisfied. "That's right. If that stubborn throne sees you have the crown, it will have no choice but to acknowledge you." No one would dare to object. On the other side, Crow, surrounded by chains, seemed to hear its words. It won't acknowledge someone who wears the crown, but isn't the king. The command to annihilate the intruder continued to be issued. Yu Hoyen finally responded, "All right." His momentum was as fierce as fire, and he added, "I'll consider its advice." Along with the order to annihilate the intruder, the soldiers rushed towards them like madmen. Yu Hoen lunged forward like a blazing red nightmare tearing through the darkness. An unlucky soldier was attacked head-on. His body slammed violently into the wall. His power seemed to crush everything in its path. Yu Hoen spun like a frenzied black tornado and issued the order, "Devour everything, leave nothing alive." Soldiers were swept away wherever he went. Yu Hoen thought to himself, "I have to hand this place back to my teammates before I leave anyway. I need to clean up before that." The next moment, his power terrified everyone. A moment later, Yu Hoen landed heavily, the ground cracking beneath his feet. He decisively ordered, "Everyone listen up. I'm going to the great prison alone." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Hearing this, Sua worriedly questioned, "You're going alone? That's too dangerous." Rushua agreed. "That's right. Why would you suddenly go in there without any preparation? Yu Hoen remembered the image of Crow surrounded by chains, and replied, I need to help Crow get out. It seems like I've delayed for too long. That's why I'm going alone to save her. Then he instructed his teammates, I need you to deal with the previous emperor while I'm gone. Just keep defending like I told you. After speaking, he assigned a task, SUA. Can you find Merlin? SUA quickly replied, Okay boss, I'll try. After replying, she continued, I think using her illusion and specter will work. Yu Hoen encouraged, Explore as many possibilities as you can. Hearing this, she hesitated. Then, before she could finish speaking, Yu Hoen turned sharply towards the corpse. Seeing that he was still lying motionless, he was somewhat relieved. Then he put his mask back on and said, We'll meet again when I return. By then, everything will be completely over. With those words, Yu Hoen rushed out, the force of his departure so powerful that everyone was forced into a defensive stance. Not long after, on a deserted island in the Caribbean, where there was something called the relic prison, Tartaros. Yu Hoen stopped there. He muttered to himself, Even though I'm suddenly entering the great prison, it's still better to be prepared. He stood before the blazing flames and continued to think. For example, awakening the key treasure relic first. I spent a lot of effort locking the sacrifices in here. Then he decided. At this point, I'll devour all the extra relics to awaken it. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Look, it's seen! The relics were overjoyed to see him and shouted, You're gonna let us out, right? Hurry up, it's too hot in here. Yu Hoen replied with a cunning grin. But I don't plan to let you guys out. Hearing this, they shouted, What? Then he raised his hand in the dazzling golden light and continued with a smile. I'm here to devour you all. Immediately after, amidst the raging sea of flames, the holy relics screamed madly. My body! You madman! Do you know what you're doing? Not only are you throwing us into this incinerator, but now you're planning to devour us all? Yu Hoen smiled arrogantly in the blazing light and said, You guys should have listened to me from the start. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion appeared, illuminating the entire area. Before the flames rose high in the prison, Yu Hoen calculated. It seemed he had collected quite a few holy relics, so he could awaken 3 keys immediately. He immediately remembered the 3 holy relics, Salieri, Tutankhamun, and Danji. As the light burst from Yu Hoen's hand, he thought to himself, If I get 5 out of 7, that means I can use at least 70% of its function, right? I can go pretty deep into the great prison, without worry. Then he resolved to find sacrifices inside to awaken the remaining 2 keys. It's time to go. Yu Hoen's eyes were full of determination. Wait for me, Crow! This time I'll truly free you! At the same time, in New York City, a fiery explosion erupted in the upper floors of a building, causing everyone to look up in horror. 2 men exclaimed in confusion. What's happening inside Pandora's headquarters? The aura hasn't disappeared completely. Hearing the loud noise, SUA rushed out of the building with a tense expression. She gritted her teeth, analyzing the situation. Though faint, traces of that woman are around here. If I follow it, then... Suddenly, everything became more chaotic. Yue began to panic, asking, What is it? A person shouted in fear. A long-range holy relic is attacking. She stared blankly, gritting her teeth as she thought, while everyone became more and more panicked. A Pandora team? Find out where it's coming from. At this moment, another explosion occurred, causing the surrounding buildings to sway in the red light. Before they could recover, another frenzy erupted, accompanied by a gunshot. Not far away, a group of people carrying heavy weapons were leisurely observing with great complacency. Good, keep firing and running somewhere else, they'll be confused soon enough. Evie, who appeared from nowhere, gave a decisive order. Just stall for time until our troops recover. A soldier replied, Understood. But after hesitating for a moment, he dared to voice the doubt in his heart. Are you really Iveller? Avi did not directly answer his question, but instead questioned, You want me to bring out the Merlin holy relic? In a situation where the enemy could discover us? The soldier panicked. No, that's not what I meant. Not wanting to make both sides more awkward, she fired an energy of the Merlin holy relic and said, Here. The soldier bowed his head, trembling. You are the real deal, please forgive me. And she coldly replied, reminding everyone passing by. Because I don't want to have to answer that question anymore. Just as the soldier replied, Understood. A purple light flashed in Iravi's eyes, shocking her. She immediately realized something, hurriedly searching around. This energy. Seeing her strange behavior, the soldier asked anxiously, Yes, ma'am? Finally, she confirmed in fear. It's the great prison. The gate to it has been opened. See, Yu Hoen, you bastard. Along with that, a brilliant energy was rushing towards the city area. The system immediately alerted. Intruder detected. Everyone cried out in shock. Wait a minute, that evil aura. In the swirling purple light, Yu Hoen reappeared with a cold smile. Screams echoed around. It's him! He's back! Everyone, prepare for battle! A massive pillar of light shot straight down to the ground, creating intense pressure that shook the space. Yu Hoen slightly smirked. Excellent. I've entered GR prison. The moment he appeared, he was immediately chased by a group of screaming guards. He's there! It's Yu Hoen! We'll kill you, you bastard! Facing the danger, Yu Hoen only gave a sardonic smile and said softly, "The guards have really been increased? Last time, you couldn't even find me when I walked in." Then he started swinging his sword, not forgetting to give them a few words of encouragement. Well, it's not bad, because there are still 2 keys that need to be awakened. Before the enemy could react, Yu Hoen swung his sword, delivering a fatal blow that made a monster roar in pain and then collapse. Then he spun around, creating a vortex of blades that slashed straight into the screaming creatures. A hoarse laugh echoed from the darkness, accompanied by a slight tremor. Sensing something, Yu Hoen immediately became alert, unaware that the rock behind him was slowly moving. The next second, a giant creature, entirely made of rock, emanating an unexpectedly large amount of chilling air, crashed down on the ground, causing a violent shock. The next second, it attacked Yu Hoen. He quickly dodged a fatal blow and frowned, asking, "Who is this big guy? Bastards, you brought all kinds here, huh?" After assessing the situation, Yu Hoen smiled wryly and said softly, "Looks like I have to take care of the defense." At the same time, 2 guard creatures shouted in panic when they saw what he had just taken out. "The Emperor's Iron Helm! Be careful, he's about to summon a divine power." Without hesitation, Yu Hoen immediately ordered, "Let's go, Chi Yu! These guys will all be wiped out, so just destroy them." And immediately after that, Chi Yu threw a punch that crushed the entire front line. Atmospheric pressure and blood spread everywhere, suppressing the monsters and forcing them to fight with all their might. Yu Hoen thought with even more determination, "I'll have to eliminate those troublesome ones first." Immediately after, Chi Young's sharp swing tore apart the rock armor, causing the monster to roar in pain. As the wave of attacks continued to surge, Yu Hoen coldly declared, "You will all become sacrifices, right? Then I won't accept things that waste time like this." With those words, he assumed a posture ready to destroy. The dark red light stretched out like a reaper's sigh. Immediately following was a powerful strike. Yu Hoen coldly commanded, "Then get out of here!" The creatures panicked and retreated as the rock armor began to crack. One of them stuttered and shouted, "It's breaking apart!" Then, in just an instant, the giant body collapsed to the ground with a space-shattering sound. After sweeping the battlefield, Yu Hoen stood amidst the rubble, sighed, and muttered, "Clean up a bit first." He raised his hand and activated the relic, and green energy began to engulf the remaining remnants. While absorbing, Yu Hoen suddenly paused and pondered. Something's quite strange. The number of relics absorbed. But it's only counted as 1 sacrifice. The more he thought, the more suspicious he became. One is that big guy the first just smashed, so then... Look here. Over here, an alien horse is constantly pulling his comrades out, muttering, "Hurry!" Yu Hoen wondered, is he the one who pulled those guys out? He then understood. They're planning to limit casualties as much as possible. Not only that, reinforcements keep coming. Yu Hoen began to consider, it would be very exhausting to try to kill them all. Then I have no other choice. Thinking that, he immediately ordered, "Come out, Slepnia!" Seeing Yu Hoen effortlessly mount the horse, Odin, who had been observing everything, was stunned. It was impossible. He galloped through the crowd in a burst of light, yelling, "Get out of the way, I'm leaving, let's run!" Seeing this scene, Odin was so angry he felt like he would explode. He couldn't believe his eyes. He thought angrily, "Boss Nia is back, but she's with that bastard. How dare he steal my horse? I will punish this man properly." Thinking this, Odin raised his hand, he clenched his fist, summoned power from the magical vortex, and said in a low voice, "Come here." After running for a while, Yu Hoen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I barely escaped." Observing the situation, he assessed that some of the horses were trying to chase after him with great speed, but the distance kept increasing. As he passed through the quiet residential area, Yu Hoen thought to himself, "Now I just need to get to where the raven is, but the problem is I don't know where to go." Then he asked his companion, "Boss Nia, do you know where the raven is?" Then answered himself, "You don't know, okay?" Without hesitation, he decided to speed forward and calculated silently. Then just go straight ahead to shake off those chasing after me. Suddenly, both he and the horse were caught in a powerful whirlwind. Yu Hoen exclaimed in surprise, "Why is the air like this?" While observing the surrounding scenery, he said doubtfully, "The last time I came here, it wasn't like this." Another burst of energy suddenly hit him, and Yu Hoen was caught off guard. Damn it, is this a trap? Just like that, he was completely sucked into that mysterious vortex. He landed very quickly. Confused in the surrounding darkness, Yu Hoen muttered, "Seriously, what is this?" Then he looked suspiciously at the ancient tree in front of him. It was when he saw the glowing stone pillar in the middle of the forest that he became even more suspicious. "Is this teleportation?" Odin appeared out of nowhere and said coldly, "You're quite fast. I summoned you here using teleportation. I want you to return the horse." Yu Hoen was stunned. Seeing the familiar face clearly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible, Odin? and received confirmation. So, you recognize me? Odin stepped forward with a stern tone. That's right. I am the owner of the horse you stole. And you also reek of Ganglia. You really are a serial criminal, aren't you? At this moment, Yu Hoen turned his head in surprise, and discovered that there were already a few other people behind him, but he didn't flinch, and replied sarcastically. Now even if your mouth is twisted, you have to say it right. I didn't steal it, he continued to retort with a tearful expression. Rather, I'm just taking what the Pandora have. The Pandora bastards are the thieves, understand? Odin turned his back, his voice echoing in the wind with anger. Silence! It doesn't matter who stole from me. It doesn't change the fact that someone is using my things without permission, he continued to accuse. Possessing stolen goods is already a crime in itself. In a burst of rage, Odin roared, causing a surge of blue light to engulf his entire body. Return it immediately! Odin's challenge echoed through the space, shaking everything. Return it to me! While rushing into the torn space, Yu Hoen chuckled lightly. Impressive. No wonder you're a saint level. Odin rushed forward madly, constantly questioning. How dare a mere human take my sacred artifact? His muscles tensed into a fighting stance, and he continued. And you even came up with ridiculous reasons. Odin approached with a fiery glow in his hand, his tone menacing. It would be a wise choice for you to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Wait, didn't I say there were no thieves here? Then he commanded decisively with an icy gaze. Sleipnir, come here, come back here so that this human can no longer bother me. Sleipnir struggled angrily in the blue light, neighing but showing no intention of returning. Seeing this, Odin became furious. What's with that attitude? Sleipnir, why aren't you listening to me? Yu Hoen replied. Isn't it because it doesn't want to go with you? You see, it has already signed a contract with me. Odin, hearing this, was stunned. What? Seeing that attitude, Yu Hoen added fuel to the fire. It seems like it can be more free with me. Isn't that a happiness it can't feel when it's locked up? Hearing these words, Odin's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, ready to lunge at any moment. Finally, he had to compromise and said, Damn it. Then at least give me Gangnia. Thor immediately reacted, filled with suspicion. Father. But Yu Hoen nonchalantly replied. What am I supposed to do? Jia isn't here. Odin's face darkened even further. He growled. What? Yu Hoen explained further. I left it outside. On the other side, Sua and Judo were speeding through the streets with visibly anxious faces. She thought to herself, I'm sure of it. I'm getting closer. Just then, she suddenly stopped, because she saw a familiar weapon appear in front of her. Not only that, but it also spoke. Really? Where are they? Sua was shocked to recognize Gunjia. She widened her eyes and asked, Gunjia, why are you here? It replied, I heard I can find IVJF now if I follow you. Then it angrily complained, just thinking that I almost lost my prey. Unacceptable. I'll finish it this time. Sua quickly expressed her concern. But we still have to protect the boss. He went into the great prison, Gunjia calmly responded. I'm here with his consent. To reassure her, it began to analyze. I'm not the only relic the master possesses. I'm sure the master will feel better with me here. Sua also mumbled in agreement. I hope so. Soon after, they appeared in New York City. The two quickly detected Efov's presence. Sua exclaimed, Gunjia, look over there. I think she's there. Gunjia was surprised. Did that wench completely change her appearance? Sua continued. But she's emitting the same aura as the one left behind, which immediately excited Gangnia. Great, then I'll ask her to die right away. She quickly stopped it. Wait, we have to approach carefully and finish this. The aura you're emitting is too bright, so we have to be careful. Gunjia became enraged and retorted. What did you say? I am the greatest spear in the universe. Sua replied meaningfully, Is that so? If you're not confident, then sit tight, Judo and I will handle it. Jia was immediately alarmed. What? We can't do that. It asked cautiously, I just need to assassinate her, right? I'll stab as silently as possible. With that, it shot forward. A fiery momentum emanated along with the declaration. Let's go! On this side, Evie was still unaware of the impending danger. Gunjia was aiming straight at her. It wasn't until the distance was within striking range that she frantically realized its appearance. But it was too late. Without letting her do anything, Gangnia pierced straight through her stomach in one blow. This sent Ivy flying several meters away. The soldiers there were equally horrified, shouting in shock, Director Rockefeller! Jia, having pierced through Ivy, mumbled, I think something's up. Looks like humans are playing tricks again. After thinking for a moment, it decided, let me take her away. The soldiers on the other side kept yelling, Bastard! Put the president down! Jia paid no attention to them. It rushed towards Sua, not forgetting to mock the soldiers. Nope, I'll do what I want. Making them furious but helpless, only able to curse. Damn relics, stop right now. Very quickly, it brought Evie in front of Sua and asked her, Hey human, take a look. Jia explained. I tried to stab her as silently as possible, but it doesn't feel right. Sua. immediately moved closer to take a look. Judo also came closer to observe. She said, "There are a lot of traces again." Sua immediately realized. Her soul has escaped again. This time Gungnia calmly accepted. "I knew it. I kinda sensed it anyway. I'll definitely catch her next time." Sua said with a hint of anger. "I'm certain that although there are still many traces left, she has definitely escaped." The others agreed. "If that's the case, it will be easier to find her again." Gungnjia also responded, trying again. Niece! Quote. At the same time, IV, in the form of an old man, was running for her life to escape. She strained her ears to hear those words, sweat pouring down her like a shower, and she kept asking herself, "They know I'm still alive? How?" Very quickly she reached the main road and just blended into the crowd without a trace. She thought fearfully, "If I don't do something quickly, I'm definitely going to be in big trouble." On this side, in the desolate forest, Yu Hoen spoke leisurely. "Listen up. Jia is outside," he added. "It said it really wanted to stab this person, so I left it outside." Chu heard this and cursed him inwardly. "Idiot!" Odin still maintained his angry demeanor, his aura surging continuously, and he shouted, "Then bring it here! You dare reason with Li Zhao?" Then he exploded and issued a verdict. "Arrogant bastard, only death can awaken you." Yu Hoen calmly replied, "I also guessed that this would happen." As soon as he finished speaking, Odin ordered, "Bander, Blevnia, the rest of you help me fight this man." Looking at the powerful holy relics that had just appeared, he couldn't help but mock Yu Hoen. "You seem quite confident because you have so many holy relics of the holy rank, but so do I." An Egyptian holy relic saw him and said with interest, "Oh my, isn't that Odin? Long time no see?" He became even more furious. "You Egyptian bastard! Are you in the same gang as that thief?" Yu Hoen kept explaining, "How many more times do I have to say it? I didn't steal it." But Odin resolutely replied, "If you're holding the stolen goods, isn't that stealing?" He raised his hand to ponder for a moment and said, "Yeah, that's fair." Just when he thought he had convinced Yu Hoen, his next sentence made Odin freeze instantly. He declared forcefully, "Because I'm going to take everything." Saying that, he reached out to express his desire to possess, and explained to him, "There are many famous treasures in your mythology, right? There's something I need, you know." Yu Hoen added, "It would be great if you could show me the way." Hearing this, Odin could no longer remain calm and shouted, "Don't joke around, you bastard! You think I'll give it to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge power from Yu Hoen emanated. This power seemed to want to devour everyone around him, and he spoke in an even colder tone. "Shut up and hand it over." Under the moonlight covering New York City, a voice rang out with curiosity. Truly divine. In a room filled with golden light, Ali placed his hand on the sacred book, and affirmed in his heart, it was the right choice to become Pandora's ally. His face shone with fanaticism, his eyes full of ambition as he laughed loudly with anticipation. "Acquaintances are very valuable. Soon the truth of the world will be in my hands." Suddenly, a sound came from the door. It was a continuous knock. He glared and shouted, "Who is it?" A mysterious voice echoed in, "Who is it?" I'm simply going into my place." As soon as the door opened, IV in the form of an old man appeared. "Long time no see, Ali." Ali frowned and questioned when he saw the unfamiliar face in front of him. "What are you talking about? Who are you? And why do you know about this place?" Ivy seemed to remember something and replied, "Oh, it seems you don't recognize me because I've changed my appearance." She continued, "I am Eveller, and now I possess another body." Ali nodded. "I understand. So that's the situation." Evie looked up at the cabinet and asked, "Oh my god, by the way, what is that cat doing there?" He calmly replied, "It's my pet cat. I spend quite a lot of time here, so I brought it here." Ivy heard this and understood. "I see." Then she added, "No worries, just don't let it damage the books. I give you the right to enter and exit the Alexandria Library to use Quen." Ali heard this and reassured, "Don't worry, it's very well behaved." Avi glanced at the glowing book in the middle of the room and asked, "How much of your research have you completed?" Ali proudly replied, "Half of it. I'm quite surprised." His eyes became profound as he added, "Ignoring the advice of my subordinates and signing contracts with you so-called worthy ones, there are all kinds of strange things here." I pondered, looking down, and said as if she had just realized something, "I understand, so perhaps this will help us find a way out, right?" Ali asked in surprise. "A way out?" She immediately explained, "We need to find Shoen's weakness, or something powerful enough to fight him." Ivy's expression darkened, and she turned to ask, "Ali, can you use the Warren relic to help me?" He hesitated before agreeing, "Of course, it's not a problem." Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. "Found it!" In the next second, Gunjia appeared, and successfully pierced through Ivy, leaving her no time to cry out. Ali exclaimed in horror, "What happened? Is Rockefeller okay?" But no one answered. Ivy lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood. He flew into a rage. "Rockefeller, damn it, what's going on?" Over on the other side, Odin could no longer stand still. He shouted, "Seize him!" and rushed forward like a madman. Yu Hoen calmly declared, "Egyptian trio, I'll handle him." As soon as he finished speaking, Odin and his companions charged forward, shouting incessantly, "Attack!" Seth reacted instantly, his mouth widening with swirling energy, and he said contemptuously, "Eat this sandstorm, you fools." In the next second, the sandstorm raged, wanting to push back the group, making it impossible for them to advance even a step. Suddenly, a burst of intense blue energy erupted from the dazzling golden light, causing Seth to exclaim, "Ah!" From within the swirling energy, Thor roared angrily as he appeared. Clenching his hammer, its power seemed to tear through space. Then he charged forward madly, his attack threatening to destroy the ground itself. Seth gritted his teeth. "Damn it." As everything around them crumbled, Thor sneered, "Is this all you have? A pile of dirt?" Then he arrogantly said, "Looks like you're a dog who doesn't know his place, huh?" Seth became even angrier. "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately grew larger, asking fiercely, "You want me to get serious?" Thor wasn't willing to lose either, transforming himself as he spoke. "If it's just about enlarging my body, I can do that too." Amidst the raging golden whirlwind, Seth roared with indignation, "You horned devil never changes." Not allowing his opponent to react, he swooped down from above like lightning and shouted, "I will turn you into dust." Thor also didn't give in, declaring, "Let me roast you with lightning." Yu Hoen stood to the side observing, and at this moment he quietly commanded, "Anubis, Osiris, return to your original forms." Osiris was slightly startled and replied, "All right." He quickly noticed something unusual and asked tentatively, "Why do you seem so reluctant?" He hesitated. "Something feels very strange." Yu Hoen tilted his head, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Osiris replied, "I'm not sure. I'll report back to you after I've checked." At the same time, Ali was striding alone through the vast desert. Ivy also woke up from her daze. She tried to move but couldn't do anything. Frustrated, she wondered, "What's going on? I can't see anything in front of me. Damn it, did I merge with an inanimate object?" Sensing her presence, Ali happily asked, "Rockefeller, are you awake?" She cautiously replied, "Ali, what happened? I can't remember anything." He recounted, "I felt your soul moving while grappling with that spear, so I quickly brought you in here. My reflexes are pretty sharp, huh?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "But to think you could merge with this is also quite something," Isvi quickly explained. "Because the attack was too sudden. If I could, I would have possessed a human body." Suddenly remembering something, she continued, "But what am I in right now? A book, maybe?" Ali pondered. "A book is fine too." Then he said with a cheerful tone, "Cat poop!" Panic immediately flooded Ivy's mind. "Wait, how? Why? Why is there cat poop there?" Ali didn't seem surprised and explained, "Well, if there are cats, of course, there will be cat poop. Calm down." But she didn't have a shred of calm, screaming wildly, "I just need another body. Hurry up and find a suitable target for me." Responding to her plea, Ali simply said, "That seems a little difficult." Then he turned to face the desolate scene before him, devoid of any figures, and said, "We are inside the Osiris sanctuary of Suhen." Irvi immediately questioned, "Didn't I ask you to find a weakness or something to use against him?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Ali stated, "There's someone here who can help with the latter." Then he suddenly realized something was amiss, quickly glancing around, trying to search his surroundings. Very quickly, a series of desert soldiers appeared. He exclaimed helplessly, "Oh no, Osiris has noticed us. We have to run. Hold on tight. It's going to be a bumpy ride." With that, Ali frantically ran off. Evie continued to ask, "So who is strong enough to fight him?" He was surprised. "Don't you know? He used to be your subordinate." Finally, he uttered a name. Chairman Chi Ziyu of the Azure Dragon Army. At the same time, a powerful surge of energy shot straight down upon Turn. The next second, he abruptly opened his eyes, confirming Ali's words. "He's strong enough to stop Seo Du Hoen." Seeing the beam of light soaring into the sky amidst the Rocky Mountains, Ali clenched his fist. "Over there! Chairman Chi will be on the other side!" The soldiers were gradually catching up, and he made up his mind, "I need to get rid of these guys first." Seeing the situation was not good, Evie softly asked, "Are you okay?" Ali gritted his teeth. Golden lightning flickered, and he turned around, shouting, "You worry that I can't fight? That's unnecessary. Get over there!" Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful palm strike with a deafening explosion. "I once stole from the Osiris sanctuary and wandered in a conflict-ridden zone." On the other side, in extreme pain, Chi Ziyu gasped desperately, "It hurts so much, someone please." From the opposite side, a cold voice emerged. "Long time no see, Chairman Chi." The voice continued to reach him amidst his panic. "Let me free you from this suffering." Chi Ziyu suppressed his pain and asked, "Who's there?" Then he asked, clinging to the last ray of hope, "Will you save me?" Ali stepped out of the dust cloud, his voice resolute. "On one condition." Not waiting for him to react, he continued, "That is, you will agree to fight. Scene. These words successfully stunned Chi Ziyu, the name seen endlessly repeating in his head. But he quickly regained his composure and replied, "No need, because the first thing I'll do when I'm released is kill that bastard." Ali smiled coldly, looking at him with murderous intent. He added with satisfaction, "Just as expected of Chi Ziyu. The chosen one? Then let me help you break free." With that, a powerful energy engulfed the entire space. Osiris quickly sensed the anomaly in his body. He said to Jen, "Master, I sensed an intruder in the underworld, and they've released that human inside?" "Sorry." Jen was immediately stunned, worry filling his heart as he thought, "They released Chairman Shi. I'm not sure what that guy will do now that he has his memories back. It seems like there isn't much time." Thinking this, he hurried forward and said again, "We should quickly finish this here, right?" Du Hoan stood facing Odin, explaining without a trace of fear, "Some personal matters just came up." Hearing this, he asked disdainfully, "I was planning to wait until my subordinates were done. Are you already bored?" With that, he got into a fighting stance. "Then so be it. Let's decide the winner of the war between commanders." Meanwhile, Du Hoan rushed forward without hesitation like a blazing red storm, and said, "I don't have much time, hurry up." He continued to speed towards Odin, who also refused to give in and created a barrier to counterattack. Odin coldly roared, the light gathering around the sword accordingly. "Approaching head-on? Do you want me to kill you that badly?" The next second, Odin leaned to avoid his fatal blow. Yang Zhanbao whizzed past, a blazing red light. He said coldly, his eyes shining with murderous intent, "Useless." With that, the staff in Odin's hand spun violently, each ring of magic exploding like a surging tsunami. Before Du Hoan could react, the turquoise energy was shot straight at him, stunning him for a moment, but he quickly dodged it. The aura around him exploded accordingly. Du Hoan was pushed back, and he couldn't help but ask, curiously, "You're using a rather troublesome skill? Is that magic combined with martial arts or something?" Looking at his powerful aura, Du Hoan thought to himself, as expected, he's not easy to defeat. Then his eyes fell to the head beside his hip, a human head without eyes, but emitting a strange blue light. He hesitated, contemplating. That is, as if realizing something, Yu Hoshen immediately regained his offensive stance and rushed forward. Once again, the staff in Odin's hand prepared to swing. This strike was instantly and perfectly avoided by Yu Hoan. Immediately after, he silently reached out towards him, detecting that he was preparing to attack. Odin furiously swung his staff and shouted, "How dare you!" Yu Hoan nimbly slipped through the attack. In a second, he created a vortex of dark, fiery red energy. Odin scornfully said, "You coward, you just turn into smoke and run away." Yu Hoan didn't care about his slander, and he boldly asked, "Guess if it's as boring as dust." The red vortex narrowed, easily eroding his armor, causing him to be stunned for a moment. "What?" Then quickly regaining his senses, Odin scorned, "Useless. I can eliminate these cheap tricks with my staff. Ice Cage." Next, he made his move, neutralizing the enemy's magic. With that, Yu Hoan's dark vortex almost dissipated. Odin tightly gripped the staff in his hand, smiling as he said, "Now what? Human, your little trick?" But at this moment, in the distance, in Yu Hoan's hand, was the human head. Just a moment ago, it was still hanging on Odin's hip. His eyes turned red, with blood vessels popping out, showing extreme anger. He growled, "You!" Before he could finish, he replied, "The smoke was just a distraction." Yu Hoan raised the head in his hand and gently asked, "This is Mia's head, isn't it?" The giant's head contains all the knowledge of the world. The one called Mia was actually a giant guarding the lake of knowledge. He was very wise, and drank water from the lake himself. But in the War of the Gods, he was killed and beheaded. From then on, Odin carried Mia's head back as a tool for support. Odin helped him come back to life just to borrow useful knowledge. Returning to the battle, Odin's face was dark. He roared angrily, "Give it back to me immediately! You stole another thing from me! Do you have any conscience?" Yuho said as a matter of course, "Didn't I say it already? I'll take even more." Hearing that, he couldn't help but curse, "Bastard." Looking at the battle next to him, Yuho softly called out, "Sleipnir." Then he ordered, "Come here, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Sleipnir rammed its opponent hard to deliver the final blow. After finishing, it rushed like the wind towards Jen. One person and one horse galloped forward like this. Odin saw that he was about to run away and angrily blamed, "Miserable bastards, why is even getting a horse so difficult? Never mind that it is a good warhorse." Immediately after, he pointed the staff at the two of them, still complaining, "Sleipia, stop! Have you forgotten who your master is?" Sleipia still neighed non-stop, without a trace of concern for her former master. It just wanted to take Yu Hoan away from it. Seeing that he was still nagging, he turned around and mocked, "You have a lot of potential." After that, he quickly disappeared into the red mist, only leaving behind an arrogant declaration of war. "I'll come to pick you all up after I take care of urgent matters." Odin gritted his teeth as he dodged the residual power. "You, over here." Yu Hoan couldn't hide his urgency. He ordered, Let's go! Sleipnir paused for a moment and added, Egyptian trio, you guys get back too. Lightning bolts vanished before Thor's eyes. TCH, Master is calling us, we will grind you into stardust. Seeing this, Thor immediately went berserk, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, You bastard, how dare you run away on your own? The situation on Hilla's side was similar. Her partner panicked and shouted when he saw Yu Hoen preparing to leave. No, he's getting away! Hearing this, Hilla instantly lost her composure. After him! Don't let him escape the barrier, or we really won't be able to stop him. He replied sarcastically. Do you really think you can catch up? As soon as he finished speaking, he was ambushed by a lucent blow. He quickly dodged. Thor stood facing the two of them and roared, Stop! You're not allowed to escape! Yu Hoen paid little attention to him, coldly saying, That's for me to decide. Slenya! It immediately neighed and continued galloping forward. They continued charging forward, ignoring Thor's attacks coming from all directions. Sleep skillfully dodged the blows, but didn't slow down its speed at all. Just like that, they quickly reached the edge of the barrier. Hela despaired and couldn't do anything. He's gone. He's out of the barrier. Odin on this side was so enraged that he clenched his scepter tightly. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he resentfully said, As if you haven't taken enough already, you dare to take another thing from me. You deserve a fitting punishment. Seeing Odin's actions, Thor couldn't help but worry, and called out softly, Phew! Over here, Yu Hoen had successfully left the barrier. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. Holding Mia's head in his hand, he calculated. Now to dash to the crow, right? Perhaps this guy will know the way. Finishing his words, he used his power to summon Mia's head. Answer me! Where is the three-legged crow? Mia immediately replied, Finding the way. This speed surprised Yu Hoen slightly, and he exclaimed, You sound like a GPS. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant blue light appeared before his astonished eyes. Yu Hoen's eyes sharpened, and with a ready mindset, he said, Just follow the light, right? Alright, let's go. On the other side of the tower, the Emperor's corpse remained motionless. Only the energy around it moved silently. Daya looked at it, then turned to Dukan and asked, How's the corpse? Is it still silent? Hearing this, he pondered. Looking at the corpse again, he spoke. Although I don't know why he suddenly became silent like this, after shooting out that dazzling, bright aura. At this point, Julian's expression became even more serious. But it didn't seem like a good sign. Maybe he's deliberately trying to catch us off guard. Jaeha agreed. Chloe said the same thing. It was a bit strange that the attacks from Pandora's system suddenly stopped. Remembering Iren's image, he added, That's why Ilya and Iren are guarding the area. They said something about her being able to attack in a different form or something. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Speaking of the devil, Chloe's calling, Jaeha quickly answered. What's up? Chloe replied. Iren found something. She thinks everyone should come see. Looking at the worried Iren, she urged, Come down here with boss. Jaeha asked a little worriedly, What happened? The answer immediately stunned him. Chloe said, It seems she said she found the chairman of the military. Not long after, on the rooftop of a tall building, Jay was using binoculars to intently watch a figure in the lobby of the building across the street, saying with disgust, Seriously, after getting a clear look at that figure, he's sure that it's that old man. Saying that, Jay grew even angrier and couldn't help but wonder, But didn't boss put that old geezer in the underworld? And his head's back on too. It's like he didn't even have a head before he was locked up. Shifting his view slightly to the right, he carefully speculated. Next to him is the former king of evangelism. Ali, huh? Did he help the old man escape? Iren said worriedly. At first, I thought I was seeing things, because I figured that if it was the chairman, he would return straight to Pandora. Jaha put away the binoculars and replied, No wonder Pandora suddenly became quiet. Looks like it's because of this. I bet they're going to cause trouble somewhere else. As soon as he finished speaking, Julian noticed something strange. Immediately after, Sua's figure appeared. He asked in surprise, Lisua Gungnia too? Why are you all here? Seeing that she didn't answer, he continued to ask, What's going on? Sua then explained, I brought her here, she added. There was a moment when her traces completely disappeared, so it was very difficult to find her. So we followed the traces here. Gia next to her nodded frantically in agreement. Hearing that, Julian understood the reason. He added, We followed the chairman here, but Ali is with him. I wonder what's happening. Hearing that name, Sua was immediately stunned. What? The chairman? To confirm his words, he said, Look over there. Then wondered, But I don't see IVJF anywhere. Hearing that, Sua immediately looked down below. Just as she saw the two figures, Julian continued. However, I can feel her presence. She might be with them. She's definitely hiding herself. Down below, Taejun was constantly touching his neck, complaining. This wound hurt so much. It hurts so much I'm angry. He immediately turned to blame Ali. How clumsy are you? Seeing his aggrieved expression, Ali also replied with some annoyance. I don't even know how to use medical relics. What are you expecting? Then he advised, Just be grateful that you have a neck. Hearing that, Taejun had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the pain, the hatred in his heart growing even stronger. Ali, while carrying a bag of cat poop for Evie, continued to ramble. We'll find a subordinate who knows how to use healing relics later and have them take a look. Taejun hesitantly asked. So just by following you guys, I can find Se-do-hen, right? Ali said in a confident tone. Of course. Se-do-hen is currently in the Great Prison. I will escort you to the entrance. Hearing that, Taejun couldn't hide the murderous intent surging within him. He said as he walked. Good. I want to quickly kill him with this power I got after recovering my memories. The killing intent around him grew increasingly intense. I will tear you to pieces, said Du Hoyen on this side. Gung-nia was constantly getting angry and complaining, feeling so uncomfortable. It asked Shuei irritably, why can't I stab him? She then explained, because we need to observe the situation first. If we act too quickly, we'll get caught. Sit still. But Gung-nia couldn't hold back. It muttered, wait, but the target is right in front of me, how can I? Before it could finish speaking, Shuei interrupted. Just sit still. Gung-nia then acted spoiled. I don't want to. Julian, after analyzing the situation, came to a conclusion. I think they're planning to enter the Great Prison, he added. There's a dog hole in the direction they're going. Everyone was surprised to hear that. Jaeha asked back in disbelief. The Great Prison? Yeah. Ilya also wondered, isn't the entrance closed? And boss wouldn't go in even if it was open. Julian explained. He has an entrance ticket made from Prometheus's aura. Speaking of this, his eyes gradually turned cold. If we haven't confiscated all of them, they can get in. Finally, he concluded. They're definitely aiming for Se-do-hen. On this side, Du Hoyen was still flying as fast as he could in the direction that the energy was pointing. Very quickly, they arrived at a remote area, with extremely treacherous mountains. Du Hoyen looked around. He silently assessed that the atmosphere seemed different in the deepest part of the Great Prison, where the crow was locked up. Then he raised his hand to try using his power. He immediately realized that because there was a thick layer of aura suppressing the power of the relics needed him to use more power than usual to control them. Passing through a treacherous mountain crevice, the thoughts in his mind became even clearer. They were screaming, asking where this was, and hoping to quickly escape from here. Even Slepnevia complained once. At this moment, Mia spoke up. We're almost there, he added. The three-legged crow is locked in the temple on that cliff. Yu Hoen picked up the pace, shamelessly praising. Good, where's the secret passage? Mia immediately retorted. What tea? He was stunned. Huh? The guy explained. It's guarded so heavily that even water can't seep through. Where would a secret passage even come from? But Yu Hoen wasn't quick to believe it. He kept shaking the guy's head and asked again. You're kidding, right? Right? Hey! The guy frantically replied. Seriously. Only then did he accept the truth, not forgetting to lament. So it's that heavily guarded? Then there's no other way but to confront them head on. Inside the temple, 2 guards were leisurely patrolling when suddenly a sound came from above, immediately putting them on alert. The hawk-headed one asked his partner, Did you hear something? The other hesitated. It sounds like bits of stone are constantly falling from the dome, even landing on the hawkhead's head. Before he could react, a loud explosion erupted as if tearing the space apart. The next second, a large hole appeared, and the remaining one asked, both scared and doubtful, What's that? But no one answered. Instead, a fiery red power surged from outside the hole and engulfed him. Before he could even collect himself, he was torn apart by that power, only managing to scream, My body, what is this? Hearing the loud noise, the other patrols gradually arrived. What's going on over there? Leading the way was the werewolf, and before he could see the situation, he blurted out a curse. Are you idiots trying to get pulverized? But when his eyes landed on the scene above, he froze, stuttering in utter panic. Hey, over there! The scene he saw was Yu Hoen flying amidst a dark vortex, the fiery red space giving people the creeps. He asked in horror, What is that? But not giving them more time to be afraid, Yu Hoen said with murderous intent, No more time, come at me. In the darkest room, Kwe was bound by shackles. Suddenly she felt the space become noisy. As soon as she looked up, she saw the scene of the guarding beasts moving hurriedly, saying, Hurry, that human is getting closer. Hearing that, Carrie was stunned, thinking, A human invasion? Impossible, could it be? Did he come to save me? On Se Yu Hoen's side, in the chaotic battle, the large rhinoceros loudly ordered, Don't back down, charge at him, there's only one enemy. Yu Hoen sneered. Only one? As soon as he finished speaking, many holy relics appeared around him, creating an extremely powerful army. He said proudly, You haven't seen everything yet. Zet immediately complained. Come on, master, summoning all of us at once like this, don't push yourself too hard. It said without any reservation. You might die. Yu Hoen was also speechless at its attitude. Seeing this, the guarding beasts were not afraid or yielding at all. They declared with full determination, If this is the end, then we'll throw everything into this battle. On this side, Yu Hoen finally spoke to Zet. It's fine, don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, the beasts went berserk and rushed towards him. Yu Hoan shouted, "Attack!" The vanguard rope fought fiercely, it said with momentum. "Stop them!" Unable to endure any longer, he commanded, "Defeat them!" As soon as he finished speaking, the fire flared up violently, as if to burn everything inside it. The beasts screamed in agony. Suddenly, a sharp gaze flashed in the space. Next was the dignified and unexpected appearance of the scales of judgment. The beasts became even more panicked, their fear reaching its peak. Zhang Huaier screamed, "Impossible! His power should have decreased. At this rate." Before he could finish his thought, a loud noise interrupted, leaving everyone stunned and confused. Not long after, a massive figure slithered into view. Yu Hoan was shocked by what he saw. The beasts, like drowning men grabbing at straws, cheered excitedly. "It's Basilis! Basilis is here! Eliminate them!" Yu Hoan was still frozen, wondering, Basilis? Then he remembered the torturous time before, when it had attacked him and become his nightmare. Remembering its massive mouth that had once opened to swallow him, he was sure it was the same one. To this day, he still couldn't forget one thing. He thought it had devoured all his teammates, and even swallowed his leg. Seeing it open its mouth and lunge towards him again, Yu Hoan cursed with even more hatred. "You damn snake!" Settling old and new scores, Yu Hoan wanted to settle everything at once. He stepped forward and said to the holy relics, "Don't touch it." Then, gripping the sword tightly, he declared loudly, "I will end it with my own hands." Lameng was shocked. "Human?" she said worriedly. "Have you forgotten? It's very strong. If you make a mistake." "I know," Yu Hoan replied calmly. But without any fear, he approached it, speaking as if to an old friend. "Long time no see. Aren't you called Basilisk? You look quite ordinary for that name." Speaking of Basilisk is a mythological creature in Europe. It is a fearsome creature, known as the King of Snakes. It is said to have deadly venom, breathe fire, and have eyes that can turn those who look at them to stone. Subconsciously, Yu Hoan also knew this, yet he didn't panic at all. He thought, "I don't think looking into its eyes will turn me to stone, but we can rule out the possibility." Thinking this, he gripped his sword even tighter, the fiery red light from the blade radiating as if it could burn anything. He aimed to end it in one blow. No sooner said than done. Yu Hoan quickly charged forward, dark power quickly engulfing the entire Basilis. It also didn't give in, and began to struggle. A hint of surprise flashed in its eyes, as Yu Hoan appeared and disappeared, attacking it like a storm. With one move he landed on the ground, but the next second, the Basilis fell apart into pieces with a thud. He was extremely surprised. "What? Why is it so soft?" As if not believing everything was so easy, Yu Hoan asked, "This thing killed us back then?" Around him, voices filled with fear appeared incessantly. He defeated Basilis. Without giving himself much time to rest, he turned to look at the beasts and said, "All right, now then." Finishing his words, Yu Hoan raised his sword filled with killing intent. "Let's end this." In the middle of the sandy desert, a mysterious hole appeared. Tai Dun observed the hole in front of him and asked uncomfortably, "What's that sound? The aura is unstable too." Ali also tensed up. It seems like there's chaos happening inside. But he still said, "We're all here, let's go in quickly." Taijun also compromised, "All right, let's go." But at that moment, Gong Nikaier secretly appeared and rushed straight towards them. Very quickly, the group was blown apart. A powerful force sent them flying into the air. This scene shocked and terrified Ali. He stammered, "What was that?" As the smoke gradually dissipated, before him stood Ithlia and the relics. He chuckled. "Long time no see. President, is my scroll greeting a bit too enthusiastic?" Ali angrily questioned. "My people, why would you do this?" Turin also grumbled. No wonder they hadn't shown up. Ali was taken aback. "You know them?" he reluctantly admitted. "They were Scene's people, previously my subordinates." Then he burst out, "Ungrateful wretches, we nurtured you, and now you turn around and bite your master? You thankless bastards." Ilya's laughter grew louder. "I didn't expect you to regain your memories. After all, you're just a common man, yet you still remember us serving Kang Long." As he spoke, his eyes turned icy, his voice menacing. "But are you still sane? You pushed us to exhaustion without a word of thanks, so you should be treated the same way." Julian angrily yelled, "Surrender and return to where you belong, and I'll spare you." Even as he said that, his hand was overflowing with power. "From the start, the boss decided to let you live, and although I don't understand, I still respect it." Hearing this, Qi Jun grew even more furious. He raged with imposing momentum. "How dare the dogs under my command spout such nonsense?" Seeing his actions, Irin scornfully said, "Using all resistance is useless. Do you think resisting will mean anything?" With that, she stepped forward, radiating power. "We are fully armed kings, and after the surprise attack, you only have 2 left." Ignoring Ali's increasingly ugly expression, she continued, It would be better if you chose to surrender, instead of making meaningless choices. Chi-jun's eyes were now filled with madness. He coldly stated, IVJF, do you hear me? Without waiting for her response, he commanded, summon the relics I mentioned! Ivy panicked. They aren't easy to form. But he didn't allow her to resist. He snapped. Shut up and do it, Chi-jun added. I'll buy time. With those words, dark power surged from him, engulfing the surrounding space. He grinned triumphantly. Because I want to show them. Ai Wei, seeing his imposing aura, felt more assured and agreed. All right, leave the stalling to him. Immediately after, a massive, fiery red orb appeared. Ilya was shocked. What is that? But before he could finish, the fiery red light transformed into a blinding gold. This made him even more astonished. As the light gradually faded, Louis appeared, looking unwilling. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That is, isn't that Louis Ma'um? Chi-jun laughed loudly. So this kid was nearby, making him easy to summon? Long time no see, brat. Louis was bewildered. What? Why am I here? But he didn't answer him. He simply ordered, tell them who you are, kid. Though he called it an order, he directly stated that he was a relic made from JH's vomit. Dia couldn't believe his ears. He questioned, I'm a gommet? What does that mean? Sua hesitantly responded, thinking back to the gene test. The two of them. Dia gritted his teeth. Is that the reason? But no one answered. Instead, Chi-jun's voice echoed. Not just Yuha. From now on, I will bring out all the vomit created from the relic establishment. With that, the fiery red orb from before reappeared in the sky. He gleefully laughed and spoke like a madman. Let you see your own masterpieces. Hearing this, Yu Yue angrily reached out to attack him, his voice reaching a ferocious peak. You think I'll let you do that? Along with the words, die, quote, he unleashed a massive surge of power directly at Chi-jun. An explosion resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. After this blow landed, Julian felt a little more relieved, but he remained tense. Chi-jun on this side screamed even more wildly. You guys think I won't last long? You're underestimating me. Upon saying that, he was ready to unleash his power, his mouth still cursing. And you are fools for not being able to think of anything valuable. Be grateful for the memories you brought. As he spoke the last sentence, my ability with the relic has multiplied. It was also the moment he used his full power to strike at Julian's group, immediately sending him flying far away. Chi-jun smugly sneered. Thank you, little ones, for helping me use the relic more effectively. Isn't it great? He kept rambling, unable to believe that only you could enjoy this. No wonder you all looked down on me. Meanwhile, Jidan had silently approached him, but before he could even get close, he was knocked back by Chi-jun's shield. The power radiating from it was undoubtedly easily affecting everyone there. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified, and Aya screamed in disbelief. That old man is serious. Chi-jun's eyes once again flashed with a dangerous light, and the power continuously surged out from him. The more it did, the louder he laughed, then self-mocked. How ridiculous. Ali also struggled to avoid the destructive force. He loudly asked Rockefeller, what is the progress of the summoning? She hastily replied, wait a little longer. It would have been faster if there was a body. In the chaotic space, she diligently summoned the progress from, just a little more, it's getting closer. And finally, okay, I have it. Upon saying that, this hovering red orb now burned even more fiercely. Although it hadn't exploded yet, the pressure from it was enough to terrify people. Julian observed it while hesitantly asking, are those sacrifices created from our bodies? Chi-jun laughed even harder when he saw that his goal had been achieved. He replied, that's right. Just by looking at it, you can tell it's high-grade stuff. His eyes grew more manic. Only a very rare probability can yield such excellent sacrifices from materials like these. Ilya calmly asked, so what are you going to do? We don't give a damn about any of that. Chi-jun responded indifferently. You don't care because you have a steady mind, right? Just try looking at the others. He paused for a moment, then continued. When the memories of their deaths rush back, and the feeling of being converted into those relics hits them all at once, the smile on Chi-jun's lips deepened, and he asked scornfully, are you sure they will endure without going insane? My head! No sooner had he finished speaking than the relics began their connecting mission. As expected, everyone began to be affected. The first was Julian. He clutched his head and screamed. Ilya and Sua were no exception. Both felt excruciating pain. Only Aaron avoided that terrifying spiritual attack. She worriedly called out to everyone. On this side, Ali said delightedly, look at them, they can't even stand up off the ground. Chi-jun was equally satisfied, he praised. The effect is very good, and I knew it would be like this. Then he ordered, all right, exploit the loophole and enter the great prison. Ali, with a smile still on his lips, immediately replied, okay. Irin was utterly panicked. No. At this rate, Yu Huo will be in the desolate, secluded place of high, overlapping mountains on your side. Yu Huo was standing in front of the most heavily guarded gate. He was satisfied. finally arrived. The fruit is indeed right behind this door. The next second, he placed his hand on the gate. Right after that, an explosion rang out, accompanied by scattered earth and rocks. Very quickly, the gate shattered into 100,000 pieces and disappeared. Yuhuo thus appeared toweringly in front of Kuei. You speak. Long time no see, Crow. After ditching the Chi Diu robes, he said with a bright smile, I'll set you free soon. Crow excitedly called out a name, Cao Yuhen. Seeing him getting closer and closer, her eyes began to panic, and she muttered incessantly, Be careful. Crow frantically warned, That seal is a trap. But the moment Yuhen touched it, a dark energy emerged, immobilizing him. Then he knelt on the ground in pain. The beasts, who had waited for this opportunity, pounced like a storm. They cheered nonstop. Got him! Another took the chance to sneer. You just touched what's called the guardian knot. It's not easy to untie. A mantis approached him, attacking and saying, Just sit there and die. But the next second, Yuhen cleaved the mantis in two with a single sword strike. A dinosaur, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat, unable to contain its panic. What? How can you move? Yuhen coldly replied. Guardian knot? I was just stuck trying to untie it. Hurry up, I'm busy. Barely having time to think the words, wait up. It was torn to shreds by Yuhen's sword, along with the words, Shut up. Crow, who had witnessed everything from the beginning, couldn't help but be amazed by the scene. She asked, Did he just say guardian knot? Yuhen replied, It's the knot that Emperor Alexander had to cut open, so the solution is obviously. Then he raised his sword and said, Cut it with force. As Yuhua burst forth all around. Along with that, old memories appeared in his mind. Scenes of him losing his legs, or the first time he met Crow. Then, one after another, images of them talking, images of Crow transforming into a human. It all probably originated from the final image when he met Crow in that tragic scene. This series of memories was the invisible driving force that gave him more strength. Finally, heaven did not disappoint. The chains shattered. Those familiar chains on her hands were shattered, returning to her a freedom she had always desired. Yuhen spoke. You're free now. Only hearing Crow's name spoken from his mouth made her believe this was real. She muttered, You really freed me? Yuhen grinned mischievously. Of course. Did you think I'd lie? I'm a man of my word. With that, he reached out to Crow. Now we have work to do. Pausing for a moment, he solemnly said, Come here. I'll give you a special contract. Suddenly, a figure rushed over. This startled Yuhen. Behind him, Seth rushed forward with a very angry expression. Hey, master, whatever you're doing, hurry up. It turned out that behind the two of them, red eyes were watching. I think they're coming in greater numbers. We're running out of time. Seeing them, Yuhen clicked his tongue in annoyance. How annoying. In that chaotic situation, Crow tightly grasped his hand. She gently reassured. There's nothing to worry about. Once the contract is signed, those things will be nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, behind her, black wings slowly rose. The two of them flew into the air, and between them, a contract was established. Seeing that scene, the people below were extremely anxious to stop it. The Crow is about to cooperate with that human. We need to stop them before the contract is completed. Don't even think about it. As soon as the words fell, a figure immediately stepped forward to thwart that intention. I'm getting a little annoyed having to protect him so he can go and make a contract with that Crow. Layman curled her fingers, showing she was ready to fight. Her eyes glared angrily at the monsters. But you think I'll just stand by and watch my human get attacked? Suddenly, Rope also flew over and continued. That's right, we have to protect our master. That's right, seeing it, she was slightly surprised. You're gonna fight too? When everything was ready, the relics gathered in one place, red eyes gleaming coldly. In any case, not even a bug will set foot in here. Cut to a castle in the middle of a dark and gloomy sky, inside which a voice echoed. The great prison is a chaotic place, but now it's surprisingly quiet. On that dusty and dark ground, a figure quietly entered. Could it be that because Yu Hoen stirred things up, all the guards went that way? It turned out to be Taejun. His face looked quite bad at the moment. He clicked his tongue and said, I need to stop him. Ali stayed behind, and I came in here alone. Just as he was thinking of a way, a blow quickly came at him. The blow was too silent, catching Taejun off guard. He took the full force of the blow and cried out in pain. As the misty smoke rose, a girl quietly observed everything. The smoke cleared, revealing Taejun's angry face. He shouted, Who's there? How dare you? He looked up to observe, immediately recognizing Ikrin's people. How did you guys get in here? You guys should have been knocked down by An-non, right? Seeing that he seemed to be looking down on her, Irin immediately retorted, Those things you summoned can't hurt us. A moment before his pile of relics rushed over, it wasn't too difficult for Irin to suppress them. She said, I weakened them so they wouldn't affect Yuen's teammates. And your people ran away when they saw the situation. Taejun stood up with difficulty, angrily cursing. Damn it, Ali. In the dark prison space, Irin's voice echoed like an affirmation of her position. I am the king of bankruptcy. Didn't you think about what would happen if you resisted me? Chairman Tae-jun slowly scanned her once, and he said in a mocking tone, "Okay, King of Bankruptcy, it's really unusual that you're with these guys. Why did you choose to?" Erin interrupted him, her hands slowly gathering a huge source of energy. "You're asking why?" Immediately after that, the anger inside her exploded. "It's because you can't steal my family this time." As soon as the words fell, she unhesitatingly launched a blow filled with deep hatred at him. When the anger reached its peak, her eyes became colder than ever. "You can't bury me in that pile of memories. Things are different now, and the future will change even more." That blow couldn't defeat him. Tae-jun quickly stood firm. His body was also radiating violent red lightning bolts. "You arrogant bastards! I'll make sure you don't open your mouth again." As the two were fighting, a dazzling blue light shone over, taking away the attention of both of them. Looking at the two blue pillars of light shooting out from the three darkness prison, one of them couldn't avoid being curious. That light is on the ground. Cracks are gradually appearing. Taking advantage of that, blue rays of light also leaked out. Tae-jun stared blankly at it, wondering, what is that thing? No way! At this moment, in every corner of the great prison, that light appeared. This made him angrily growl, "You Hoen, that bastard!" When it reached a certain threshold, that strange light broke through the stones, blocking the way so it could escape. Tae-jun had just realized who caused that thing to appear when, from beside him, a powerful tornado was engulfing everything. The mountain where the crow was imprisoned was also being crushed into pieces. Of course, I could only see everything after opening my eyes. Inside the terrifying silence that enveloped the space, because the eye of the storm is extremely calm. Yu Hoen held out his hand, the blue energy gently gliding on his hand, feeling a new strength rising. "I have recovered all the strength I used to get here." In the sky, when the crow's giant wings were fully spread, that was also when the contract was completed. Immediately after that, Yu Hoen's face became surprised when he saw the lines of text on the system screen. A series of notifications appeared, which surprised him a bit. "It's been a long time since I've seen this. The contract with the Emperor's crown has been completed. You have received all the privileges of the Emperor. You have received the title of King of Relics. Domination, knowledge, and strength stats have increased significantly. The lost relic has regained its power. You'll be able to fully harness the power of the treasures." A series of notifications flashed by, making him a little annoyed. Yu Hoen then said, "Crow, okay, enough with this. I can't see what's ahead." Seeing the swirling tornado dragging up earth and rocks, a sense of unease arose in him. Seeing this, Yu Hoen reminded him, "It's too chaotic in here. The temple is collapsing." Hearing this, Crow was a little stunned. She said, "Even to this extent? Just because of the shock from the contract?" Before she could finish speaking, Yu Hoen hurriedly interrupted. "That's a good thing." In front of them, besides that swirling tornado, a terrifying hand with sharp claws was also waiting. He reminded, "We'll have to face some guards, so doing this will be faster." But it seemed those things couldn't stop him. Yu Hoen bluntly said to just sweep them all away. "If I use all my power now, I might be able to." As soon as he finished speaking, Crow spread out her enormous wings. Feathers flew all over the space. "If that is your wish, master." At that moment, the soldiers below weren't as calm as they were. "What's going on?" Crow's wings began to spread wide, and swallowed the guards like a black hole. Inside the tornado, Lemon shouted to everyone, "We can adjust it so it doesn't harm our teammates, but they're also being sucked in." In a deep pit, two streams of black power surged up, as if wanting to swallow everything. What powerful ability! Is this the power of the Emperor? Outside the prison was no exception. Pillars of light continuously pierced through the flimsy houses along their path. As things gradually spiraled out of control, Erin outside looked worried. Yu Hoen, while she was distracted, Tae-jun seized the opportunity to retaliate. He angrily stared straight at Erin, a hint of fear creeping into his bloodshot eyes. "Just stay here and die alone, damn it!" Then he turned to leave and said, "I need to stop Yu Hoen." While sitting slumped on the ground in pain, Erin struggled to stop him. "Hey, stop right there!" Just when things seemed most hopeless, Sua suddenly appeared. "Erin, are you okay?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Erin shouted, "Ren is in danger, we need to hurry." In contrast to her, Julian had a constant fear. His eyes couldn't hide his surprise. "No, there's no time, let's run." As soon as he finished speaking, Erin's face froze. Not believing her ears, she asked, "What?" Meanwhile, Duqian's voice got smaller and smaller. "Leaving here is more important." Military president left Yoon Hoyen in prison. Besides the confusing pillars of light, there were also violent tornadoes blowing everything away, Julian said in a low, frightened voice. "He's swallowing the entire great prison." As soon as Julian spoke, Sua immediately doubted. She quickly asked again, "Yu Hoen is causing all of this?" He confirmed without hesitation, "Yes, if it weren't for the Juliang relic, I wouldn't have known. Because it exudes a beastly aura." In the most confusing moment, Julian said the suspicion in his heart. "It seems he made a contract with a crow." Erin was momentarily stunned. She seemed unable to believe this fact. Yu Hoden. After saying that, Julian continued, I think we should leave here quickly so we don't get sucked in. At this point, even the military president is worthless. True to his words, on a deserted road, Taejun was exerting all his strength, running like the wind out of the prison. Behind him, pillars of light were constantly shooting up. Taejun frantically reassured, "Impossible, no way!" Meanwhile, a mocking voice rang out in front of him, causing Taejun to stop abruptly. "Chu Chon, look who we have here!" While still dazed, he quickly realized the strange light beneath his feet. At this point, his panic had reached its peak. Before he could recover, a force shot up, blasting Taejun backward. Immediately afterward, as soon as the stream of power dissipated, a dark figure appeared. Standing on a raging tornado, Yu Hoen appeared like a specter bringing death. Behind him faintly appeared a pair of eerie black wings. On his face was an indispensable sneer and triumph. Yu Hoen said coldly, "I was wondering where to find you, and you came crawling here yourself?" Facing him, Taejun was being controlled by demonic energy. He angrily growled, "Bastard!" Yu Hoen maintained his calm tone. "So I don't have to go looking then. Thanks for saving me time." Shifting inside the prison, the black holes of the tornado continuously spun. It sucked everything around it inside, and that included people. Therefore, deep within that dark blackness, there were always screams. "Run away!" Chaos was rampant, the tornadoes constantly creating earthquakes, that kids causing the screams to echo louder and louder. "Get out of the way!" Hearing his father's voice, Thor exclaimed anxiously, "What's going on?" Realizing Odin wasn't around, he started to panic. "Father!" As he was sucked up, along with the rubble, Odin couldn't help but think about that man. As blinding light obscured everything, only a piercing scream echoed in the void. "Father!" Outside the prison, pillars of light continued to rampage, each movement creating powerful shockwaves. Inside the collapsing prison, an enraged relic clung desperately to the iron bars, cursing, "Yu Hoen, you bastard!" Outside, in the dark and somewhat silent night, the relic growled. Is he planning to obliterate the entire great prison? Meanwhile, from the teleportation formation, 3 figures from Julian's group appeared. Seeing them, Ilya said in relief, "They're here." As he finished speaking, an energy vortex immediately erupted, surrounded by a dark aura. Seeing its immense size and terrifying power, Ilya asked in surprise, "What is that? What's that pitch black thing?" Julian explained, "That's Yu Hoen. Looks like he's planning to swallow GR prison whole, and no one might escape." In that ferocious whirlwind, a seemingly joking voice echoed, "But it looks a bit scary." Contrary to that indifferent attitude, Dia Haha was horrified. "What? To say it's just a bit scary, when looking at the dark energy swirling before our eyes, is ridiculous. Because within that pitch-black tornado were tiny holes. From them, light energy leaked out, looking like eyes growing on a monster." Dia exclaimed in fear. "A bit scary, you say? It's going to haunt my dreams." While everyone was stunned by this sudden appearance, something pitch black flew out from inside the whirlwind. Seeing the man lying flat on the ground in a pathetic state, Julian immediately recognized the chairman. How could he be caught in that and still be alive? Just as he finished speaking, a drawn-out voice echoed from above, answering that question. "There's no way I'd save him. It's Hoen." In a dark and gloomy scene, he arrogantly appeared with a terrifyingly calm demeanor. Julian called out in surprise, "Boss, Yu Hoen!" While Chulze-jun was struggling to stand up, he continued to taunt, letting him die so quickly. That wouldn't be fitting. As expected, the rage in his heart exploded, unleashing a massive power. "You bastard!" With his hatred at its peak, Taejun charged furiously towards him and yelled, "Yu Hoen!" He didn't hesitate to use his greatest strength to rush towards him. To wash away this humiliation, he probably poured all his might into it. Die! Faced with that frenzy, Yu Hoen simply moved his hand to the side and released a small amount of power. Unexpectedly, Chizejun stopped immediately, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. He had made him freeze. Chizejun desperately wanted to move, but couldn't at all. He gritted his teeth and slowly realized that his body wouldn't move. Stepping out from the cold and gloomy black smoke, Yu Hoen calmly said, "Looks like you still don't understand the current situation." Without hesitation, he forced him to kneel at his feet. Around Yu Hoen, a cold aura constantly emanated, terrifying everything, staring at him with cold blue eyes. He revealed, "Now I am the Emperor, the King of Relics." While he was completely controlled, Yu Hoen confidently said, "Relics can't disobey me, even that conquest relic you're so proud of." Yu Hoen lightly stepped on his head as an insult. Compared to what Chuzejun had done, this was nothing. Times have changed. He leaned down slightly, tilted his head, widened his eyes, and smiled at him. "Wasn't I kneeling and begging you before? I begged for a few healing relics to take care of my team." Beneath the ground, Chizejun's fingers were sinking deeper and deeper. When he finished speaking, Chizejun wondered, "So you went back in time to change the future?" The more he spoke, the more hatred and madness grew in his eyes. Taejun shouted, "The future where I could have been emperor! Yu Hoen coldly replied, "No." Immediately afterwards, he stomped hard on Chizejun's head, and his body was immediately buried in the mud. When his face was completely submerged in the soil, Yu Hoen angrily replied, "Even if you treated me like a dog, I never thought this would happen. Even if you ordered me to do dirty work, if you had at least given me enough healing relics to survive, I would still be dedicated." But why? The words he spoke, word by word, carried an indelible resentment, a pain no one could understand. Even Lucia frowned. "It was because I didn't know the previous life was hell. Everyone was the same. So was I." The anger reached its peak. He yelled at the guy like crazy. "But you stabbed me in the back!" Immediately after, the Warang's sword was summoned. Yu Hoen raised the sword high, his eyes coldly looking down at him, then said, "Now it's my turn." As the blade plunged down vertically and decisively, astonishment appeared on the faces of those around. Blood splattered everywhere, as a testament to his scandalous life. Taejun was truly finished. Everything was over. Yu Hoen softly called out, "Crow." Before Taejun's still body, he nonchalantly ordered, "Make him disappear without a trace." She obeyed without hesitation. "As you wish, my king." On a beautiful morning at Pandora's headquarters, continuous gasps echoed inside. Inside, a large bag was thrown roughly onto the floor. Immediately, a woman's cry rang out, along with a confused tone. "What is this?" Ali turned and left. He disgustedly replied, "I'm bringing you back to the base. What fun, Nan. I need to leave here. Don't look for me." The woman's voice rang out again. "What did you say?" He decisively turned his back, with a cold tone. Ali said, "I think you guys don't stand a chance, sorry, but I need to run to survive." The woman was quite calm, but she still hesitated a bit. "Do whatever you want." But she launched a powerful electric current towards him to stop Ali. She said, "Leave that body behind, you bastard. Get lost." Not giving up, he also turned back to attack the bag and shouted, "He escaped!" It was immediately motionless after being hit. The woman's voice was no longer as frantic as before. "He escaped! If I had known this would happen, I would have possessed him!" Back to Yu Hoen's place. After he finished Taejun, Duha stood to one side, his eyes wide with horror, stuttering, Chairman." Chairman looked at the man lying collapsed in a pool of blood. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Killed? So in the end, even he couldn't stop Yu Hoen? How did this happen? In that dark and dusty room, a figure was quietly sitting on the throne deep in the shadows. Below was the bag that had just been thrown away. At this moment, it was surprisingly silent. Moreover, a voice echoed in the space. "Now, how do I stop him?" At this moment, something was coming towards the sky, along with the tall buildings standing close to each other. Yu Hoen appeared with a gungnea diving down. It seemed annoyed, questioning him. "Sis, now that you're emperor, you're still using me so carelessly." Gungnea rushed through the sky. It asked confusedly, "Don't you need face?" Yu Hoen immediately interrupted it. "Too much talk. Go faster." However, he still gently reassured it, trying to make it work its best. "And I said, you can stab the target. Who's stopping you?" These words immediately made it excited. Gungnea cheered. "All right." It flew straight towards the Pandora building. As it approached, Gungnea kept cheering, "IV, this time I'll kill her." Suddenly, an unidentified flying object appeared. It rushed towards them at an incredible speed. Immediately, it collided with Yu Hoen. An explosion occurred in mid-air. He immediately jumped to the ground. Looking back up, Yu Hoen couldn't help but be curious. What is it this time? As soon as the words fell, the thing in front of him immediately made him freeze, a flash of surprise in his eyes. It turned out to be a familiar face. Seeing him, he slowly stood up and said, "Horus, long time no see." Not only that, but around him, monsters were constantly growling at him. In those red eyes was an unquenchable hatred. "That's right, Yu Hoen, I won't let you go any further." In the dark smoke, a cursing voice rang out, "You stupid fools." Crow appeared behind him. It burst out with an overbearing aura, and slowly introduced, "This is the new king." She transformed into human form, set foot on the ground. Crow angrily questioned, "How dare you raise your heads?" She stared at the monsters below with disgust. Crow continued, "Watch your behavior. Your appearance immediately caused a riot among the crowd." "Crow? It really is her." Zhang Niam looked at them in disbelief. Among those idiots, someone finally vaguely recognized her. So he really is the emperor? If Crow acknowledged it, then it must be true. However, Horus was still not afraid. He turned to his subordinate beside him and said, "So what?" The subordinate looked worried, but he began to hesitate a little. Then, a truth was repeated by him. "We are the ones who killed the previous emperor." Yu Hoen chuckled in response. Right. He clenched gungnea in his hand, and lightning began to crackle. "So you guys are that type, huh?" Instantly, that terrifying power dominated everything. Horus's men all knelt down before him. As their bodies pressed against the ground, cries began to ring out. "I can't move my body." Horus was no exception. He was trying to stand up to prove his strength, but all his efforts were in vain. Before that overwhelming power, he was also completely subdued. Yu Hohan then mocked. "You can't even handle this much, and you were planning to resist?" Before the crowd kneeling at his feet, Yu Hohan hesitated a bit. He began to think about his next move. "Konak, what should I do with these guys?" His words immediately frightened them, and one of them hastily spoke up. "Wait, we were wrong, please spare us." Looking down at his close aides, Horus couldn't accept that dishonorable behavior. "Yo, what's up guys?" Meanwhile, the others had already bowed their heads before Yu Hohan's overwhelming power. "Please let me serve under the king, spare us." Seeing that he had completely grasped the situation, he began to tease. Now what? He looked straight at them, sensing the fear engulfing them. Yu Hohan began his game. "How can I trust you? You guys just boasted about killing the previous emperor." Contrary to his arrogance, Horus seemed very disappointed in his subordinates. He continuously provoked their inner urge to rebel. "Hey you idiots, do you really think he'll forgive us? He's just gonna kill us all." And the hesitation in one of their voices said it all. Really? But contrary to Horus's hope, the subordinates' next words immediately extinguished the lingering thought in his mind. "Is it good if the king kills all his people? He'll take pity on us, right? Hopefully." Before that weak threat, Yu Hohan put on a thoughtful and hesitant expression. Then, he casually flicked his fingernails and replied, "I'll just kill you guys and get some new, more obedient subordinates." As soon as the words fell, the despair in their hearts immediately surged like a wave. One of them raised his head and shouted directly, "He's no different from a beast!" Damn it. As soon as he said that, he seized the opportunity and attacked. Yu Hohan only needed such a simple reason to be able to legitimately attack them. "Then why did you guys plan to overthrow a good king to meet an heir like me?" As soon as he finished speaking, ear-piercing screams suddenly exploded in the air. Meanwhile, in the dark room of the headquarters, the woman inside the bag immediately recognized this aura. As Yu Hohan finished speaking, the woman's soul immediately escaped from the bag. She hurriedly wanted to run away from here. "Oh God, I don't have much time left. I need to find another body. This time I'll definitely take a human body." It turned out she was Ifulvi. After flying for a while, she suddenly stopped. Before her, a dense white net was tightly stretched. Seeing it, Ivy couldn't help but be stunned. "What is this? Is it preventing my soul from moving in this state?" Outside, Anubis sensed Irovi's movement. He said with a slight surprise, "Just as the master said, there is a soul in here trying to move to possess something else." As soon as his words fell, a voice interrupted from the other side. Not surprising. Yu Hohan looked at the tall Pandora building. He also noticed her urgency. How long do you think that trick will last? While he was complacent, Gunya next to him seemed anxious. "Master, is it ready yet? Throw me quickly." Yu Hohan turned his head and smiled at him, then ordered, "Finish this." When he finished speaking, he clenched Gungnea tightly in his hand, and it excitedly cheered. "Finally, I get to skewer meat." Immediately afterwards, along with its excitement, Yu Hohan threw Gungnea in his hand towards the Pandora building. Inside, Ivy immediately realized it was approaching this direction. Before she could recover, the wall next to her was continuously hit hard by something. It gradually cracked. "No, no!" As gravel flew up, Gungnea immediately rushed forward like an arrow. It aimed accurately and stabbed right into the cloth bag on the ground. And then, Ivy's soul was pierced by that power. She screamed in agony. "Impossible!" Yu Hohan leisurely lifted his foot and stepped forward. "Let's see. Did it hit her?" Unleashing lightning, pinning Makun flat on the ground. "It should be enough. But it feels weird. And the smell?" The guy behind him teasingly smirked. "Oh my. You really have a strong will to live." Yu Hohan looked down with a disdainful smile. "You think we wouldn't find you if you possessed a corpse?" Gungnea was stunned, unable to believe her ears. "What?" It immediately showed its displeasure and swayed. "Disgusting. I want to stay away. Don't want to be involved. Shoo it away. It'll stick to me." Murin returned to human form, holding her head, listening to those sarcastic words. "She's still healthy after being pierced by Gungnea, huh?" It gritted its teeth in extreme anger. Yu Hohan laughed happily, summoning a small pot. "I will make you regret trying to survive. This is an all-purpose achievement pot." Yu Hohan just opened it. Inside was something brownish. A terrible smell quickly escaped. "It's full." MC, held in his hand, struggled. "How do you have this?" Yuho's face was full of wickedness. "Okay, stop resisting. Go in!" It screamed in vain, falling down at a rapid pace. Nope. As soon as he finished, he put the lid on, not caring about what was inside. Okay, now Yu Hoen shifted his target. He turned around to face forward to deal with these guys. Now Yu Hoen slowly called out to the person who was stabbed right in the chest with a spear, sitting motionless on the throne. "Hey, corpse!" He unleashed his power, exuding an imposing aura as he looked at the corpse. "Give me the throne! I'll become the emperor!" Guaya was stunned upon hearing this news. unable to react. My king. The king suddenly opened his eyes, his mouth flickering, mumbling incoherently. Destruction. He radiated an aura of power, intimidating the enemy, the intruder with the Pandora system. Yu Hoen just stood still, a bit lazy, and spoke up. Too troublesome, you're not affected at all, and you have time to chat. Although I guessed part of it, you keep mentioning Pandora's system. Yu Hoen gently lifted his ringed hand. So you must be controlled by it, right? His face darkened. He smirked. His eyes turned sharp and released energy. I will destroy it completely. All the surrounding rocks were shattered by Yu Hoen's move, scattering everywhere towards the throne. Then, a beam of blue light with terrifying power was fired. A large hole appeared in the arena. Smoke and dust obscured everything. He enthusiastically stood in the smoke, asking his opponent, "How is it? Are you awake yet? If so, let's get up, shall we?" Yu Hoen provocatively addressed the corpse. "I'm nice, but I don't share a seat with a corpse." The king remained motionless and silent for a moment. A second later, he slowly spoke. "You're saying something funny? You're nice? Who are you?" Guerra's eyes widened, and she excitedly whispered to herself, "My king." He happily pretended to be surprised, looking at the transforming corpse. "Finally awake?" Yu Hoen arrogantly made a beastly face. "I will fulfill the qualifications of a king with this benevolence, so move out of the way." His face darkened, and powerful energy was gradually radiating. "No way!" He interrupted in confusion. "What?" The king powerfully unleashed a massive red energy roaring with terrifying pressure. "I said no!" Gui shielded her face, quickly realizing in shock. Luckily, Yu Hoen timely created a protective barrier that could withstand that burst of power. That single surge of power alone was incredibly sharp, enough to slice through a building. He looked ahead, stirred with inexplicable excitement. What? It's completely different from before. Is this the power of an emperor? But I'm the emperor now, so what is this power? Qua, standing behind, shouted a long warning. Yu Hoen, be careful, that's not the king. She struggled to resist, trying to explain the situation before her. The king the first no isn't like this. There's probably something else controlling him. Yu Hoen looked into the king's eyes, flashing red with hatred, and lamented. Oh man, things are getting even worse. He quickly became serious, shouting as he raised his hand to command. Whatever, Qua, come help me. I'm getting serious now. In opposition to that red power, Yu Hoen's blue power quickly overwhelmed and surrounded the king. He gnashed his teeth, determined to fight to the death. So in the end, even you are pointing your sword at me? Qua. Qua was maintaining the power, her resolve unwavering. Forgive me, your majesty, I'm doing this to free you. Yu Hoen cut into their heartfelt exchange, unleashing a terrifying power that overwhelmingly suppressed the king. Stop pretending and disappear. This surge of power pierced through the top of the tower, shattering the blood-red sky, and revealing the gentle blue appearance it once had. Space seemed to freeze for a moment, with dust and debris flying everywhere. Yu Hoen had shattered the dark space to reveal the blue sky. He asked his opponent with concern, Hey, are you awake yet? If not, I'll give you another blast. The king slowly moved his hand, the tendrils clinging to him gradually loosening. That's right. He firmly grasped the spear, piercing through his own body. The king mustered all his strength to pull out the spear, impaling him, in a scene that defied imagination. That aged body, which had never moved after sitting on that throne, suddenly stood up and pulled the spear from his body. The king gripped the spear tightly, struggling to pull it out. He cried out in pain. Quokka witnessed this scene in astonishment. The king! The king finally pulled the spear out, revealing a large hole in his body. He decisively threw it aside. The spear rolled several times, making a clanging sound on the ground before lying still. The king opened his mouth, stammering each word. You have saved me. Although that aura only flashed for a moment, I could feel it. I was finally able to face the previous emperor. The king asked Yu Hoen with a hoarse voice. You saved me. Another voice groaned. My king, oh, you have suffered so much. He immediately replied, That's right, but I'm glad to see you again. The king raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop, and continued. However, now is not the time for greetings. His voice was somewhat anxious as he said, They will be back soon to control me again. Hearing this, Yu Hoen was a little doubtful, and emphasized, They? He looked at the black gusts of wind swirling around and asked him again, Control? So you really were being controlled by someone? Banura, the king, seemed exhausted. He leaned back into his chair, tilted his head back, and murmured, Pandora is merely a facade. The true culprit behind everything is. The king stared deeply into the whirlwind in the sky for a moment before continuing. The heavenly oracle relic. Yu Hoen's eyes momentarily froze, a flash of realization silently passing through the depths of his eyes. His voice remained steady as he asked again. The heavenly oracle relic. This is the first time I've heard that name. What is that? The king then told him everything he knew about the heavenly oracle relic. Those were stories that had no chance of becoming relics. Things that should only exist in virtual time. Untold stories. Records erased by the victors. He recalled the moment they destroyed the artifacts, his voice sinking, each word filled with the hatred he had suppressed within him. They wanted to destroy all of humanity, as well as the sacred relics. They planned to make everything as invincible as they were. He pulled aside his robe to reveal a large hole, saying, "They turned me into this form, and made the sacred relics fight against each other." Yu Hoen interrupted upon hearing this and asked, "Wait, didn't Prometheus and his gang do this to you?" The king chuckled softly, confirming that Tian Yu was the one behind it all. He reminisced about his glory days, and then asked Yu Hoen, "Don't you find it strange that all the sacred relics hate humans? How could sacred relics, whose lives originated from stories, hate humanity in return?" Each detail, he affirmed, carried a chilling, contemptuous pause. Tian Yu was the one who planted the seeds of hatred within the sacred relics. Kwake was also astonished, listening intently to his words. Their plan had been in motion for a long time, even before I became emperor. The king paused, and then loudly asked Yu Hoen, "Do you know about the cradle?" He narrowed his eyes slightly, repeating, "The cradle?" Without making him wait long, he explained, "It's a treasure with the power to control the life and death of all sacred relics. You must be holding it along with the throne to have obtained all the treasures." His fond memories were gradually recounted. "I myself was also a king, a deficient emperor for not possessing the cradle. All traces of it have been hidden from the world for a long time. Then came the day he was stabbed right on his throne." His voice tinged with bitterness as he narrated. "But it didn't simply disappear. Tian Yu hid it. Although I only discovered this after becoming like this." Yu Hoen, in the end, the king looked straight into his eyes and said, "Find the cradle and destroy Tian Yu, and return to sit on this throne in everyone's eyes. You can do it." Afraid that he might hesitate, he further reminded, "If you don't deal with Tian Yu before ascending to this position, the outcome will be the same as mine." Yu Hoen hastily asked, "You said to find the cradle first, so where is it?" The king pointed to the vortex above and said, "Tian Yu is coming." Perhaps they sensed everything that's happening. As the ground trembled, a trembling, savage voice cried out from inside the cracked building, "That's right, king of humans." As large rocks were swept away, the voice became increasingly horrifying, echoing with each surge. "The foolish things you've done, struggling is futile." The vortex in the sky gradually descended to where the king, Kwaka, and Yu Hoen were standing. He bent down, his entire body strained against the force of the wind, but still tried to raise his head to peer deep inside. The vortex roared like a maddened beast, swirling dust and debris high into the air. The king used all his remaining strength to unleash a technique against it. A protective barrier was created, blasting away the vortex to protect the three. Although this energy sphere was effective, the wind force outside continued to increase and constantly enveloped the sphere. Deep within that vortex, the voice echoed again, "What do you think you're doing? Human king, do you think this will change anything?" This voice was like lightning striking his ears, causing Yu Hoen's entire body to stiffen. "There are many ways to kill you without even touching that filthy body." He continuously clutched his head, writhing in pain, his body emitting beams of light that pierced through him. His scream tore through the air, yet the voice grew increasingly forceful, attacking him relentlessly. "Is it you? You want to become the next emperor? A truly lofty dream." Seeing Yu Hoen writhing in pain, the king cried out, "No, now Tian Yu is targeting Yu Hoen." He slumped down, his hands clutching his head, trying to endure. But a moment later, his body thrashed again, and another scream echoed, with his feeling at that moment being strangely painful. It felt as if his soul was being torn from his body. The vortex surged higher, yet the wind force did not decrease. At this moment, he felt incredibly astonished, his body suddenly floating effortlessly into the center. Lu Hoen looked down and saw his body collapsed on the ground. When he regained his senses, he was looking down at his fallen body, while floating in the sky. Guo Zheng was desperately calling his name, but he couldn't hear clearly. He was so angry that his jaws clenched together, his eyes blazing as he looked up, tilting his head back while trying to assess the situation. That's when he saw it, a bizarre form emitting an aura, like that decrepit body from before. At this moment, his soul floated up like rolling clouds, and then he realized it was Tian Yu. As he flew closer and deeper into the vortex, two voices echoed, conversing with each other, leaving him bewildered. "How does it feel? What should we do with him now? Let's torture him longer. Okay, send his consciousness into an endless loop." Lu Hoen's eyes flickered incessantly at this point. He tried to listen to the conversation. "Hear that? He will be tortured without end. Then let me help." A red orb began to emerge from the vortex, heading towards Lu Hoen's soul. As soon as he saw it, the king's face instantly turned pale, his eyes widened in horror, and he gasped out in panic, "No!" He immediately exerted all his strength to channel energy towards the red orb and shouted, "I won't let you die, Lu Hoen!" A ring of golden light released by the king blocked the orb and lifted it up. His voice was hoarse as he said, "You are our hope." He strained to channel energy with his entire body, then roared, urging him to find the cradle. Lu Hoen immediately flew into the vortex, doing as he was told. Leaving behind the red orb and the king's echoing shout, "At all costs!" The fiery red sunset enveloped the buildings, creating a space of absolute silence. Standing before the Kanglong skyscraper, it looked somewhat eerie at this moment. Inside the office, everything was empty. Only the sound of someone's steady breathing could be heard. Lu Hoen was asleep on a long chair in the office. Suddenly, a blue light flashed on the watch along with a slight sound. Lightning bolts swirled around Lu Hoen's body, and then a powerful bolt struck the ground, startling him awake. His eyes snapped open, his pupils contracting as if frozen in a moment of terror. Lu Hoen immediately jumped up, panting in panic, assuming a fighting stance. But when he regained his senses, he saw that he was alone in the empty room. His body trembled slightly. He tentatively reached up to touch his head, his other hand stroking his chest, panting as he blurted out, "This is..." He looked around the office and then raised his phone to check, saying in astonishment, "The team's old office? Wait, don't tell me it's 2032. Lu Hoen's eyes slowly swept over every detail, deep and focused, as if silently dissecting everything. He walked around the company, muttering to himself, "This is definitely the headquarters of the Kanglong Corporation. And on my phone I traveled back to before I transmigrated?" His hand clenched the phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He growled, cursing, "Tian Yu, what the hell have they done?" Lu Hoen? Remembering what he overheard when he flew into the vortex. Shouldn't we torture this arrogant human longer? Send his consciousness into an endless loop. Damn it. Lu Hoen's voice was heavy and grating, each word as if ground out from between his teeth. "I can't believe I traveled back to the world where I was tormented and backstabbed. Those bastards chose well. This is truly hell." Suddenly, the Crow's system panels appeared. Wasn't he questioning Crow? A light panel displays information. The previous emperor has blocked the power of the achievement. You came to this world because the location has changed. If it weren't for him, you'd be in an even more terrible place. Lu Hoen sighed, saying, "Is that so?" he said while walking around the office. "But I don't think it's much better. To me, this is like stepping into a nightmare." Lu Hoen walked up to the mirror and looked at himself, regretting, "I always tried to become emperor, but now I have nothing but this weak body." The Crow sent the system panel again. "The previous emperor chose this place for a reason. The cradle must exist in this world." He blurted out, "What?" Yu Hoen frowned slightly, asking in a hoarse voice, "The cradle is here?" "That's right, I think I've heard of it before." He recalled the late king's instructions before the transmigration. "When I was engulfed in that light, I heard the previous emperor instruct me to find the cradle." Yu Hoen glanced over the empty office, asking with a hint of disappointment, "But how? We need at least some funding to search." His hand reached out amidst the crackling blue electric currents. He told himself, "Maybe I can summon something here." The Crow responded to him. "The holy relic is not responding because it is blocked by an invisible force. The holy relic cannot respond under these conditions." After reading the notification, Yu Hoen could only click his tongue in disappointment. "It's not easy, is it?" Suddenly, the holy relic called out, "Master, Master!" He exclaimed in joy, "Rope? Is this the voice of the rope?" It cried out in response to his call, "Over here, over here." Seeing Yu Hoen looking around, it cried again, "I'm here, master." Seeing the rope being so small, he asked in surprise, "What? Why are you wrapped up like this?" It wriggled and groaned. "This is so uncomfortable. Save me." Suddenly it struggled, causing Yu Hoen to panic and scold. "Hey, wait! Let me untangle it myself! I told you to let me do it!" The rope came out of that wrapping. It laughed contentedly. So comfortable. So refreshing. He looked helplessly and said, "Seriously, why is it here?" The Crow reappeared, telling it to follow him. Yu Hoen asked in disbelief, "Huh? It can follow me?" The words appeared on the panel again. "I don't know either." Not wanting to argue, he sighed listlessly. "Whatever. It's better to have a holy relic by my side." Looking at the rope's cheerful spirit, Yu Hoen cried out in distress. "But who will protect this guy if he gets beaten up?" "All right then." He stepped towards the storage room with full of belief, cheerfully exclaimed, "Tim's storage must have something, right?" But when he opened it, the inside was empty, without a speck of dust, causing Yu Hoen to lose interest and say loudly, "Huh? There's nothing here." He looked regretfully at the empty cabinet, and then consoled himself. The high-level stuff was all taken away by the chairman, but he left some things for us to use. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, calling out to him, "Oh, my boss, you woke up early." A young man walked in while saying, "Didn't you say you were tired from staying up all night?" Yu Hoen frowned slightly, staring at him, asking with a hint of suspicion, "You are?" He guessed hesitantly, "Run, it's Run, right?" Run, who was carrying the box, still shrugged his shoulders slightly and said, "It's me, are you still dreaming?" Yu Hoen stood observing him carefully, then thought to himself, "The person who just entered the office is Jun, who supports the team's excavations among the 10 of us. He is the only one whose whereabouts are unknown." He recalled when he was in the office searching for Jun with everyone. After reuniting with the team members, he was still searching, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any trace. Yu Hoen kept staring at Run and fell into thought. I didn't think we would meet again like this. Seeing him standing and looking at him for so long, he spoke up. What's wrong, boss? He shyly raised his hand to rub his neck, denying that anything was wrong, just happy to see him. Jun then asked back, are you still sleepy? Seeing Jun carrying things while humming, Yoo-hoen seized the opportunity to chat with him. That's right, Jun. Do you know where the holy relics in the storage are now? Jun came over and peered into the storage box with him, then calmly replied, this stuff? 2 days ago, the chief manager Jose Ha suddenly destroyed them all while cleaning up. Didn't he tell you? Jun continued. I remember you said okay and didn't care about him. Yoo-hoen stood with his arms crossed, thinking, Chief Manager Jose Ha. Then he vaguely asked back. If he broke them, that means he was fixing them, right? Jun replied immediately. No, he said they couldn't be fixed because their cores were broken. Yoo-hoen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but speak up. Huh? Remembering Joseha, in an instant he realized that Joseha's nickname was King of Scams. Yoo-hoen looked back at the empty box and angrily blamed, he never cleans, that's Jun's job, right? And he accidentally broke a few things while cleaning. Jun stood beside him, not daring to say anything, just humming. Yoo-hoen suddenly changed direction and turned to ask Junjun. Where is RJ Duha now? Being asked suddenly, Run hesitated and stammered. I heard he's on a business trip. The location is unknown. Hearing the reason that Du-hoen knew was bogus, he retorted, Work my ass. Fine, I'll ask someone else. Jun, seeing his reaction, excused himself. All right, see you around then. Du-hoen walked over, grabbed the door handle, and yanked the door open. Stepping outside, he was bewildered to see a group of people in the hallway, deep in discussion. His eyes widened, and he stuttered out a greeting. He noticed Sua and Chloe arguing about something, piquing his curiosity slightly. What was going on with Sua and Chloe? Sua snapped angrily. This is absurd. Why are my team's support supplies being reassigned to others? Chloe chimed in, displeased. How many times do we have to say it? The man, losing patience, explained again. Survey Team 3 successfully excavated a major tomb, so there's an order to increase their support by 200%. You guys are making things complicated. You haven't achieved anything. You shouldn't even have the right to demand anything. Sua retorted, eyes blazing. What do you mean we haven't achieved anything? That's ridiculous. Why should we cover for the failures of other teams? Chloe added. We even unearthed an sulfur monosulfide rank tomb last time. Dunny flipped through the file in his hand skeptically. Huh? I don't see the data here. How am I supposed to believe that? At this point, Sua couldn't contain her anger and lashed out. How could it not be recorded? Did you forget or something? The file was snatched from Dooney's hand, startling him. What's this? Du-hoen held the document and scanned it from top to bottom. Holy crap, this is all fake data. No wonder. The man looked a little guilty, gritting his teeth. Huh? He continued, unconcerned. We went on a stealth excavation, so we saw all the internal data. At this moment, Du-hoen fixed a stare on him, prompting the man to quickly explain. I only handle the paperwork. How would I know? We've already distributed everything. It can't be changed now. He responded with a cold tone. Huh? So that's how it's going to be? Du-hoen bluntly called them out, leaving Dooney speechless. Even if you say there's no data, my team has to do tons of work in the shadows, but without support, who the hell can manage? He forcefully shoved the file back at him. You guys will have even more work if we don't do anything. Does that sound good to you? Dooney flinched. What did you say? Does everyone want to get fired? Du-hoen shouted in his face. Yeah, fire us! Sua also stared wide-eyed in shock at his outburst. In this kind of environment, who can endure it? Just fire us! Dooney stammered repeatedly. Are you crazy? Chloe whispered into Sua's ear. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Is he even allowed to do that? People from other rooms were drawn by the commotion. Wait, how did it suddenly turn into this? Have I been treated like an idiot because I've been putting up with it all this time? People whispered among themselves. What's going on? Is there something happening? Dooney raised his hands in front of his chest, lowering his voice. All right, calm down first. I'll give you the remaining amount. Unexpectedly, Du-hoen broke into a glittering smile. That sounds a little better, doesn't it? Zhao Ah, perplexed, had to agree, I guess. Good, come here and help. His voice echoed throughout the large building. We need to find the guy in charge. Someone brought out a gilded box interwoven with emerald green, extremely beautiful. Look at it, even the aura is different. Upon hearing the introduction, the old man grew more interested, fixing his eyes on the box. This artifact was excavated from an sulfur monosulfide rank tomb. Jae-hae gestured while adding more mystique to the item. The higher the tomb's rank, the better the artifact. He was none other than the con artist king, Jae-jae. The secretary beside him leaned in and questioned. But doesn't this belong to Chairman Kwan? If we buy it, won't we be in a difficult position? The old man suddenly remembered. That's right, there's that issue too. Dia sat up straight and confidently declared. You don't have to worry, because this achievement was assigned to our team. The footsteps of people in the hallway paused as they heard his voice boom out. And I'm very close to my boss, Yu Hoen. I'll talk to him personally. Everything will be fine. The other party was completely convinced by Jingyi's charm. Then let's look at the contract. He smiled inwardly, cheering to himself. Success! Jae-hae secretly opened his phone, only to discover something. Boss? The phone screen displayed a line of cold text. Come out here while I'm still being nice. His fingertip lightly touched the screen. Why is he suddenly so harsh? Ridiculous. Does he think I'm scared? The old man's secretary handed over a stack of papers. All right, just slowly read and sign the contract. Dia put his phone aside. Understood, sir. Just as his hand was about to sign the contract, his phone screen lit up again. The black chat interface displayed a threatening message. You dare ignore my messages? Do you have a death wish? You have 10 seconds to get out here right now. Dia-ha was outraged and disbelieving. What the hell? The old man, sensing something amiss, inquired. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The guy was sweating bullets, worried. Huh? No, it's just an advertisement. The door burst open as Yoon Ho-jen kicked it in. Jae-ha froze, paralyzed. His whole body ablaze with anger, he clenched his fist tight. I said get out in 10 seconds, didn't I? Jae-ha hesitated, barely managing to speak. Yu Hoen, he yelled. How dare you call your superior by name? Jae-ha screamed in terror. What's wrong with you? Let me go. Seeing Yu Hoen charging towards him, the old man was scared witless. Who are you? What's going on here? Wait, what are the guards doing? He glanced at him with profound emotion. Seriously, old man, I'm saving you from being scammed. The old man was bewildered. Huh? Yu Hoen slammed Jae-ha's head onto the desk, speaking calmly. The relics this guy is peddling are all stolen goods. He was scamming me, you see. His face crinkled as he listened. You think there won't be a problem? It's obviously a con, understand? Jae-ha still tried to justify himself. That's not true, sir. He's lying. Looking back at this, you bastard. A second later, the old man's angry shouts echoed throughout the building. Both of you get out now! Jae-ha, covered in dust, was thrown violently onto the ground. He trembled, reaching out to stop the furious Yu Hoen. Boss, why are you doing this for real? Can't we talk first? Besides the two of them, only the emotionless cars in the garage witnessed Jae-ha's misery. Right, this is a side effect of the relic, isn't it? You'll regret it if you don't come to your senses. So stop it. Yu Hoen gifted him with a few more kicks. Regret my ass. Got nothing else to say? Yu Hoen widened his eyes and cursed. Should I write a will? If you keep this up, you're the one who'll regret it. Jae-ha, covered in dirt, tried to hold on, listening to him. If something happens to my heart because of you, I, Jae-ha, will be the most remorseful. He looked up with wide, glistening eyes. He blurted out. Did you get a death sentence from Sion? Immediately receiving a loving punch from Yu Hoen. Don't breathe. You bring bad luck. Various items were laid out haphazardly on the table. So Jae-ha, kneeling on the ground sobbing, didn't evoke any sympathy from Julian. Yoon Ho-yen took all of this. Yoon Ho-yen placed his hand on the pile, recounting. That's right. But even if you gather it all, it's not much, it's ridiculous. Julian pointed at Jae-ha's face, questioning. You're still hiding something, aren't you? Hand it over, you rat. He looked up, saying with a pitiful voice. This is all of it. Yu Ho-sien rolled his eyes helplessly. Yeah, that's probably all of it. The useful stuff is all in Chairman Guan's place already. Only we get these scraps. He crossed his arms, pondering for a moment. It'll be hard to find the cradle with just this. Jae-ha was curious. The cradle? She widened her eyes, worried. What cradle, boss? What's going on? You seem different today. Yu Hoen took out a bag, putting each item inside. It's nothing, just a relic I need to find. I'll take care of it so everyone doesn't need to worry. Can we continue what we were doing? He grabbed Jae-ha by the collar, dragging him away. You have to come with me, he screamed in fear. Why only me? Throughout the whole way, Yu Hoen gripped Jae-ha's collar tightly. I need you to make a key to Javen Benny, so don't even think about running. Manager Jae-ha swayed. A key? What key? Yu Ko-sen carried the bag over his shoulder, striding forward. The key to Chairman Guan's vault. Jae-ha looked at him in shock. Chairman Guan's vault? Jae-ha was still stunned. Hey, wait! Why? Yu Hoen looked at him with a very determined gaze. That's right, I plan to borrow some relics. His hand pulled Jae-ha's collar askew, but he had no intention of letting go. These relics aren't enough. Jae-ha opened his mouth, stammering several times. But messing with the chairman's things, are you even sane? He was scared, witless, determined to run. Let me go! I don't want to die! But Yu Hoen held him tightly without any gaps. You'll die by my hand if you don't do as I say. The night gradually covered the office building, making his threat even more ominous. Do you prefer me killing you or Chairman Guan doing it? Jae-ha cried out in despair. You monster! A golden key wrapped in magic gradually appeared. Jae-ha squeezed his eyes shut, reluctantly handing it over. Here! Yu Hoen smiled in satisfaction. Good. He'd have to do it sooner or later anyway. He widened his eyes, looking at him worriedly. But seriously, don't you regret it? If we get caught, we're both done for. Yu Hoen resolutely walked towards an iron door. We won't get caught that quickly. Don't worry, Chairman Jun is probably busy playing with his chess pieces. He pushed the iron door open under Jae-ha's watchful gaze. Besides, he has a lot of sacred relics, more than he's hiding here. Seeing the sacred relics and gold coins stored inside made Yu Hoen laugh with delight. So much! Awesome! We can boil stuff with this haul. He handed the bag to Jae-ha and ordered, "Hey! Put everything into this little bag for me." He looked at him suspiciously. "What's up with you today?" Despite complaining, he still diligently took one item after another and put it in. "I don't understand why you suddenly have the guts to do such crazy things. It's like you've lived a lifetime." Yu Hoen smiled slyly. "Can't deny that. You're kinda right." Jae-ha was startled. "Huh? You really did?" The next sentence he heard left him gaping in confusion. "Because I've lived once already." Elsewhere, a black vortex appeared in the sky, sucking everything up. The building was temporarily protected thanks to the protective circle. The king used all his magic, reaching out and trying to resist to the end. A voice came from the black vortex. "Give up, human king. How long do you think you can hold on?" Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight up. "What is that?" That shot pierced one side of the vortex, causing it to cry out in pain. Seeing Crow appear, the king was quite surprised. "What are you doing?" Crow accumulated magic, preparing to fire another shot. "I will help you too, my king." Seeing that his eyes were white but still very determined made Crow more confident. "I will attack while you protect us." He was touched. "Thank you." The king felt guilty. "I didn't expect to have you working so hard until the very last minute." Crow looked at him with very gentle eyes. "Please don't say that." The hole caused by the previous shot gradually narrowed. "How ridiculous. Nothing will change even if you attack us." The king flinched in anxiety at its threats. "If things have come to this, then don't blame us for being merciless. They must be crushed." The vortex was getting stronger and stronger, as if to swallow everything. "We've been preparing for this day for a long time, and now everything is complete." The vortex was getting closer and closer to the protective barrier. From this moment on, blurry shapes like smoke bones were released from that vortex. "The world will end." They raised their white hands as if to touch life. "Disappear." It prepared to fire a white ball towards the building occupied by the human king. A smoke bone shot crashed straight into the protective layer, trying to pierce it. The king gritted his teeth and braced himself, golden lightning continuously surrounding him. The shot pierced the protective layer, shooting directly into the building. Crow spread her wings to protect Yu Hoen's body from the sparks. She stared blankly as Yu Hoen's hand slowly reached up. He lay paralyzed on the ground, but his hand was still maintaining magic. Another protective layer was created, covering an even larger area than before. "Wait!" The white shadows hovering above panicked. "That's the energy of the cradle. That human is near the cradle." It immediately speculated that the human king had tricked them and sent that guy somewhere else. The king sighed worriedly. "We've been discovered." Yu Hoen lay motionless on the ground, eyes shut tight, seemingly devoid of a soul. "Hurry, Yu Hoen! The cradle is so close." The sun was slowly sinking behind the tall buildings, painting the entire sky in a melancholic red hue. Yu Hoen examined a bamboo tube in his hand. "Let's see. This one's for defense." He tossed the tube straight at Jae-ha's head. "Here, a defensive relic. Put it in the bag." He rubbed his head, grumbling. "That hurt. And can you slow down? I'm still confused here." Yu Hoen picked up another orb, urging, "We need to hurry. How long are you going to keep this up?" Jae-ha placed the bamboo tube with the rest of the stuff. "Why do we need to categorize relics anyway? If you're tired, just rest." He clutched the strange orb in his hand, explaining, "We need to do this to figure out which one to use when the time comes. Though, the more relics the better." Suddenly, an aftershock hit, causing Jae-ha to exclaim, "What was that? An earthquake?" Yu Hoen opened the balcony door, looking around. "No, that's no ordinary earthquake." A flock of birds suddenly flew up high, whizzing past, startling him. The birds flew away in a hurry, seemingly without a destination. The birds flying. Seeing the scene in front, Jae-ha frowned. "Isn't this a disaster? Did a tomb appear in the area?" On TV, the announcer immediately reported, "Breaking news! A new tomb has appeared." The information in the news report made him turn his attention to the verified location, which was in South America. Because it's an extremely dangerous tomb, the entire world is being affected by its aura's outbreak. He tried to remember something. A dangerous tomb appearing in the Amazon region? It must be a big one. Recalling the news report, I think I saw it in the past. A red pillar of light piercing through a mountain in the forest. According to Pandora, the tomb's tier surpasses everything else. The female announcer questioned the male announcer. "So, you're saying all the data indicates this is an extremely dangerous tomb?" The male announcer continued. "That's right, and what's worse?" Yu Hoen, watching TV, pondered. "If I remember correctly, the male announcer is going to die during this broadcast." Suddenly, the male announcer foamed at the mouth, clutching his neck, trying to scream. In the studio, people shouted, "Someone call an ambulance!" Jae-ha gasped in horror. What's going on? Yu Hoen's face turned dark with fear. It's exactly like the great tomb that appeared on TV. People were trying to calm down the female announcer and trying to wake up the male announcer. But this isn't the time. Everything was supposed to happen next year. Why? Suddenly, a stream of data flashed by. Heavenly decree has interfered. The timeline has been altered. Yu Hoen urgently commanded, Jae-ha! Grab all the relics, we're leaving immediately! He sweated, confused. Where are you planning to go when it's so dangerous outside? Yu Hoen walked away decisively. It'll be even harder to survive if you don't hurry. Jae-ha, not seeing his smiling face, still asked, How do you know that? The flock of birds in the sky was still flying in a long line, soaring high. Sure enough, when they went outside, the whole city was in chaos because of the earthquake. He kept pulling Jae-ha, who was feeling apprehensive, along. Yu Hoen tried to contact the rest of the team, but couldn't. It seemed like the broadcasting equipment was also destroyed. There was no choice but to go to the company to meet his team members. Yu Hoen forcefully opened the closed door behind him. A disgruntled voice shouted, Hey, easy there! You'll break the door! The stunned face of Jun greeted them. He quickly turned to the side and stammered, Boss Yu Hoen. Yu Hoen was also surprised by this sudden appearance. Jun! When the door closed, the room became quiet again. Only Yu Hoen's greeting could be heard. What's going on? Why are you here alone? Jun immediately replied, I should be asking you that. Why are you here? Jun was still in a daze. He couldn't believe his sudden appearance. Everyone went to excavate the new tomb. They received a message from the chairman that you had already left ahead of them. Hearing this, Yu Hoen vaguely understood everything. He gritted his teeth and growled. That old man. Even Goat behind him couldn't believe it. He trusted him so much. Why would the chairman do this? We're here. To his question, Yu Hoen explained. He's sending them into a trap. That's the kind of person the chairman is. On the surface, Yu Hoen remained relatively calm to reassure everyone. But inside, he already knew everything. It must be those sacred relics, witnessing what killed them, appear even sooner. In everything, he rushed here. But it seems he's already too late. Upon learning the whole truth, Jun started to worry. So, what should we do? Yu Hoen was standing at a crossroads. He had to quickly find the cradle. But at this rate, everyone would die. But he could return to the past once he found it. They would still be alive and well there. While he was lost in thought, Jun couldn't help but call out softly, Boss. Yu Hoen remained silent for a long moment. After careful consideration, he decided, We're going to save them. There wasn't much time to hesitate. Yu Hoen immediately slung his backpack over his shoulder and said, That tomb isn't ordinary. We need to stop them. That's right. If they hurried, they might still be able to stop them before they went too deep. He could look for the cradle after. Yu Hoen was only temporarily here. But for them, this was a harsh reality, and they only had one life. Behind him, Goat hurriedly followed and asked, The world is reviewing. Because of the influence, do you think the plane will work? Yu Hoen nonchalantly replied, The company has a private plane. What's there to worry about? Looking up at the sky, a worry welled up in Goat's heart. Huh? He questioned. You make it sound so easy? Won't they let us on without permission? Those words made Yu Hoen laugh. They replied, Just gotta be smooth with your words. Then they boarded the plane that was waiting. After the plane door closed tightly, the engines began to start. Sitting in a small corner, Yu Hoen noticed the row of seats next to him. Hearing a familiar voice, Yu Hoen stepped forward in surprise. What the hell? In front of him were the blank faces of Jiang Chen and Samuel. He hesitantly said, Boss, why are you... Kit? Seeing the two of them still here, he was a little angry. Yu Hoen glanced down at the two of them and scolded. The whole team has already gone to the tomb. What are you doing here? They trembled and replied, We were also preparing to go. Hearing that, he no longer trusted those two. Yu Hoen turned to ask the flight attendant, Is that true? Where is this plane going? The flight attendant replied with a hint of worry, The plane is going to New York, to the chairman's place. Hearing that answer, Yu Hoen turned to the two of them and said, Every time you open your mouths, it's nothing but lies. He didn't give them any time to justify themselves. Jiang Chen was immediately kicked out of his seat, and furthermore, to block their true intentions, he directly threw them off the plane, which was preparing to land. Jiang Chen lay flat on the ground, his body covered in dust, yet he still tried to find a chance to explain. Yu Hoen, calmly listen to me. In his heart he cursed. That bastard, what's wrong with him today? As the scene shifted to Yu Hoen's angry face, his thoughts still lingered. No matter what I do, I don't think it'll work. This time he's so decisive. Any empty explanations won't reach his ears. Whatever, get lost. Perhaps he had been standing outside for too long, so a member of the flight crew began to get anxious. That person hesitantly spoke up. Who are you? You'll cause trouble for us if you make a scene on the cabin. To completely dispel the employee's suspicion, Yu Hoen immediately made up a perfect lie. Haven't I explained? I'm Yu Hoen from the special excavation team. These two are my subordinates. Not only that, he continued to speak in hopes of creating absolute trust. You know, there's a new tomb that appeared in the Amazon area, and as expected, The suspicion on the employee's face decreased, right? Of course. Inside the cabin, June and Goat were looking at him with astonished eyes. Yu Hohen continued his story. That tomb isn't ordinary. There are many sacred relics inside. The chairman said we have to have them at all costs. You can drop us off there. But the flight crew member was very vigilant. He seemed to still have some doubts. We didn't receive this news, so I can't just listen to you. Maybe you should verify with the company first. Inside the cabin, Yu Hohen continued to persuade him. This time his words were somewhat threatening. Maybe you don't know, because our team works in secrecy. But sir, this is an emergency. Before his worried expression he reminded. It would be better if you verified after you waited for us. After thinking carefully for a moment, the employee finally dispelled the suspicion in his heart. I understand. Yu Hohen immediately smiled with satisfaction. Nice. Soon after, the plane began to start. The huge wheels slowly rotated on the runway. As the plane took off, two figures hurriedly ran after it. What about us? Jiang Chen and Samuel were left in a miserable state. He cursed. Damn it, they really left. Samuel blankly asked. Huh? What's wrong with boss today? While Jiang Chen was angry, Samuel softly said. It's like he's a completely different person. Returning to the past, the sky above Pandora darkened, with massive vortexes swirling around the building. Within that deadly vortex, two heavenly emissaries hovered. They said, the cradle, it's because of the cradle, he's looking for the cradle. Below ground, Crow was quietly sitting beside Yu Hohen's body, the voices of the heavenly emissaries constantly ringing in her ears. No, it seems he hasn't found it yet. We need to kill him immediately. Seeing them about to attack, Crow instantly rose up in fury. She spread her wings wide and shouted, I will stop that from happening at all costs. The heavenly emissaries were not intimidated by her. On the contrary, they became even more aggressive. One of them lunged its sharp-clawed hand downwards, saying, No, resistance is futile. After the attack, the space became momentarily silent, with only a stream of white smoke emanating from the bodies of the heavenly emissaries. In the sky, bursts of lightning rained down like bullets, causing the ground to shatter into pieces. The entire Pandora building also cracked open. You will all die together here. Seeing that scene, Ilya and the others couldn't help but be surprised. He was extremely panicked, asking, What is that? What's going on? Sua also looked up at the sky in shock. It was that, in the middle of the black hole, a stream of purple light radiated out with lightning bolts constantly striking down. Everyone immediately recognized that the relic emitting that terrible energy was hovering above the Pandora building. Saying this, Sua asked hesitantly, Do you think that shield just now was the boss's? Julian, standing on the side, couldn't take his eyes off this strange phenomenon either. His eyes began to glow. Julian replied, Not sure, but it's likely. Let's go help him. Just as he said this, someone shut down that thought. No. Erin stepped in front of Julian. She looked at him with determined eyes and said, We need to stay here and help the people. She stood before them, her face exuding coldness and determination. I don't know the identity of the enemy, but I trust Yu Hohen. For his sake, it's better if we protect the people. As soon as she finished speaking, the three people on this side fell silent. Then a reluctant voice rang out. All right, let's go evacuate the people. They immediately rushed into battle like heroes with a faint glimmer of hope. Although she chose not to help him, Irene worriedly clasped her hands in prayer. Please win. Yu Hohen. People below saw countless bizarre white smokes chasing after them. Everyone panicked and fled. What is that? Run! Those white smokes have now condensed into a giant humanoid figure. Scornfully looking down at the scene below, You insects! They waved their hands and began to launch attacks. I will turn you back into dust. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into a tornado and rushed over at the fastest speed. Julian was also running for his life. He was also urging everyone on. Everyone, hurry up, we're almost there. Suddenly, the building in front was hit by the tornado. It shattered in an instant. Julian frowned at this scene. He quickly raised his hand to shield himself. These white smokes are attacking everywhere. They're not letting anyone go. Julian also immediately realized that these guys were destroying everything. Ilya saw the tragic scene before him. He angrily shouted, You bastards! Julian advised him from the side. Stay calm, he began to plan. Use our strength to protect everyone. Protecting the people is the top priority right now. Let's split up. On this side, Yu Hohen's plane was flying in the sky. He stretched and relaxed his body, even yawning widely. After resting on the plane, we're almost there. Their plane's destination was a forest. The scenery below looked quite gloomy. An endless forest stretching across the sky, somewhere inside, is connected to the great prison. On the plane at this moment suddenly shook violently. Yu Hohen looked up in surprise. Jinha immediately frantically grabbed the seat. He kept crying out, Huh? What is it? Outside, the plane's wings were severely damaged, which is why this was happening. Jiha's voice kept ringing out. The turbulence? Are we leaving? Save me! But what they didn't know was, while the lightning bolts were constantly attacking the plane, a gloomy voice also appeared. You vipers, die here. At the same time, the system continuously announced a very large chaotic aura. The heavenly decree relic was causing the plane to crash. Yu Hoen angrily shouted, "These bastards! The plane can't withstand it anymore. It's diving straight down, making everyone panic. We're falling. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." The plane exploded upon impact, but 3 cocoons fell out, carefully wrapped. Flames licked at the outside, but didn't seem to damage them. Suddenly, at this moment, a sharp blade appeared from inside one of the cocoons. It turned out to be Yu Hoen, using all his strength to cut open the cocoon. Soon, Yu Hoen crawled out. He breathed heavily, exhausted. Still alive. This relic is useful. Seeing the other 2 still moving, Yu Hoen quickly said, "Stay still, I'll help you." Dia was inside the cocoon, and screamed in terror as a blade suddenly appeared. "Careful." After getting out, he angrily complained, "Were you trying to kill me?" Yu Hoen, seeing his exaggerated reaction, immediately retorted, annoyed, "Is that how you talk to the person who just saved you?" Jun, in front of him, felt extremely scared. "Wait, am I alive? What is this thing?" Yu Hoen immediately explained, "This is a relic cocoon swiped from the chairman's vault. It seems it used too much energy at once, resulting in this." Run crawled out of his cocoon, looking around dazedly. Squad leader Yu Hoen immediately asked if he was hurt. He immediately replied, "I'm fine." He saw they were all okay and picked up his backpack. Yu Hoen smirked and said, "All right, let's go. Too bad the road ahead is long." The group set off together, heading straight into the forest. And because of that, walking in the dense forest made it easy to find the right direction. A powerful energy radiated outwards, easily sensed by Yu Hoen and the others. Because the great prison aura was too strong, even though it was still far away, now they had passed through the forest and reached a riverbank. He looked ahead and said, "We need to go by river now." Yu Hoen looked up at the glowing energy ahead, starting to think. If they wanted to follow that aura, they had to cross the river. "That's it, let's make a boat." Dia, seeing him looking his way, suddenly felt uneasy. "Why are you looking at me when you say that?" Yu Hoen slowly replied, "Don't you have a device? This is the time to use it." He even carefully drew a map to guide them, even explaining in detail, "Follow the river's edge instead of swimming across, because the aura is in that direction." After saying that, Yu Hoen added, "It's not good for you guys anyway, because our feet will swell up." Dia understood. "Okay." Yu Hoen, seeing him diligently flipping through his book, flashed a cunning smile. "Make something good in the meantime." Dia absent-mindedly agreed. "Okay." After who knows how long, he finally finished his creation. "What do you think?" Yu Hoen gazed at it, not sparing a word of praise. "Awesome." But then Dia asked, "But do you know how to drive it?" He casually replied, "I can figure it out." Hearing that, he was terrified. "Huh? But you should at least know where the brakes and stuff are." Yu Hoen was very calm. He went over and pushed the throttle forward. "We just need to go along the riverbank." He confidently looked at Dia. "See? Can you hear the engine? Now we just need to go straight." However, he was still uneasy, and continued to ask, "What about when we need to brake?" The boat moved along the river. Yu Hoen casually replied, "Worst case scenario, just jump out." Jun couldn't hold it in anymore, and angrily yelled, "Are you planning to use us as fish bait? There are a lot of crocodiles here." Yu Hoen didn't say anything and just sat down. Because he thought it was simple, he'd deal with it when the time came. Now, after a tiring journey, everyone was resting. At this moment, our physical strength was weakening, and our spirits were low, due to the relic syndrome. It will affect the rest of the team even more. At this time, Yu Hoen didn't rest, but suddenly felt worried about everyone. He wondered if those who went ahead were okay. Their physical strength was just like his. In the peaceful space, Jun suddenly shouted in horror, "Boss, there's something weird in the water." He immediately opened the system. His face turned ugly. "Damn it." At this time, the system displayed the text, "The heavenly decree has summoned a monster. The heavenly decree has summoned a monster." A swarm of aquatic monsters suddenly appeared on the water's surface. They rushed towards them, causing everyone to panic. "What the hell is that?" Everyone on the boat snapped awake. They all became vigilant. "Are those fish?" "What fish?" "Those are merfolk." Either way, prepare for battle. Yu Hoen looked at the incoming monsters, then at his teammates, feeling utterly disheartened. "I guess I'm the only one carrying this team." Without hesitation, he swung a piece of wood, striking one directly on the head. Another one appeared on the other side. Zeha turned pale with fear. "They're climbing onto the boat. What do I do?" Yu Hoen, busy fighting, couldn't help but get annoyed. "Just grab any damn stick you can find and whack 'em." But he was so panicked that he didn't know what to do. "But I don't know how to fight." Just then, Jun appeared and decisively struck one with a large piece of wood. Jun turned to the person beside him and said loudly, "Just grab anything. I'll hold them off for now." Zeha, confused and panicking, asked, "Okay, what's going on?" Suddenly, an octopus tentacle appeared behind Run. He shouted, "Run! Behind you!" Seeing the tentacle appear, Zeha panicked and yelled, "Run! Behind you!" But it was too late. The octopus tentacle had already wrapped tightly around June and lifted him up. In an instant, June was dragged underwater. Zeha quickly announced, "Besides merfolk, there are also some giant octopi." Seeing this, Yu Hoen reassigned tasks. "Roseha, take care of this side. I'm going to save him." Zeha blankly agreed. "Huh? Okay." Where the octopi grabbed, Run, an angry voice suddenly echoed, "You impudent fools! Do you know who you're touching?" Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the threatening voice vanished. At that moment, a region of light suddenly appeared beneath their boat. Zeha looked around in surprise. "What's that? What is this light?" In an instant, a huge explosion occurred, causing the octopus to release Run. Zeha looked down, shocked, speechless, that the octopus and the other aquatic monsters were all dead. "It's Run!" At the same time, Run floated up, his hair now turned gold. Yu Hoen and the others saw the scene before them, astonished, as Run emitted a dazzling light. "Run!" Dia happily cried out. "Hey, I thought you were a goner! Great, hurry and climb back up here." But the next second, June walked directly on the water. He cried out in horror. "Huh? How are you walking on water?" Zeha, observant, immediately noticed the strangeness, and that he wasn't wet at all. He asked questioningly, "How is that possible?" At this moment, the system suddenly announced, "A power source from a sacred relic has been detected. It is a dangerous SSS-class relic." Yu Hoen looked at the screen, his face paling in shock. "Not just SS, but SSS? What is this? Don't tell me." Yu Hoen looked at Jun walking into the boat and worriedly asked, "Jun, are you?" But before Yu Hoen could finish, Run understood his meaning. "I didn't intend to reveal it like this, but there's no other choice." He suddenly opened his eyes and smiled brightly at them. "You're right. I am the cradle of sacred relics, a treasure." Yu Hoen didn't understand, and asked curiously, "Why were you pretending to be a normal person and working at the company when you're a relic?" Jun didn't avoid the question, and answered directly. "To avoid attention." Yu Hoen was silent. He continued, "And I wanted to see what kind of person the next king would be." Jun's hair suddenly glowed. "But now my identity has been exposed. You don't need to wait any longer. I will open the gate immediately." Yun Hoen was suddenly caught off guard. "Wait, what?" Zeha looked at the changing scenery, unable to stop himself from gaping in astonishment. The sky. A radiant circle appeared before them. Zeha wondered, "What is that?" June immediately explained, "That's the gate back to your world. A king shouldn't be in a place like this, right?" Yu Hodian looked at him blankly, then continued, "The cradle of the sacred treasure is obligated to open the gate for its true master upon meeting. Now you can return with me." Dia, standing beside him, was very worried. He panicked and asked, "Return? Do you mean the boss is from another world? What are you thinking?" Yu Hoen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "I can't yet." June was taken aback by his answer, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh?" Yu Hoen smirked, full of confidence. "I went to the trouble of coming all this way. I can't abandon my friends again." He became hesitant again. But Run said regretfully, "There are only a few unique opportunities to open a gate to that space-time." Yu Hoen, upon hearing this, panicked. "Huh? Why are you telling me this now?" He didn't waste much time, and made a decision directly. "Then just let it open. I'll go save them quickly." But Run disagreed. "We can't do that. Opening and closing isn't that easy." June hurriedly explained further. "The time limit, according to human time, is only 3 minutes. Yu Hoen suddenly became hesitant upon hearing this. Then he seriously suggested, "You must make a choice. If we don't leave immediately, we'll be trapped forever." He, upon hearing this, angrily yelled, "You little devil!" Yu Hoen threw the staff down on the boat, unable to contain his anger. "Why did you open the gate on your own in the first place?" He rushed forward and grabbed June by the collar. "I'll ask for your help when the time is right." He panicked, his voice stuttering. "I'm just following procedure. Wasn't your goal to find me?" Yu Hoen, hearing his words, gritted his teeth in anger. "Anyway, the colleagues here are just fake." "You're not." In the sky, the circle was still present. Yu Hoen calmed down. He released his collar. "Who the hell are you to order me around like that?" Yu Hoen made his decision. He spoke coldly. "Get lost, I'm not going back." June, upon hearing this, stared blankly with wide eyes. Yu Hoen turned around and walked away. He saw this, and hurriedly spoke. "But if not now, it'll be never. Why are you doing this?" He glanced at Run and angrily snapped, "Shut up, I'll find a way myself." Yu Hoen also warned, "I'll only remember everything about your aura, so don't even think about escaping." Their ship was still speeding on the water, but the scene was completely different now, no longer as pleasant as before. The remaining journey was only silence. Rosahea looked at them questioningly. Each of them had their own thoughts, and no one could speak. While Run was lost in his own thoughts, and I couldn't find an answer either. Yu Hoen's face darkened. He thought to himself, "I never thought I'd be forced to abandon my team like this. There's no way to know if this is the right choice." The ship finally docked. Everyone continued to move, only he kept questioning himself. But the chance of failure is higher. Should I close my eyes and abandon my teammates? More than anyone, Yu Hoen understood very well. However, the gate at that moment had already closed. He couldn't choose again. He looked back at Rune behind him. His heart was extremely chaotic. But what if there's no other way to open the gate? If, according to him, it's the only chance. Now they were standing in front of the tomb's door, he was still hesitant. What if, after making the choice, I still can't save everyone? Now, they finally slowly entered inside. If everything is too late, Yun Huyen was careful. He didn't forget to tell everyone. If we go deeper, it'll be the Great Prison. You guys better be careful. Jae-ha also listened to Yu Hoen's words in fear. Inside are all tough guys. He tried to keep calm and nodded. Okay, everyone continued to move inside. In front of them were deep, bottomless steps. Yu Hoen made up his mind to let go of his thoughts. Anyway, now there's no other choice but to keep going, because the answer to all doubts and worries lies there. Jae-ha was walking behind. Yu Hoen slowly walked down the stairs. One of them spoke. But how far do we have to go? Quote, he answered ahead. I remember the road is still long. J.A., holding a torch, looked at him questioningly. Do you mean you've been here before? You really talk like you're from another world. The boss didn't say much and just answered casually. Before he finished speaking, Yu Hoen paused. Well, just happened to be. He quickly left everyone behind, rushing down the stairs. This is it! The others, left behind, cried out in a panic. Hey! What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Slow down! Yu Hoen hurried as fast as he could. He gritted his teeth, full of anticipation. Even though it was faint, he could confirm it was the aura of the remaining members. The prison scene unfolded, the atmosphere shrouded in gloom. Darkness, but still hope that his team members might be safe somewhere around here. At least, it was worth not stepping through that gate. He ran for a while before stopping, panting, looking at the remains of something on the ground and said, Is this the remains of the guard's armor? Day also caught up, confused. Guard? He bent down, picked up a fragment, examined it closely, and speculated. Looks like it's because of them. I guess they went this way. June approached, standing behind him. He silently watched him analyze. If they didn't finish dealing with this, it means they're in a hurry, maybe being chased by that thing. Suddenly, a large explosion in the distance caught their attention. He raised his head, looking in that direction. Hain used his sword to force the wolf beast down, strangling it. It cried out in pain. They were all being attacked by a horde of monsters. They fiercely fought back. Suddenly, from the distance, Yu Hoen's voice rang out. Found you guys! Hain paused, turning to look at the voice. Boss? He rushed towards him, anxiously asking, Is everyone safe? Hin replied but immediately felt strange. But wait, Sua spoke up, slightly sweaty, confused. Boss? Why are you coming from behind us? Weren't you ahead of us? She then remembered the previous reminder. I was told to support you immediately. He looked at her, exposing the truth. That was a trap. Sua exclaimed in surprise. What? Julian and Chloe stopped fighting, turning their heads to listen. The military president, that cunning old man, is lying. The excavation work has been postponed. We need to get out of here immediately. As the sentence finished, an axe, spinning rapidly, flew in from nowhere. It pinned sharply close to him. Yu Hoen ducked down in shock. A challenging voice rang out. Who allowed it? The monsters there quickly surrounded his team. They threatened loudly. You think you could break into Great Prison and get out alive? Not even corpses can leave this place. The monsters looked at everyone as delicious prey. They disgustingly laughed and joked. Yu Hoen spoke uncomfortably. These bastards! There's no other way! Let's run! Receiving the order, Hein swung his sword, launching himself to attack. Understood. To clear a path, everyone had to continue fighting. The bloodthirsty monsters attacked everyone. They all looked tired, but determined to fight quickly. However, our performance at that time was not good. Everyone was trying to resist the intense attacks. As each monster was defeated, another came, making the fight difficult. The beasts had more than enough strength to surge forward. His teammates weakly retaliated. Maintaining power was also a problem for the relic syndrome. Me too. Yu Hoen glanced around. He was still struggling to resist them. In the other world, they were all kings, and his mind was a candidate for the emperor. Losing in a place like this is spicier than chili. He stood in front of a giant monster, forcefully swinging the staff towards it, shouting, Qua! When he called out, a system panel appeared, responding, I'm listening. Yu Hoen then asked it, Can't you use your power here? He gripped the staff tightly, moving away from the monster, focusing on it, giving an opinion. If we can't communicate directly, it seems impossible. Try something. It advanced to attack him, but fortunately he jumped up in time, dodging it, causing it to miss, and hit the wall. Yu Hoen fought while talking to the system. They also have tricks here. We have to do something too. The system then replied, Let me see. He excitedly looked down, his face still smiling as he exclaimed. The system popped up again. It announced, Power limited, only 1% can be used. He replied seriously. Even 1% is precious right now. Receiving support, crows flew out of nowhere. It rushed forward and attacked powerfully. "Alright, let's go! Crow!" It used all its strength, using its power to suck in all the monster beasts, sucking them all in. They were suddenly unable to struggle, exclaiming, "What is this?" The system continuously announced the power results, power testing, and swallowing of the enemy. Yu Hoan breathed a sigh of relief and happily shouted, "Great! At this rate, it will be more comfortable." They gradually weakened and kept screaming, "I won't submit!" After a while, the system panel rang again. "Power shortage. Experiment aborted." Just as he was getting excited, the monster beasts that were being sucked in were suddenly released. They were thrown towards him, crashing hard into the wall. Yu Hongbin jumped down to the ground in time to dodge, not stopping. They continued to break through the wall, their sharp teeth aimed at him. He ran away in fear. But suddenly, Yu Hoan turned around, raising his hand to create power. That beast raised its sharp claws, blocking his power. It laughed gleefully, mocking him. "You're about to die after bragging. Human!" Yu Hoan gritted his teeth, trying to resist. "I'm being pushed back. I don't have any power." But it was no use. The monster beast brought its big hand close to his face, roaring loudly. "Die!" Sua was being suppressed by the foot of a monster beast. She turned around in fear and shouted, "No, boss." No one had paid attention to Ron until now. He stood still, his hair starting to change color. He appeared with a different appearance, a powerful source of power surrounding him, saying, "Please allow me to help you." The system received the change and rang continuously. The power limit is gradually increasing. Available power usage is 60%. Available power increased to 70%. Yu Hoan now had a lot more power added to him. He used it, causing it to explode, destroying the beast and making it scream. The system continued to appear. Power can be used at full capacity. His power source was now overloaded. It erupted, causing everything to shake violently. Yu Hoan's eyes were red. He looked at his hands in surprise, muttering, "This is..." The beast saw that terrifying power source and felt fear, stammering, "What is this monstrous power?" He then continued to use that power source, sucking the monster into it for a moment, causing them to complain. "We'll remember this. How is this possible? This power must be Sua's." Looking up at him, she called out loudly. The terrifying power didn't stop. It swallowed those guys and created a dark vortex. When it was over, it all dissipated. Everyone was still safe. She stared at him in surprise. Hin suddenly looked around anxiously and exclaimed, "The guards are all gone." Everyone was still shocked by what happened earlier. Yu Hoan spoke, not allowing anyone to ask any more questions. "Okay, let's go. Don't just stand there. We need to get out before we get surrounded again." He glanced back at June. At this time, his appearance had returned to normal and his eyes were still bright, glancing at him. "You have something to explain." Very quickly, everyone followed Yu Hoan's instructions and walked up the stairs to go outside. Everyone stepped outside. Aya, lagging behind, panted wearily and slumped to the ground, groaning, "Finally out! Weren't there way too many stairs?" Ron walked ahead, silently brooding. He approached his back and spoke up. "Stop beating around the bush and explain quickly. What did you do back there?" He cast a suspicious glance, stating firmly, "The fact that the power could be fully utilized must be because you did something. With that power, couldn't we go to another world? You can't open the portal anymore?" Suddenly he turned around, kneeling cautiously before him in apology. "Please forgive me, my king. I tested you." June then clearly explained his previous actions. His intention in opening that gate was not what it seemed. That gate didn't lead to another world, but to a place that had been destroyed. If you had stepped through, both you and I would have disappeared without a trace. Not daring to look up, he lowered his head in frustration. "I felt uneasy that the Tianyu were paying attention here because of your presence. I was supposed to be safely hiding, but they dared to harm me again." Ilya came to his side, astonished by Junzhen's words. "I sought you out to defeat them, but all you do is run." Yu Hoan said nothing, looking down at him as he presented his case. "With my power alone, it's impossible. You need a significant amount of power if you want to fight against the Tianyu. Imagine it as a bird trying to fly with one wing. We need to join forces." Yu faced him. He humbly lowered his head before Yu Hoan, but his words were full of hidden meaning. "I was ready, but I wasn't sure if you were fit to be emperor, so I tested you." His eyes glazed over as he spoke his initial thoughts. "I was trying to find qualities that would make you worthy of being recognized as king." After hearing him, Yu Hoan chuckled and said, "So you found something so you could confess everything?" He recalled the image of being in that forest. The gate had been opened, but he didn't care. Run said that to save his comrades, you were willing to risk being trapped here forever. Then he mentioned the other world. The dilapidated image of a city. "You knew what was happening in the world on the other side, so I understand this is a great sacrifice." His eyes brightened as he looked up at him and said, "If you are someone willing to sacrifice everything for your people, then I believe you have enough qualities to become emperor." Suddenly, his face darkened again, and he mumbled, "However, I am only half of the cradle." Yu Hui cried out, "Huh?" June explained his origins. His body was divided into two different extremes. The cradle was divided into life and destruction. I have the role of destruction. He then asked for his help. You need to find the other half to complete the cradle. This kid was listening without understanding what was going on. What is he saying? He asked. So where is it? Hearing this question, Jun's hands clenched involuntarily. He said, he was destroyed by the Tianyu. The sky was a pale purple, the clouds swirling in a circle. He recounted. They conspired to destroy all sacred treasures, to depose the emperor, and destroy the system of sacred relics. Suddenly, Julian interrupted the story, causing him to look over. He glanced away with confusion. Wait, so what's going on? The kid angrily rushed from behind, his mouth spewing fire, urging him. That's right, I've been so confused this whole time. Explain it quickly. He ignored him, angrily turning to Julian said his reasoning. Wait, listen, it seems like Yu Hoen is from another world. Does that make sense? He looked blankly. Huh? Jiha said loudly. Seriously, I don't understand anything. Too many absurd things. Hearing his words, Ia looked at him in alarm and curiosity. Another world? Did you immigrate or something? Sua stammered in disbelief. Since when? No wonder I've seen you acting strangely these days. The group gathered and stared at him, waiting for an explanation. Yu Hoen worriedly waved his hands, trying to mediate. Calm down. Yes, I came here due to circumstances, but it hasn't been long. And now I will return. He looked away and asked Run. So I will return to normal, right? His hair was about to change color at this moment. His eyes absent-mindedly replied, Exactly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and created power, saying, Then let me open the portal for you. Yu Hoen was stunned and hesitated to dissuade. Huh? Hey wait, why so fast? He crossed his arms, a smirk on his face. Later, I still have something to do. He didn't answer everyone's questions, loudly instructing, All right, to the nearest city. The kid still didn't give up. He complained uncomfortably. Huh? Wait, you haven't answered our questions yet. He turned away first and replied, walking along the road. Okay. Very quickly, everyone left that dense forest and headed to a small city. While explaining, I don't say too much. He chose a small inn to stop at, and also told a little about himself. They still live here, so speaking out will only bring more trouble. Everyone was standing around him. Yu sat on the bed, arms crossed, and said, I have a very important mission for everyone. His expression turned serious, and with a determined look in his eyes, he blurted out, From this moment on, everyone should. He didn't hesitate to make his decision. Quit? Sua, upon hearing this, exclaimed in shock. Huh? Aya stepped in front of him and asked loudly, Boss, what kind of mission is this? Quit? What do you mean? Everyone there trembled in agreement. That's right, you're joking, right? Yu smiled, crossed his arms, looked at them, and said, Is it too difficult? I'm telling you guys to quit that trash company and enjoy yourselves. Ia's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing everyone silent, he didn't hesitate to throw a card out, confidently saying to them, Just charge the travel expenses to this. Sua trembled, carefully reaching out to catch it. No, wait a moment, boss. Jiang Chen questioned him. If we quit, what will we eat? What about the treatment for the relic syndrome? Yu got out of bed and reassured them. I'll take care of it right now. He casually put his hands in his pockets, took a step, and called out, Let's go, run, follow me. He happily trotted after him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct the people in the room who didn't understand what was happening. Don't overthink it, and just enjoy it. Julian frowned and cursed under his breath. That jealous bastard. In another building in the city, a solemn voice echoed, What's the reason for your lateness? Taejun sat rigidly in his chair, looking at the two disheveled men. Jiang Chen asked, Because Yu stole the plane? Jiang Chen stepped forward and held out his hand, answering, I'm very ashamed. Shanghai. He hesitated worriedly and reported, But that plane crashed in the Amazon rainforest. I heard they're all dead. Taejun grinned smugly. He excitedly exclaimed, Really? Very good. That guy should be dead. That death is fitting for him. Shanghai said again, trembling, Yes, Lord. A moment later, someone suddenly kicked the door open. The loud noise startled the two men, and they turned back. Yu was the one who kicked it. His foot hadn't yet lowered, still raised, hand went to scoop his ear, softly chuckled. Was someone mentioning me? My ear was itching. They shouted in shock. Yu? Taejun's face changed color before he could even rejoice, his mouth agape, unable to close it. Yu greeted him cheerfully. I've returned miraculously, but it doesn't seem like you guys are happy? He angrily gritted his teeth and growled at him. So Yu. Not letting him continue speaking, Yu's eyes immediately changed. A massive source of power emanated out, Yu exclaimed happily. It's great that everyone's here. Saves me so much effort. Jiang Chen and Samuel retreated in fear. Samuel, unable to withstand it, wondered, What is this? No longer with the teasing look from before, Yu's face darkened, coupled with his red eyes, making Yu even more imposing. This is the price you pay for betraying me and my comrades. I'm gonna make you guys suffer enough. All the documents in the office flew everywhere. Taejun shielded himself and cursed. This bastard, where did this power come from? Before he could do anything, Yu created an explosion that blew the place up. Very quickly, the explosion he caused was reported on the news. Breaking news. The building of the Azure Dragon branch in the United States has been partially destroyed due to an attack, and there are many injuries. Everyone at the hotel couldn't believe their eyes. They stared intently at the screen, shocked. Like the company's chairman, CEO Keizun is missing. The search for him has begun. At this moment, Yu, hands in his pockets, casually opened the door and walked in with a calm tone, softly chuckled. I'm back. He pretended to be surprised, looking at everyone. In a puzzled tone, he blurted out, Look at you guys. I told you to go have fun. What are you all doing here? Aya stepped in front of him, stammering. Wait, boss. What have you done? He shouted at Yu's face, asking, Did you attack the military chairman? Yu was as calm as if nothing had happened, which infuriated him. You crazy bastard, are you okay? Julian stood there, stunned in shock, his expression extremely bright. Yu looked up at everyone and spoke his purpose. It's also for everyone's benefit, just to get rid of that guy. Ia trembled, unable to speak. Huh? You mean you begged him? Without answering much, he immediately threw out a bag of money and said, Who knows if he's in the belly of a crow or not, anyway, just take it. Jae hurriedly grabbed the red pouch he threw. He looked down and exclaimed, What is this? He immediately replied, Open it, it's good stuff. Following his words, he opened the pouch to see. Inside it was full of bright red flowers. Eternal Voyage farm herbs? And a cauldron too. Yu Hao crossed his arms, cheerfully confessing, I took everything Chairman Jun was hiding. With this, we can cure the relic syndrome. From behind him, Jun walked in holding something in his hand. I also brought his funds here so we don't have to worry about money if something happens. Yu Hao looked at everyone in the room and announced, This is making everyone stunned. From now on, the 13th archaeological team will disband. Sua, who was bringing in a plate of food at this moment, heard him speak and unconsciously dropped it. She clenched her trembling hands and asked, Wait, are you really leaving? He tilted his head to look at her, crossed his arms, and calmly replied, I have to return to my world. She looked at him anxiously, her face clearly not wanting him to leave. Yu Hao then comforted her. Anyway, even if I leave, my original self will reappear here, so please take care of me. He still had no strange reaction, glanced over and said, There are many remaining problems in this world, so I'll let you form a group. Although the archaeological team is disbanded, he did not hesitate, peeked his head back to look at Run and ordered, All right, Run. Open the door. He looked excited. Got it? He transformed, creating a giant circle of power right under his feet. Yu Hao stood up straight and joked, I see you can do it on the ground too. The source of power gradually grew, engulfing him. He was startled and looked up. Sua stepped forward and reached out to stop him. Boss, his whole body revealed a source of power. Yu Hao smirked and said, All right, this is really the end now. His whole body became weak, and he was sucked and fell down. Everyone in the room shouted, Boss! The source of power took him out of there, and he just fell straight down. Yu Hao's face could not hide his excitement. He shouted, Great! I see it over there! A dazzling light appeared, and he faced straight ahead and rushed quickly. His whole body was covered in dust and dirt, lying still on the ground. Suddenly, Yu Hao opened his eyes wide. He groaned in pain. He slowly sat up, looked at the rubble around, and wondered, Huh? Where is this? It can't be a desert if there's a building like this, right? Yu Hao stood up straight, brushed the dust off his body, and guessed, I think this is New York, but I don't understand why the city has become a sandpit like this. From below, the rope came closer to him, happily saying, Wow, master, are you awake? He looked up at it and softly called, Oh, rope. It began to show its excessiveness, tightly wrapping around him lovingly, in a coquettish voice. I was so worried about you. He stiffened in place and hesitated. All right, I'm fine, so let go first. Yu Hao looked in the direction of the rope and asked, Did you protect me? It confidently replied without hesitation, That's right. As if sensing something, it suddenly stopped and exclaimed. The rope looked into the distance and pointed to him. Your subordinates are here. From afar, 3 figures rushed over and called out, Yu Hao? Iren rushed over and hugged him tightly. Sua also stepped forward and tremblingly uttered, Boss, you're here. Her eyes were teary as she looked at him full of resentment, and sighed. You're still safe. I'm so glad you're awake. He immediately hurried to soothe her. Okay, calm down. Yu Hao turned to ask Deha, What's the situation? He hesitated and replied, That. Going back to the past, lightning continuously struck and destroyed the buildings. Everyone worriedly evacuated and helped the people. This is the situation when I was in the other world. The aura is still spreading on the upper floors of Pandora, and my team members are going to help the people. The sky was dark, and terrifying demonic beasts appeared, roaring. Tianyu continued to cover the sky, and their monsters caused trouble on the ground. Unexpected storms suddenly appeared like a natural disaster, destroying everything. New York was swept by a sandstorm. Everywhere in the world became a pile of ruins. Flames broke out everywhere, and almost the entire world was affected by natural disasters. A dilapidated building after the disaster suddenly had an explosion. 2 days had passed, and there was a terrible explosion from Pandora. The building couldn't withstand the explosion, and it slowly collapsed. As the Pandora building crumbled, something began to happen. From the sky, a rock containing something flew through the air. A magnificent structure hovered in the center. A gate made of the castle's iron stood tall. The space was terrifyingly dark. A massive castle. Jaha looked towards him, raising a hand and saying, "But we stopped paying attention and chased after what was fired from Pandora, and then we found you." The rope also chimed in, proudly exclaiming, "I'm wrapped tightly around Master, so it's super comfy." Yu Hoen hesitated slightly. "So where did this black smoke come from?" he asked. "We couldn't stop Tian Yu." The fruit quickly transformed, revealing herself as a girl. Yu Hoen exclaimed, "Qua!" She remembered the image of the king trying to resist, her voice tinged with sadness. The previous emperor tried his best, but he couldn't withstand Tian Yu's power, leading to them seizing the throne. He looked directly at her and asked, "So that's why the living corpse went silent?" Quan calmly replied, "Exactly." Remembering that, her mood sank even further. She lowered her head, admitting, "I failed to save my king again this time." Yu Hoen spoke to comfort her, confidently saying, "Don't worry, because I'll destroy them now." Kwa heard his words and looked up at him. He turned his gaze towards everyone, who were all filled with determination. "To do that, I need everyone." His whole body surged with energy. Yu Hoen's eyes lit up, and he excitedly raised his voice to prepare for the final battle. Meanwhile, Yu Hoen gathered everyone who was scattered. He needed them to assess the situation of the building on Pandora. Ilya approached Yu Hoen, informing him of the situation. "Boss Kai is near the enemy's base. Let's go there together." Suddenly, in the dark sky, Katie appeared. Flying swiftly past the black clouds, it dashed straight towards the tower on the floating island ahead. Near that tower, several white ghostly figures floated around. Katki quickly slammed on the brakes, exclaiming in surprise, "What's that?" From behind a hidden corner, a girl's scream rang out, "Let me go!" The monster bugs guarding the gate grabbed her legs and arms, locking her in place. The human was silent. Seeing something was wrong, Kay flew closer, crouching down to eavesdrop. "If you resist any more, I'll break your arms." Unexpectedly, the person the monsters were capturing was Duan. "As long as you're alive, my superiors don't care, so behave." Kathy was shocked. "Joy, why is she there?" Ilya used his magic to see the situation through its eyes. "Thankfully, it seems she's alright. I don't know if they were ordered to capture her alive or what." Kwa was sweating, intently watching Yu Hoen's pale face. "I have a bad feeling. They're definitely plotting something." He gritted his teeth, angrily trembling as he looked up. Duyan was ruthlessly thrown to the ground by them. The group whispered to each other, "That's Tian Yu. I've captured that human's family." She stared blankly. Tian Yu suddenly appeared above, gradually descending and saying, "Stupid human, you seem confused. We called you here to give you a special opportunity." It opened its hand, each finger sharp and long. "Do you want to become the king of all things? The king who rules all of humanity and achievements?" Tian Yu got closer and closer, pressing its face close to Duan's head. "As long as you listen to us, we will put the whole world under your rule." She reacted, quickly turning and crawling away. "Huh? Who wants that?" Duan ran forward as fast as she could. She didn't forget to turn her head and shout back at those words, "I just want a normal life, the relics are so tiring." The unhuman, unbearish thing roared, blocking Duan. "You think you can escape?" She was held tightly again. Duan screamed, struggling to break free. "Let me go!" Tian Yu flew around her, using a commanding tone. "You don't get a choice. You are life? Share your soul with Yu Hoen. From now on, you'll replace him as emperor." The scene shifts, and several gatekeeper monsters are whispering to each other. "There's half a human in here, right? According to Tian Yu, we're going to become legends." The eagle falters, its eyes widening in shock. It hears a loud noise from the door behind it. The door is slowly creaking open. What's this? An intruder? The next second, it's smashed open, allowing rays of light to easily flood in. Yu Hoen transforms, merging with the holy relic. With one powerful hand, he shatters the door. The guarding eagle is horrified, recoiling in disbelief and fear. How is that possible? That door can't be opened with normal strength. He goes straight to the point, coldly stating without further ado, "Come here, I'll wipe you all out at once." A voice immediately interrupts, "Wait." Julian waves his hand from behind, signaling, "Leave them to us. You should go save Joy." Ilya enters close behind, enthusiastically agreeing, "That's right, boss. Leave this to us." Yu Hoen glances at everyone, deeply grateful. "Okay, I'm counting on you guys." He quickly zooms away. The gatekeepers shout orders, "Don't let him through!" The monster's superior appears, roaring angrily, but the eagle is suddenly electrocuted, unable to do anything. "If we let her escape, Tianyu will Julian leads the team. Controlling the electric current in his hand, he declares loudly, "No time to worry about anything else, we'll take care of you guys." Yu Hoan is going full speed deeper into the tower. He reverts to his human form. He manages to break in time and stop. Yu Hoan stands silently for a moment, with a mix of surprise in his expression. Yu Hoan looks up in confusion. All around him is darkness and a terrifying silence. What's going on? Suddenly, a dark figure lunges at him. He easily dodges it. While dodging, Yu Hoan tries to guess. Tianyu? Tianyu's voice rings out, creating an isolated space enveloped in darkness. You realize too late! Ahead, Tianyu appears, delivering a sneak attack right beside him. Nothing but death. Yu Hoan is somewhat amused, carefully watching this trick, which turns into smoke, not paying attention to the blow that hits him in the chest. Tianyu is furious, eager to teach him a lesson. Fool, did you think we would face you without any countermeasures? Yu Hoan doesn't listen, floating in the air while thinking to himself, crap, I got hit. It turns into a large cloud of smoke, this time attacking from above. I'll say it again, you will die here. He stops playing around and seriously dodges the attack easily. A sharp white sword is unleashed, powerfully slashing horizontally. With one slash, Yu Hoan easily tears through the black space. Seizing the opportunity, he locks onto his target and speaks. Crow suddenly appears, spreading its wings and reaching for Tianyu. Yu Hoan's brother Huang mocks from afar. They haven't even done anything yet, and they're already crowing. On one side is him and Crow combined. On the other side, Tianyu was dispersing several layers of smoke into human form. Alright, let's settle this once and for all. Without wavering, she declared resolutely. Alright, let's end this here. Upon hearing that, it immediately retorted sarcastically. How amusing! You don't even have a chance of surviving, and can't use the holy relic in this space. It warned, but there is only one treasure that is an exception. I won't let you harm my master. Hearing this, Tianyu mocked. Master, do you mean acknowledging someone who doesn't even have a throne as king? Run spoke, his voice icy and full of disdain, truly ridiculous. Since when did you become interested in who inherits the throne? Yu Huang only said, Qi Ryu. His whole body glowed in brilliant gold, while run quickly and clearly assigned tasks. Crow and I will handle the defense, and the attack is up to you. With a bright look and an unconcealed smile, he eagerly suggested, Give me your orders. Yu Huang stood silently beside him, his eyes following Run. After hearing him speak, he agreed. Okay, destroy everything. As soon as he received the order from Yu Huang, his whole body burst into brilliant golden light, spreading dazzlingly everywhere as he wished. Witnessing that scene, the Tianyu were terrified, stuttering to stop him. Wait, that's the cradle, it's the cradle! Before the intense light emitted from Run, the Tianyu fell into chaos, arguing loudly and incessantly. It's too bright! You idiot, don't waver, stay still! As the sphere began to crack open, the golden light leaking out caused those watching to panic, asking urgently, What's happening? Jun wondered. This place is collapsing. Is there something wrong with Tianyu? Despite being held tightly by Jin, Yu Gun cheered with all his might. Xiao Yu Huang, hang in there! He impatiently ordered. Trut tut di. The sphere exploded in front of the crowd outside. Immediately, a brilliant golden light erupted from the debris. Seeing that scene, Tianyu speculated inwardly. This guy, he really got the cradle. Yu Huang praised. Thanks to you now, let's finish this, shall we? The Tianyu were still hesitant, unwilling to accept defeat. Voices of opposition interjected. No, not yet. Suddenly, something rushed over with terrifying speed, scattering the surrounding rocks and soil. A huge, enormous foot slowly landed on the ground. Tianyu spoke with a challenging attitude. You've come, it ordered. Fenria swallowed him. He looked at Fenria in front of him, and said softly, This thing. Immediately, memories of its background flashed clearly in Yu Huang's mind. It's the wolf that ate Odin during the Jack Narak era. Tianyu spoke to him while signaling Fenria to start attacking. I prepared it just for you. Xiao Yu Huang stepped forward. Fenri, we have to stop him from turning into smoke. Seeing this, it opened its wide mouth, revealing its knife-sharp jaws, then quickly lunged towards Jie Huang. Without any fear, he calmly raised his hand, his tone full of sarcasm. As if I'm afraid of a big dog like you. John and he raised their hands at the same time. An invisible shield immediately appeared in front of Fenria. However, it did something that made both of them strain to resist, revealing a clear look of difficulty. Yu Huang noticed something unusual here. Something's wrong. I can't use my full strength. Jun immediately spoke clearly. That's because you swallowed Odin. Spit him out. He hesitated for a moment. Wait. With beastly strength, Fenri grabbed the invisible wall with its strong teeth, crushing it like a thin piece of paper. It seemed Yu Huang was still quite regretful about his advice. Give up? Because he's a saint level. Run analyzed. But now he will put you at a disadvantage when facing Fenria. He offered a solution. But what if it awakens and causes a ruckus? The other agreed. That's a possibility. Yu Hoan continued. Then I don't think this is a wise choice. Jun immediately warned. But there's no other option. Be careful, it's coming. Fenria's giant claws crashed down like lightning, but he reacted in time, narrowly avoiding its attack. As its giant feet slammed down, the ground shook, and rocks shattered into pieces. Yuhoen thought irritably, damn, things are getting complicated because of this incompatibility. He quietly looked at it, wondering to himself, how do I stop him now? Fenria roared, continuing its charge like a wild beast out of control. Yuhoen dodged the attacks while shouting orders. If you released Fenria after hearing about the legend, so did I. Use the rope to bind him. Immediately, the brightly colored rope shot through the air like lightning. Run quickly, responded decisively. Leave it to me. The rope coiled like a living creature, quickly binding Fenria's muzzle, leaving it bewildered, trying to understand what was happening. Tianyu stood silently to the side, closely monitoring the situation, and seemed extremely anxious at this point, speaking up. Wait! But Run cut him off. Silence! Order! He looked at the current situation, just as he expected. He watched it thrash wildly, trying to escape the rope, his mind filled with thoughts. Fenri is a relic bound by rope. It seems like using rope is effective. He then cried out, so dizzy, so dizzy. Calm down, I'll take care of this part. After that, Yuhoen rushed forward, slashing decisively with his sword. Despite being frustrated, Tianyu's group had to flee. Damn, next time we'll get it, let's retreat. Run called out. Tianyu, where are you going? He slowly walked forward, calling out softly. Hey! Yuhoen's face was icy, and he spoke with powerful force. Release my sister, you filthy bastards. The monsters could only yell. It grabbed her neck, threatening him. Don't come closer, or I'll snap her neck. Yuhoen's hand holding the sword clenched tightly, he angrily cursed. You bastards! It continued to warn. I'm not kidding, don't come any closer. Judo appeared in time, quickly dealing with the monsters. Seeing it fall, Yuen's face showed clear confusion. She whispered, Captain! The Sui. Thank goodness we made it in time. She stood up, stammering. Everyone! Yuhoen called out. You brat! He questioned sternly. I told you to learn how to use relics? Sua suddenly shouted. What? Tianyu escaped? Yuhoen replied to her casually. Yeah. They ran away after seeing Fenri being overpowered. Julian glared with sharp eyes, anxiously exclaiming. This is so annoying, they'll just hide somewhere again and plot. Yuhoen immediately agreed. That's right, we should deal with them as soon as possible. With that, he turned his head to the side, and called out loudly. By the way, run! Then he casually ordered Run. Open the gate of destruction. I want to get rid of all of them in one go. He was a little worried, so he asked again. Alright. But will you be okay? Run tilted his head slightly, his voice a little hesitant. To eliminate them all at once, according to my calculations, we need to open 9 gates. He hesitated, and then continued. It will take a lot of power. But Jun's worries were brushed aside by Yuhoen, who indifferently replied. I don't care, as long as I don't die. Crow angrily scolded. Who taught you to think like that? Jun didn't give up, and advised him one more time. Opening just 1 gate takes a lot of energy. Your life could be in danger if you overdo it. His voice remained steady, advising. Crow is right. Besides, you need to stop using the sacred treasure and focus your power. Seeing Jun also support Crow's idea, Yuhoen agreed. Oh, is that so, Crow? Come in for a bit. Julian and Y, watching, were both bewildered, wondering, why are they acting like that? Yuhoen raised his hand to his face, head slightly bowed, then took a breath and exclaimed, Seo? Yuhoen? Crow, at his side, was so angry that her hand clenched until it trembled. Her voice hoarse, she warned, Don't be reckless. Without me and Chi Yao, there's no one to protect you. If danger comes that I can't foresee, then... Suddenly, Yuhoen removed his mask, revealing his mouth, and used a deep voice to scold her. Crow! Crow! Yuhoen's appearance. He relied on the things that Tianyu did to mobilize morale. Tianyu is causing harm, wreaking havoc all over the world. If we don't destroy them at the root, then as Julian said, who knows what they're still plotting. The gate of destruction is the only option. Having said that, he turned his head and said softly to Crow, Don't worry. Just trust me. The corner of Yuhoen's lips slightly curved up. A gentle smile, but it brought others faith. Crow was silent for a moment, her eyes gradually softening. Then she nodded slightly in response. All right. Having convinced Crow, he turned to Jun and said, Okay, let Crow and Chizilu in. Open the gate now. After giving the order, he put his mask back on and let Chiz appear, following his master's command. Run's hair changed color as he used magic to open the gate. After those words, golden lights shone through the sky. A dozen large golden pillars of light, gradually growing larger, surrounded his body. And then from those dozen, they split into smaller branches, spreading out of the palace, dividing into many gates. The lights danced in the air, gradually returning to large circles in the sky. The circles from those large lights gradually took shape and became large gates. Those gates gradually rose near the vortex, then gradually took shape and opened. When the gate was gradually opened, the eerie voices of the vortex rang out again, but now with a hint of trembling. "Don't tell me that gate is completely opened," that voice urgently cried. "Run! It's the gate of destruction!" The suction force of the gate began to activate. It sucked all the rampaging white ghosts inside. The white ghosts, being sucked in, screamed madly. "We're being sucked in! It's because of that human!" Everyone was delighted, and said, "Huh? The ghosts disappeared! We're saved!" Xuan looked up at the ghosts being sucked in and sighed, lamenting. "It's not over yet?" The ghosts being sucked in from above looked down at the sacred treasures still standing still, wondering, "Why are the sacred treasures following us standing still? Don't you want a place in the new world?" They hesitated and replied, "Yes, but..." The ghosts being sucked in kept urging, "One! Just one strike! He's definitely not." Before being completely sucked into the gate of destruction, it left a message to all the sacred treasures in the world. "If you can kill Seo Yu Hoen, I'll let you run wild in the new world." Jun triumphantly said, "A very smooth start, Emperor. All the gates have been opened normally." In contrast, Yu Hoen, beaded with sweat, said, "It feels like I've lost all my power." Seeing this, Jun immediately came to his side and explained, "It's only natural for you to open so many gates at once." He continued to explain to Yu Hoen, but in return, they were sucking in the Tianyu faster than expected. "Emperor, you just need to endure for a moment, and it'll be over." Everyone didn't notice a bat flying towards his back. It madly rushed towards Yu Hoen's back. "Ah! This is the moment." Julian fortunately appeared in time and shot electricity towards the bat, then reminded, "Be careful. Seo Yu Hoen?" He smirked and said in a somewhat contemptuous tone, "I also guessed that I would be attacked. But that doesn't change anything." Jun immediately pulled him back and shouted, "Don't distract him!" And he began to explain the harmful effects of losing focus, causing Yu Hoen to return to a state of anxiety. "If you get distracted, the gate will lose control. If that happens, the gate will suck everything in, innocent people and sacred treasures. And in the worst case scenario, the gate opener will also be sucked in." That Yu Hoen's voice rang out with a hint of reproach and surprise. "Huh? Why didn't you say so sooner?" Run sighed, trying to affirm, "That's the truth." Yu Hoen glanced at the demons behind the gate, snarling at those lying bastards. The leader shouted loudly, "All right, let's go! This is our chance to become treasure." On this side, Julian also charged forward with his teammates, saying, "No way! Stop them!" Seeing them escape, Yu Hoen clicked his tongue. "This situation is bad." Then he turned and urged, "Run! More energy! This isn't the time to argue with me." Before Run could process what was happening, he reflexively asked, "What?" Julian stepped forward to block the monster in front and yelled, "Hurry! We don't have much time." This time, he replied, "Okay." The Gate of Annihilation increased its suction force, causing the monsters to scream, "Huh? The force pulling us is stronger. I can't hold on anymore." Yu Hoen struggled to increase the gate's suction, sweat rolling down his face. "Just bear with it a little longer, gentlemen. There aren't many left." The last monster, still struggling, screamed as it tried to escape the gate's pull. "No, you bastard!" At this time, the gate had sucked all the monsters inside. The space returned to silence. Jun quickly shouted, "It's all over. We got them all. Now is the time." Hearing this, Yu Hoen used all his strength to yell, "In the name of the Emperor!" The gate slowly closed after he chanted the spell to seal it. The voices of the monsters inside the gate echoed out, causing Yu Hoen to angrily glare in that direction with eyes as sharp as knives. Not so fast. The demons continued to struggle, trying to escape the gate, cursing, "It can't end like this! Even if I go, I'll still kill you!" Seo Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, trying to finish this. "I'm trying to stabilize the gate with the remaining power. If I stop here, all the effort will be in vain." Thinking about them escaping, he became even more determined. Not only that, it could be a disaster. I can't let that happen. I have to take responsibility for the consequences that could occur from opening 9 gates at once. His eyes widened, and he screamed wildly with a sky-shattering voice. Finally, the monsters were sucked back in, leaving only echoes. "Seo Yu Hoen?" Everyone looked at the blue sky, relieved, saying, "It's closed. The sky is clear." "Wait!" Then someone jumped up happily and shouted, "It worked! Those demons are gone." Everyone in the city hugged each other happily, exclaiming, "Really? It's over! We're saved, thank goodness!" Jun stepped in front of Yu Hoen and reported, "Sir, I have closed the gate safely." He bowed his head tiredly, but still replied, "Really?" Run leaned down next to Yu Hoen and said with an admiring tone, "I didn't expect you to be able to do something so difficult. It's truly impressive. I respect you even more." He kept praising Yu Hoen endlessly. "You are indeed suitable to be the emperor." Hearing him say that, his face gleamed with pleasure, saying, "Sounds good, keep going." Yu-ha ran over from afar, calling out to check on him. "Boss, are you alright?" "Yu-ha, it seems like things are done over there too, huh?" He gathered his strength to stand up. When his foot stepped on the ground, golden light radiated out. The golden light radiated from where he and Room were standing. It enveloped the stones and lifted them up. He looked blankly at them gradually coming together, and said with doubt, What is this? The broken things are being repaired? Run then pointed to the places being repaired and explained. The Valhalla Palace, occupied by Tian Yu, is returning to its golden state because it has met its true master. The pieces began to find each other, and it began to take the shape of its original form. After a while, everything was completed, and the intricately carved door was restored to its original state. Yu Hoan looked around, his tone slightly mocking. I thought it would be a dilapidated castle. This is the original? The old king lived in a nice place, didn't he? Suddenly, 2 golden flashes appeared. Yu Hoan was still bewildered, not knowing what had appeared. 2 servants appeared behind that golden light, speaking in unison. The emperor of the dynasty. Yu Huo said with amusement. I have servants? He waved his hand back and forth and saw that his hand passed right through them, so he changed his tone, slightly stammering. Although, it looks like they're ghosts. Jun stepped behind him, respectfully calling out. O king, how about we establish the covenant with the throne now? Jun looked at the 2 solemn servants, and continued to explain to Yu Huo. Once you obtain the throne, all relics will be under your rule. You will become the true emperor. Yu Huo strode in and cleared his throat, saying, Finally here? All right, let's go. One servant pointed with his hand and said, This way. The young man followed right behind, nodding and exclaiming, It seems they want to escort me. Everyone followed one another to the grand gate, with only Zen staring around open-mouthed in astonishment as he walked. The door was pulled open by the 2 people standing on either side. The first person to step in was none other than Yu Huo. He walked into the midst of hundreds of castle soldiers kneeling and bowing. They all showed reverence to him. In front of him was the throne, placed at the highest point. It had an exclusive staircase for its owner to ascend. Run's eyes glowed brightly as he looked up at the throne and said, The throne is only a few steps away, everyone else will wait here. Julian shrugged. All right, I'll stay here. Ithelia also supported him, saying, Although I don't quite understand, just go ahead, Z. Jen waved goodbye to everyone and said, All right, I'll be quick. Irin stood there, keeping her eyes on him. That gaze contained admiration, and also a secret affection. Yu Huo took step after step up the stairs, his feet steadily advancing towards the throne. Suddenly, Yu Huo's eyes narrowed slightly. The depths of his eyes filled with surprise. On the throne, the king was still sitting there, making him exclaim, That guy, he's still here. Yu Huo walked close to him and said, Hey, you should step down now. I have eliminated the divine oracle, as you instructed. Jun, standing behind, stammered a call to Yu Huo and said, My lord, it will be difficult for him to leave that throne. The young man immediately turned back and replied, Huh? Yu Huo turned his head, his eyes sharpening as he stared straight at the king, thinking to himself, I get it. He walked up to look at the king and asked, You've become one with the throne? Hearing that the king of the sacred site himself had become a sacred site like this, he felt like he was almost throwing up. Kwa Dan appeared on Yu Hoen's shoulder and replied, Perhaps he ended up like that, because the Tian Yu wanted to use the throne. They manipulated the 2 kings, 2,000 years ago, and tormented him. She became serious, observing him, and continued to explain. And they must have made his body inseparable from the throne when he passed away, because they needed someone as emperor so that the sacred site would continue to exist until the next emperor appeared. He couldn't even rest in peace, due to their ambition. The things that Kwaga explained made both Jun and Yu Hoan fall into contemplation. He had become a part of it. There's no other way to get him out, unless you chop him off. It's not great, but it will change the throne. Yu Hoan remained silent. He kept the same expression, looking towards the king. Kwa lowered her head and sighed. Well, a king must have a throne after all. Seeing Yu Hoan raise his hand, preparing to cast a spell, she said, That's right. It can't proceed without the throne. Kwa continuously spoke up in support of him. You're making the right choice. Just change its position, because at least you'll have a seat. Yu Hoan then called out, Hey! Then he suggested to him, I don't want to transfer it like this. This unexpected statement caused Jun to blankly ask, What? Yu Hoan frantically released energy towards the throne and the king. Kwa screamed and asked, What are you doing? Jun also called out to him, Stop! Say Yu Hoan! Not only did he not stop, but he began to smile maniacally, ignoring Crow's screams, No! Please stop, your majesty! The soldiers who were respectful just now immediately cried out and rushed over. Intruder! He's not the king! They used teleportation and called for more soldiers. He's an intruder, trying to destroy the throne. They swarmed towards the throne, shouting, Kill him! A burst of light engulfed everything, leaving only Yu Hoan's voice. Stay still! Jun's face showed panic mixed with worry. Her eyes widened, and she screamed, Please stop! If you destroy the throne, you'll be sent to the chaotic world linked to that destruction gate. She spoke continuously to persuade Du Hoan. Even if you are the emperor, you might not survive there. Crow also agreed with Jun. She's right. Stop. This is too dangerous. Du Hoan didn't listen, and kept walking, replying indifferently. But I don't want to. He walked to the king's side, saying maniacally, I told you, I don't accept this. Jun trembled, still screaming. No, you're really going to. Du Hoan was emotionless. He kept moving closer to the light. Sua rushed up calling for the boss, followed by Irin, who was also worried, calling, Hoan! Julian and Ilya followed closely behind, running and asking, What's going on? Isn't everything over? Suddenly, Irin stopped, her eyes widening stiffly. She looked at the bright light on the throne, her voice hoarse as she screamed, Du Hoan! Everything in front was covered in white. He was still staring into the distance without moving. He could only smile faintly and softly say, Oh God. Du Hoan turned to look at everyone and said, Things are out of control. His body seemed about to be swallowed by the light. He still looked back at everyone with regret in his eyes. Irin reached out her hand to grab him, but all that was left was her desperate cry, Du Hoan! She picked up the remote and turned on the TV to watch the news. The clear but sharp voice of the announcer rang out. Hello, today's news is about achievements. We will have an interview. This is Scott Hoodgren. He is an archaeological expert from the Allied Archaeological Tomorrow. Irin gently poured a warm cup of tea, while the female announcer's voice steadily rang in her ears. It's been 6 months since Tianyu attacked, hasn't it? Time flies so fast. It feels like everything was just yesterday. The two were enthusiastically discussing the attack of Tiandi when they suddenly mentioned him. Hearing this, she slowly looked up, her eyes showing undisguised curiosity. The whole world fell into chaos if it wasn't for Seo Du Hoan's archaeological team. That's right, it's been a while since we mentioned that name. By the way, is there any news about his situation? The male announcer replied with regret. Not yet. We are still cooperating with the authorities. But Shoen's archaeological team and the company always give the same answer. They just say we are still serving Swen. The conversation between the two announcers continued steadily on the TV screen. It seems they are denying the rumor that he has disappeared. That's right. But I think there's more to it. It's been 6 months since the incident. The scene of a mysterious object floating in the air made everyone follow it with their eyes. Since then, the world has changed a lot. First, no more relics or tombs have appeared. Something more unusual and terrifying has happened. But there are things that change the situation even more. Suddenly all the relics stopped working. She remembered the scene of her friends being surrounded by reporters. But me and the other members can still use them. I don't know why. But we are the only people in the world, so we decided to use them to restore the world. Thanks to them, the world gradually returned to order. And at the same time, they ensured that everyone related to Pandora was punished, and the dangerous seeds were destroyed. Aaron recalled what they had done together. We started repairing the buildings. Thanks to them, everyone was healthy or taking care of the injured. High-rise buildings also gradually reappeared. Just like that, the world gradually returned to normal, except for the fact that that person had disappeared. She quietly looked out the window, her gaze distant, a soft sigh escaping the corner of her lips. In her quiet sorrow, Irin softly called out his name, Yu Hoan. A man slowly walked down. He asked, Irin, are you going to stay like this forever? His sudden appearance startled Irin, and she couldn't help but call out his name in surprise. Brother George! Ricky kept nagging, I told you to pull yourself together. Looking visibly flustered, she smiled and softly explained, No. It's not that, it's just the weather is so nice. He gently placed his hand on Irin's shoulder, advising, Don't just stay at home, you should go out and meet other people. What would that scoundrel say if he saw you like this? Her eyes dimmed, sadness evident, but Irin remained silent, not responding. She walked closer to Ricky, and as he embraced Irin, she honestly spoke from her heart. I'm sorry, thank you, brother. He gently comforted her. Don't worry, he's not that easy to kill. In Irin's mind, she remained steadfast. Even though Yu Hoan disappeared right before my eyes, I believe he's still alive. I believe in you, Yu Hoan. Irin softly broke the silence with an announcement. Brother, I'm going out for a bit. Ricky, feeling confused, asked her, Huh? Where do you suddenly want to go? Irin didn't hesitate to reveal the purpose of her trip. To Yu Hoan's teammates, he'll ask them to go to that place again. Hope continued to spark in her heart. To the place where he disappeared. I'm sure that if he comes back, he'll be there. I'll ask everyone to go with me, because everyone wants to find him too. But upon arriving, Julian spoke, bringing Irin back to reality. Give up. And stop. Isn't it time? She felt bewildered. Irin softly uttered a hesitant reply. Huh? But he immediately cut her off. As you know, I went there a few times after that as well. Julian remembered when he went back there. Moreover, his belongings were still there from that day. With all the contracts nullified. Unable to control his emotions, he clenched his trembling hand and blurted out words full of helplessness. Even if I ignore what I saw, the truth is. Sua entered the room, offering, I'll go with you. Yu was quite surprised by her appearance and softly called out, Sua? She resolutely spoke, Even if it's useless, I still want to do it. I want to go back and find boss. Ilya teased him. So, there's no other choice. You've endured a lot, haven't you? He angrily ordered. Shut up, I can't even play the villain properly. I'll go with everyone. Hey Rose dear, we're coming with you. Manage this place. Jae unwillingly said. Huh? Me too, let me go with you. Ikreen thought to herself. As expected, everyone is united. Yu Hoen, we believe you're still alive. They finally arrived at the place where he disappeared. The past 6 months had been difficult. Looking at the long staircase towering before them, everyone slowly walked up, resentment inevitably welling up in her heart. And even though we hate you for disappearing without a word, Irene intently looked ahead, her heart filled with thoughts. If you ever come back, we... Her expression became pensive, her gaze searching for an answer in the emptiness. Irene suddenly noticed a familiar figure appearing before her. She softly called out the name. Yu Hoen. She cried out his name, her voice choked with emotion. Yu Hoen. But now, before her eyes, there was only desolate rubble. It seemed she had missed him so much that she was imagining things. Julian softly called out from behind. Irene. Everyone was disappointed but could only accept the cruel reality and return. Julian, afraid she would get hurt, spoke up to apologize. Irene, I was being insensitive just now. From now on, I will. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the sound of cracking stone echoed, causing Daha to exclaim in surprise. An earthquake? The castle's collapsing. Daha's eyes widened in shock as she shouted a warning to everyone. Hey, over there! Look at that pile of sand. Iren's eyes went wide and her mouth dropped open in astonishment. She stared intently, then slowly spoke, making a guess. It's sinking. It looks like it's flattening out. At that moment, a spot sank in, creating a strange depression. Beneath the sand, there seemed to be a mysterious creature, creating depressions wherever it went. Dahang asked, confused. What is it? What? A sand tornado is writing a weird message. Can you guys see this? Is that boss's handwriting? The two shouted in unison. Iren could only stare blankly at the other's question. Look over there. It's definitely his handwriting. Suddenly, the grains of sand pushed themselves upwards, leaving a flat surface. Huh? The writing disappeared. It feels like something's about to happen again. Another line of text appeared on the sand. Fix the throne. Daha frantically scratched at her head, annoyed. Oh my god, that guy! Zhu Adea's eyes lit up with joy. Boss, it really is you. Seriously? Look at the sand grains starting to jump up and down, Daha said, extremely frustrated. Do you still want to torment us after all this? More importantly, what happened? Did you become a ghost? Julian saw this as a good thing, but was just glad that they could communicate. A long line of text appeared on the sand again. Tell them it has to look both ancient and modern, but it's actually simple and classy, Ilya agreed. I guess so, but why is he writing like this? Ilya tried to mull over the information that Du Hoen left. For you to do, it has to look both ancient and modern, but in reality, it's very simple and classy. Sweat streamed down Daha's face and neck as he muttered, it must look humble and also feel. Plus, it has to be comfortable and have both warming and cooling functions. Are you kidding me? Do you have any conscience? He angrily scraped away the sand with his hands. What the hell is both ancient and modern? How can it be both simple and classy? Daha propped his hands on the ground and sighed. I was worried about you for nothing. Julian noticed that the first letters written on the sand were appearing again. They reread exactly what Du Hoen had messaged. The important problem has been solved. There are no more problems here, so don't worry. Julian glanced down and recounted in a flat voice. I will definitely come back for everything. They continued to walk side by side down the street. Because they had made contact, Irene had cheered up again. The members who saw the message all sighed in relief and headed towards Hala. The others were still working hard when I reported the news. Meanwhile, I, the reporter who was on site at the tomb, am slowly emerging. Breaking news! A tomb has suddenly appeared in the heart of New York. The reporter stood beside the tomb, reporting with concern. Although small, it is the first tomb to appear in 6 months. While everyone was still unclear about the situation, a hand emerged from the tomb. Everyone, don't worry. A large shadow rose, obscuring everything, causing the reporter to panic. It was the person climbing out of the tomb, wearing a gold ring on his hand. Du Hoen walked out, causing his robe to flutter in everyone's surprise. Huh? Du Hoen? You disappeared and appeared from a tomb. The girl below looked up at him admiringly. It really is him. The boy next to her even took out his phone to record. What's going on? Is he back? Du Hoen brushed the dust off his clothes and greeted leisurely. Long time no see. Seeing him return through the TV caused his entire group to cheer. Boss, it really is him. Julian, who was watching intently, suddenly exclaimed, Wait, they are. A bald thug with a cannon slung over his shoulder pushed the person in front of him, yelling, If you don't want to get hurt, step aside. They brought a huge crowd to surround the tomb. They're holding sacred relics. What? JHA immediately rushed to the door after seeing them. A gang has started taking advantage of our ability to use sacred relics recently. I think these are them. Shua Akaya exclaimed in panic. Huh? The bald guy grinned sinisterly as he aimed the cannon upwards. We've been waiting for you, say Du Hoen. You're the king of relics, so you must have a lot of good ones, right? Welcome back. Dozens of cannons simultaneously fired at him on command. And farewell. I'll have the honor of taking your relics. He curled his lip in disdain. I figured there'd be some disobedient punks like you showing up. He casually put his hands in his pockets, shouting a command that made all the bullets float in midair. Stop! Relics like bullets and arrows trembled incessantly. This power, it's the Emperor! I thought he was dead! Duhoen raised his voice, warning them. I told you, didn't I? Stand still like you're dead when I'm not around. They obediently landed on the ground, bowing their heads before him. This is just a misunderstanding. We didn't do anything. Those humans launched them. The gang members all stared blankly, their mouths agape in confusion. What? Get up! You guys were operating normally before! What's wrong? So, he figured out their weakness? Duhoen cracked his knuckles, his eyes blazing with anger. Then, shall we have a little chat? A large crowd gathered in front of the sandwich shop. Julian went ahead, clearing a path for SUA to follow. Pardon me. Inside the shop, the robbers were kneeling, waiting for him to have a snack. He's there! Say Duhoen. He flared up, grumbling. What are you doing here right after you came back? He casually recounted what happened earlier. Oh, long time no see. These guys stole my stuff, so I taught them a little lesson. The bald guy knelt on the ground, with 2 lumps on his head, mumbling. I'm sorry, really. He didn't care about him at all. And by the way, I was hungry while greeting them. Julian rebuked him in a fatherly tone. Thanks for the reminder. Where have you been? Do you know how worried we were? The sandwich that had reached his mouth suddenly paused as he replied, The chaos! He was flustered. Huh? The more Duhoen recounted, the more Itilia frowned. Inside the gate of destruction, where everything disappears, but as you can see, I'm still alive. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared, reproaching him. If you hadn't destroyed the throne, this wouldn't have happened. Jun lowered his head, speaking in a wrong tone. That's the law for those who harm the throne. Duhoen retorted sharply. Why is there such a law? I'll change it. Even while chewing, his eyes were fixed on him. Even if you were brought there by accident, weren't you the one who decided to stay there? Julian and XA paused for a moment, then he shouted. Hey, what are you saying? He chose to stay there? She couldn't believe it even more. So, you could have come back sooner? Duhoen scratched his face awkwardly, looking away. I guess. There were a lot of things to do there. Recalling that time, he woke up to find himself floating in a dark space. Duhoen nonchalantly glanced around his head. What's going on? Why am I here? Run, carrying a golden trail of light, appeared beside him, explaining. The cradle of the chaotic dream world. This place has many names. He floated with him for a while. But you're safe, because you're the Emperor. Okay, let's go back. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Nonsense. The wisps of smoke above gradually flew towards them. Run widened his eyes, looking up in alarm. No, it's Tian Yu. Even though the truth is they're here, but in the dim and hazy setting, ghostly figures continuously zip past the 2 small people. Those celestial edicts floated around Duhoen. They surrounded him and said, This scene doesn't look bad. You've been dragged in too. Did you fail to control the Cradle of Stars? In that dark space, the white figures of the celestial edicts looked truly prominent. They flew around the 2 people and continuously threatened. Don't even think about leaving. We won't let this opportunity pass. While they were complacent, perhaps Duhoen was extremely calm. He even scolded them back. Why are you all so agitated? Don't you want to know why I'm here? The celestial edicts were stunned after hearing this. Huh? Duhoen glanced around once, then he slowly revealed. You guys? I heard that your stories are forgotten or erased, right? I'm here to listen to them. He stood directly amidst the celestial edicts and declared something clearly, but that unintentionally made Jun unable to believe his ears. So those who were forgotten unjustly, I will grant you the opportunity to be reborn as relics in the new world. His interesting promises immediately convinced those wandering souls. They floated around Duhoen to confirm. Really? But will you give us the opportunity? In for a penny, in for a pound. Duhoen boldly declared to them, I came here to do that. Anyway, this is the first duty of the Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, an intelligent soul immediately stood up to warn the rest. Everyone, wake up, don't believe him, let's take revenge here together. And when it was about to continue speaking, Duhoen interrupted. Are you sure? He was nonchalant, looking at that soul with an extremely calm face and reminding. Anyway, because you guys are already here, you're already dead, so I'm giving you the opportunity. Why not try? Besides that, his eyes swept over the souls behind him. Their gaze startled that soul. Duhoen reminded. Looking at it, it seems like there are quite a few who want to speak. When everything was on track, Duhoen stood amidst the celestial edicts and shouted, Okay, line up! That soul also obediently listened. Trisk, fine then. At this time, Runan quietly asked him, Emperor, are you sure? This might just be a trick to escape from here. Duhoen hesitated for a moment, then he replied, Well, I'm looking for a way to escape the crisis. His hesitation made the worry in Run's heart even greater. He questioned quietly, But what about after that? What if they're healed more? Duhoen gave him a signature smile. Then he affirmed with the most reliable expression, It will be fine. I'm almost serious. Returning to reality, Yu Hoen proudly said to the two people opposite him. And from then on, I listened to each one. However, it took 6 months to listen to them all. Duga's expression at that time was indescribable to reassure him. Yu Hoen explained again. What I mean is that I didn't disappear for so long without a reason. After hearing this, he asked curiously, so there really were some who were reborn? Speaking of this, Yu Hoen seemed very confident again. He softly revealed, surprisingly, there were quite a few. In his mind, images of the souls constantly complaining appeared. Yu Hoen said, the stories are usually a bit general, but they were forgotten for all sorts of reasons, so I decided to give them rebirth. Saying that, he still maintained his own rules. Yu Hoen directly refused the evil souls. However, those who are cruel are deviated, rejected. Speaking to this point, he also mentioned a rather interesting detail. When those who were rejected screamed, I was a little worried. But those who were chosen became allies. He recalled a group of souls in arguments. Yu Hoen explained, because they have the opportunity to be reborn, they can't come out empty-handed. It's also good to see that I've solved those guys. While everyone was still stunned, Yu Hoen had already thought of the next step. Anyway, there will be new tombs in the future. New relics born from celestial edicts will appear. Speaking of it, a hard-to-read feeling of excitement appeared on his face. It will be very fun. Julian was a little worried again. He frankly spoke out his thoughts. If that's the case, everything will be chaotic for a while longer. Because Pandora has collapsed, there is no organization to handle relics anymore. Yu Hoen immediately slammed the table and stood up. He coldly affirmed, of course, I've thought of that. A brilliant light shone on his handsome face. Yu Hoen smiled greatly. Perhaps he was very confident with his upcoming plan of, I will establish one. It's time to open a new era. Those ambitions were listed by him one by one. Seemingly, Yu Hoen didn't pay attention to the shock on Julian's face. I will find some smart guys to do the paperwork. That's why I asked you guys to repair the Valhalla Palace and the Golden Horde. While he was dreaming of a bright future, Julian bluntly extinguished it with just one sentence. It hasn't even been started yet. Yu Hoen paused. While Daha was trying to run away from the scene, Julian calmly said. He said it was difficult to do, so he temporarily put it aside. Yu Hoen's angry shout immediately rang out. What do you mean difficult, you little devil? As soon as the words finished, the rope quickly rushed towards him. All escape became meaningless. In Yu Hoen's rising rage, the rope tightly bound Deha and asked, where are you planning to go? Planning to escape? Lying comfortably in the coils, Deha cried and wailed resentfully. What choice do I have? I don't know how to fix it. Hearing this, Yu Hoen gave him a suggestion. He lowered his voice and said, so if I teach you how, you will be able to do it? Seizing the opportunity, he immediately replied, yes, please be specific. As soon as Goat finished speaking, the devil inside Yu Hoen awakened. He looked at Goat with dark, calculating eyes and said, aha, is that so? Then, from now until you're done washing, you'll be working non-stop. Hearing this, Goat desperately screamed, just kill me already, you evil being. A figure hurriedly appeared outside, and Yu Hoen's eyes instantly changed. He turned his gaze towards the woman. Seeing her flustered appearance, he exclaimed in surprise, Irin! She wore a pair of shiny black high heels, and her footsteps hurried towards him. Irin nestled in his arms, her voice choked with sobs. Yu Hoen. He hugged her tightly, his tone instantly softening. I'm back, Irin. The two hugged each other tightly, as if wanting to merge into one to satisfy their longing. And just like that, time passed again. Their recent concern was building a global organization and attracting talented people to work. Of course, the core members would still be Huen's team, because they were the most trustworthy. Valhalla Palace had become a luxurious resort under Jehe's hands, and the reconstruction of the throne was without any obstacles. Jun kept asking about the changes to the place. Jun stood behind him, his eyes filled with worry. Are you really going to turn Valhalla into this? Inside the vast and lavish resort, Yu Hoen slowly explained to him, we'll be spending a lot of time here in the future anyway. Shouldn't we decorate as much as possible? Not stopping there, he continued to list a series of benefits in this place. This is the new Valhalla Palace, with swimming pools, performance halls, game rooms, and all kinds of restaurants. Jun was still unconvinced. He hesitated, tilting his head. Your Highness. Jun looked up at Yu Hoen's face in a panic. He asked curiously, what about your reputation? Hearing Jun's question, he wasn't ashamed at all. Moreover, Yu Hoen burst into a hearty laugh. This is my class and honor. And there were many other things besides politics. A group of men in neat suits were pinned tightly to the ground. They weakly cried out, please spare me this time, like dealing with the spies around the world while Yu Hoen was away. Cut to a lawn. At this moment, Yu Hoen kept kicking the plump rumps of his stubborn beasts and urging, run, are you guys really not going to run? And exercising the dogs that gained weight from eating too much chicken. Going on makeup dates for 6 months with Irin. The scene shifted to a clear blue sea. Gulls spread their wings and flew in the sky. The sun shone down, making the sea even more sparkling. On the white sandy beach, a pair of feet quietly approached. It's Hoenn, he's on the phone, he's here. In front of him, a man lay flat on the sand. Yu Hoenn helplessly asked, "Did you really turn yourself into beach trash?" Empty cans washed ashore by the waves gently touched the man's thin hand. Seeing that he didn't respond, he continued, "What are you still doing here?" At this time, the king's face had been exposed to the sun for a long time. His lips wrinkled from dehydration, his face dark and emotionless. Inside another space, Kwa also appeared behind him. She stared in astonishment at the man, letting the seawater wash over him. "Your Majesty." As soon as she finished speaking, another voice spoke up. "Yu Hoenn." The king had now woken up. He immediately sneered. "You're too reckless. What if you had kicked the bucket?" Yu Hoenn replied very confidently. "It's okay. I haven't died, so don't scold me." At this time, the king gradually lowered his voice. He began to reveal the reason he was lying here. "I waited for you to say goodbye." Still lying there, but every word the king said was extremely touching. It showed his boundless gratitude towards him. "I realize that you destroyed the throne for my sake. You may have a foul mouth, but you're a good kid. I want to say thank you." After he finished speaking, Yu Hoenn replied contentedly, "It's okay. I would have been killed by those heavenly sacrifices if you hadn't helped. We're even." The king didn't say much more. When he heard what he wanted, he immediately left. "All right, then goodbye." Kwa looked after him with great reluctance. She softly called out, "My king." The king's body radiated a dazzling golden color. Before really leaving, he gave a warning. "When are you going to stop calling me king? Isn't the current king standing right beside you? Please take care of that child. Make it up to him while you can still be forgiven." Yu Hoenn looked up, following the fading light. It flew into the sky, slowly disappearing into the azure seascape. But with each ray of light that vanished, the pain of loss in Crow's heart only intensified. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. "Please, rest in peace." Looking at the beach with the remaining debris, Yu Hoenn reminded her, "He's gone." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to see Crow collapsing to her knees. She lowered her head, her face shining with reverence. "Oh, new king, thank you for helping me cast off my regrets." Yu Hoenn was startled by this. "Hey, what are you doing?" She immediately cut him off. Perhaps the past king's words were deeply etched in her mind. "I must act properly, since you are now the king." Unlike the others, Yu Hoenn didn't care about titles. He smiled and said to her, "Just be normal. Don't stand on ceremony like that. Stand up now, let's go back." Then, Yu Hoenn turned and walked away. Crow followed slowly behind, her voice hesitant and soft. "Thank you." Actually, after some preparations, they had a new, special organization dedicated to managing holy sites and dungeons, called WinS. His teammate Balio came up with a better name, but he named it with the hope of protecting all of humanity as we live alongside the holy sites. And they created an information system within Guardian, equivalent to Pandora's, called the Clairvoyant Eye. Yu Hoenn's team built it based on the Purification Holy Site map, as well as other knowledge-related holy sites. Everyone can easily find information with this. Guardian will evolve along with humanity, and Yu Hoenn will evolve along with the holy sites. He tried to change the holy sites' view of humanity. I always remind them that the unprovoked hatred for humans was implanted in their heads by those celestial oracles, and there's no reason for it at all. Of course, also changing how humans treat the holy sites too. Yu Hoenn flipped through the documents and said, simply put, he turned his gaze to a bright future. In his heart, Yu Hoenn had long understood that the core of the holy sites was just stories. It was their natural desire to have humans listen to those stories. Their stories were written on the steels in those tombs, even when the stories were about the holy sites and humans being enemies. Right now, he was lecturing in front of a large auditorium. All attention was focused on his every word. Now times have changed. Those holy sites will no longer set traps in the tombs, so we need to change too. After understanding the core of the issue, Yu Hoenn had some advice for everyone. Don't treat the holy sites like weapons or tools, but instead, listen to the stories they left behind. Following that, he mentioned something that he had been concerned about for a long time. Yu Hoenn continued hopefully. Furthermore, I also want to have scholars at this new dungeon excavation center. After finishing, he bowed his head to thank everyone. A burst of applause erupted in the auditorium. Along with that, the MC announced, "All right, let's continue the meeting after a break." When returning from the forum, Yu Hoenn wearily pushed open the door to the room where Julian and Ilya were waiting. As soon as he entered, Shenhe burst into anger. He decisively tore off the mask on his face and roared, "Still haven't found him?" Ilya was stunned, a hint of doubt on his face. "Not yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shenhe went crazy. He kept scolding. "Hey, where did he go after calling all the world leaders to this conference?" Seeing his anger, Julian stared intently at his phone and said, "We can't find the location. It seems like he's in some tomb. Suddenly the phone rang, startling Julian. "He's calling!" In some secluded corner, Yu Hoan laughed cheerfully and said, "Hello?" The other end of the line wasn't as relaxed as he was. "Hey, you scum! Where the hell have you been?" Yu Hoan held the phone away from his ear. Perhaps the voice on the other end was too grating. Then he explained. "I came to see a new tomb." Yu Hoan had only said this much, when the person on the other end screamed, "Did it have to be now? And you dumped the work on the secretary too." Yu Hoan was currently standing on a bustling street. He stopped on the side of the road and replied, "But I have to conduct a personal inspection as the emperor." The other end of the line immediately revealed his true colors. "How ridiculous! You're just doing that to get more holy sites, aren't you?" Jinha couldn't hold back any longer. He pointed his mouth at Julian's phone. "But isn't it over if you just answer the phone? When are you planning to come here?" On the other end, Yu Hoan glanced at the stall behind him. He slowly replied, "I got the holy site out, but it's stuck in a stone. I'm having someone take it out and polish it." Then, without hesitation, he said, "Then, I'll leave it to you to finish the conference." He immediately panicked and screamed, "Ilya and Julian are speechless about you too." Julian screamed in panic, "We've been exposed! I don't know anything!" Even so, Yu Hoan didn't forget to remind him, "Don't be sloppy. The emperor's honor rests on you." Just as the phone disconnected, a voice from behind made Jinha's soul tremble. "Your Majesty." After looking around for a moment, the person couldn't find Yu Hoan and asked anxiously, "Excuse me, is he here?" Jinha replied, trembling. "Is there a problem?" the man said. "It's just that we haven't decided what to call him yet, especially since he's on the new royal list." The man was a little embarrassed, and he hesitated. He said he would decide this morning. Before he could finish, Jinha immediately held out his hand and said, "We'll pass on the message for him." After receiving the documents, Jinha anxiously reported to Julian, "Did you hear that? How do you want to become king?" The only response he got was silence and a blank screen. It was at this moment that Jinha realized in a panic. Huh? He hung up a long time ago? Seriously, he's so annoying. Before the anger boiling inside him, Ilya reminded him. "I don't think he's planning on coming today," Julian suggested. "Call and ask him again." Jinha ignored everything the two said, his head bursting with furious fire. Jen spat out a cold sound. "Ha! I'll choose myself. I'll take a name and make him regret it. He shouldn't skip work, even if he hates it." Switching to Yu Hoan, on the TV screen, a girl clearly announced the news. The new royal list has been released during a press conference between King Saint and other leaders around the world. Seeing that news bulletin, Yu Hoan was slightly surprised, but then he suddenly realized, "Oh right, I told them I would make a decision today." Just as he was still bewildered, the girl's voice continued. "The emperor has also put his name on it." Suddenly, the information board made the girl panic. She began to lose control of her words. "Huh? King Tomb Raider? Wait, that's it?" Realizing the information was problematic, the girl immediately said awkwardly, "Excuse me, I will investigate further." And Yu Hoan immediately understood everything. King Tomb Raider? Is Jinha taking revenge on me this way? But this didn't make him uncomfortable at all. Yu Hoan smiled in satisfaction and said, "Although, it's not entirely wrong." Just as he was focused on the news on TV, the craftsman next to him handed him the item and said, "Here, your young man is done." He held out a ring with intricate patterns and polished smooth. The man didn't forget to ask for Yu Hoan's opinion. "Take a look." As soon as he saw it, he praised it profusely. "Beautiful. I like it." Suddenly something popped out. The man immediately shouted a warning. "Don't move!" On the street appeared an army of masked people, and they were equipped with all kinds of heavy weapons. Two people approached him, shouting, "You over there, put your hands up in the air and come out here. You are arrested for illegal immigration and illegal grave robbing." The man looked panicked when he heard that. He immediately inquired, "What are they saying? You robbed a grave?" "The rules have changed now," Yu Hoan said to them very calmly. "Hey, don't say that. I have my reasons." As he spoke, Yu Hoan threw several stacks of money into the man's hand, causing him to be stunned. He didn't forget to explain the reason. "How could I stay calm when I heard there were new relics? I couldn't restrain my curiosity. You see?" He took out a mask with a dark aura. Yu Hoan said to them mockingly, "Just let me go." One of them immediately shouted, "He's trying to escape!" As soon as the words fell, gunshots rang out non-stop, and the target was none other than him. Their commander ordered, "Open fire!" The scene immediately became chaotic. The person who was hugging his head a moment ago kept cursing, "Damn it, he disappeared." As soon as they saw him, someone immediately shouted, "Hey, over there! He's over there! Grab him!" At this point, they couldn't help but say the reason. Those people shouted directly at him, "Hey, return the relic to us! That's a national treasure! What are you planning to do with it? You clearly already have many relics." In Yu Han's hand now was the ring that had just been polished. Looking at it, he slowly said, "You wouldn't understand, but I'm taking this because I need it." Yu Han held the ring up in front of them, He smiled casually and continued to propose. A beam of light flashed across the sky, like a sparkling shooting star tearing apart the silent night. Unfortunately, it wasn't a shooting star, but a person with terrifying power rushing through the wind. It was Run, with bright golden hair that seemed to glow. He gently landed on the ground, using one demon leg as a support. Run slowly stepped inside. Nuvaha Palace, he politely reported. Your Majesty, I'm back. Lamon and the ropes were diligently cleaning. She saw him and greeted him. Oh, you're back? Why is Golden Star empty? June saw the empty spot and wondered, where is the Emperor? She explained. His colleagues called him away. June felt strange. In the middle of the night, Latoman added, it seems like something urgent came up. He widened his eyes as if accepting the truth. Is that so? Then there's no other way but to wait. She seemed to realize something and asked, speaking of which, I haven't seen you in a long time. Where have you been? June explained calmly. I was in another world. A statement that astonished Lafon. She asked again, confirming, huh? Another world? June didn't elaborate, turning to leave. I'm tired from the long journey. I'll rest for a bit. Meanwhile, Lafon hugged her pillow, a clear curiosity on her face. Huh? Wait, what do you mean by another world? Tell me more! She called after him. Hey, tell me about it. At the same time, in a certain meeting room, Yu Hoen, with a serious expression, questioned, so you think you're being followed? Jae-ha reached out to him, affirming that what he had experienced wasn't just a figment of his imagination. I'm sure of it. I almost died of fright, not sure how many times already. He began to recount the story. I was on my way home after work. When I passed the avenue, I looked up at the mirror and saw someone's shadow behind me. Jae-ha spoke. Recalling the image of the figure he encountered that day, I couldn't see their face clearly because they were wearing a hood, so I felt uneasy. And these past few days, strange things keep happening. He was fearful of what might happen, his face sweaty and slightly trembling. So from then on, I kept walking while paying attention to that person. I went to crowded places and stopped at a few stores too. Jae-ha continued to describe. Oh my god, that person stopped and stayed still too. I thought that would be enough, right? The memory ended, returning to reality. Jae-ha faced Yu Hoen, slightly angry that he didn't trust him. He frowned, gritting his teeth. After that, I didn't feel comfortable at home, so I came to headquarters. Yu Hoen, arms crossed as if he didn't believe his words, calmly replied, oh my, I still think you're overreacting. But Yu Hoen posited some possible scenarios. But is there any chance they were just coincidentally walking behind you? Jae-ha, feeling slighted, angrily exclaimed, I told you, when I stopped, they did too. Chloe raised her hand as if to offer an opinion. We'd also think it was a coincidence if it was just once. But Jae-ha said some strange things had happened before as well. Yu Hoen asked back. Strange? Like what? Jae-ha began to tell his story again. Well, last time I was heading back alone in the studio, but I suddenly had a stomachache. Then he acted it out, so I went to the bathroom. Yu Hoen was speechless upon hearing this. This idiot! He analyzed the differences to increase the persuasiveness of his story. But the studio, which was messy just a moment ago, was suddenly tidy. Julian frowned, looking at Jae-ha in puzzlement. Isn't that a good thing? Learn to clean up. Jae-ha angrily yelled, good in what way? I was alone that day. Jae-ha, full of annoyance, flailed his arms and legs, shouting like a madman. That means someone came to clean! I feel so violated! Yu Hoen remained calm. Did you check carefully if anything was stolen? Jae-ha immediately replied, no, that's the weird thing. Is that so? Adding another story, Jae-ha started again with familiar phrases. This has happened to me once before, when I went into the kitchen to eat during a break at home. Another strange phenomenon was meticulously described by Jae-ha. A week's worth of accumulated trash disappeared without a trace. How strange. Julian looked at him with admiration. He exclaimed, the more I hear, the more envious I am of you. But the opposite of him, Jae-ha worried, crossing his arms and hugging his shoulders, his voice trembling. No, they even broke into the house. It's so scary. Suddenly, Sua interjected, analyzing, I think they're looking for an opportunity to attack. When we were in chaos, there were many cases like this. They even disguised themselves as delivery people. They come from many different places, from grave robbing groups or even the government. Remembering made her head hurt. Sua faced Jen, who was deep in thought, and reminded him. They said they'd take advantage of your absence to seize the relic. Julian, hearing these words, gave his opinion. I think we should catch them before anything serious happens, because it could be dangerous. Jae-ha, sitting next to him, nodded repeatedly in full agreement. Yu Hoen replied as if absorbing a new foundation of knowledge. All right, I understand. I'll leave it to you to handle catching them. As Yun Hoen was walking with Jae-ha, suddenly he greeted. Jun, hello. Jun quickly responded, hello. Jun looked towards Yu Ho-yin, respectfully opening his mouth. Your Highness, are you finished with your work? Yu-ho-yin nonchalantly replied, oh, you're back? Yu-ho put his hands in his pockets, wondering, How did everything go? Jun raised his hand politely, explaining. Well, I went to the world we attacked to prevent the destruction of life, but I still couldn't find him. Jun stated his own point of view. It seems that he flew to another world after the shock just now. Yu Hoen was slightly thoughtful. Is that so? Meanwhile, Jun began to tell his story, even about flying across the galaxy. Finally, I went from place to place to search. I don't know how long it's been because I've been too busy searching. He held out his hand, a yellow stone floating in the air. Your Highness, please look at this. Yung Hoen looked at it with some curiosity. Yung explained, it is a stone that symbolizes the existence of life. He looked at the stone, stating its functions. This has the function to create holy relics, but it can't operate in this state. And also how to use it, we need to find the original body to contain the stone, then we need to harmonize it. Jun happily pointed out when he was done. Finally, the creature's life will be complete again. Yu Hoen, as if his question was answered, replied. I see. The stone and the disc are separate? Yu Hoen predicted Jun's next action. So you're going to find it? Meanwhile, Jun, attentively observing the power emanating from the stone, understood more. That's right, Jun was determined with his choice. I will find it again in this world. I'm worried that this will be even harder than finding the stone. Yu Hoen continued to express his doubts. Is there a more complicated problem? He stroked his chin and replied. Not much, but it could be an achievement. Jun continued to explain. It's possible that they are living normal lives without realizing that they themselves are treasures, so they don't radiate as much energy as the stone, making them harder to find. He pondered, then asked Yu Hoen for his opinion. I need to observe and interview each person one by one, is that okay? Shanghai. She happily replied. If that's what needs to be done, then don't ask me. It's not related to me, so feel free to do it. Jun gently said thank you. Cut to a scene in the city center, where skyscrapers rise one after another. Jae-ha said into the communicator, looking annoyed. Hey guys, no matter how many times I think about it, I don't understand. He was walking down the street complaining. Why do I have to be bait? A voice replied. Because they're targeting you. Jae-ha widened his eyes and sighed. Thinking about it, it feels familiar. That's right, like the time we had to catch the butcher of Gossip. I got stabbed when I was used as bait that time. I'm gonna cry. Sua was standing on the balcony of a nearby building, observing and instructing. Rosaha, be quiet, he retorted, sounding annoyed. Why? I don't want to. Leave me alone, she said in a lowered voice. They've appeared. Be quiet. Hearing that, Jae-ha pursed his lips, silently walking forward, his expression extremely cautious. He looked slightly worried, glancing back at the figure behind him, asking in a concerned voice. Really? Sua immediately replied. Someone is following you. Julian's voice added. I don't see anyone else. Sua quickly confirmed that it seemed the person was acting alone. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure hid their face behind a hood. Julian added, I don't feel any killing intent. Ilya agreed. Me neither. Above, Sua asked the question. Should we catch them? Immediately there was a response. Okay, do it. Julian then gave the order. Count to 3. We'll attack. At this moment, Ilya stood in a nearby alley, looking out towards the mysterious person, ready to act. After the third count, Grey Wolf and Judo immediately rushed forward to attack, to the shock of the mysterious person. The big wolf lunged forward. One bite could grab that person right in its mouth. Got them! Ilya urgently ran over. He shouted. Don't kill him, Gloria Labola. Just hold on to him. Julian also appeared right after, slowly approaching. Now that you've been caught by us, you better not try to escape. He sternly looked down, coldly raising his hand, preparing to cast judgment. We will strike you with lightning if you do anything stupid. Stand here and face us. The big wolf obediently released the person. The person in black lowered their head, silent before Julian's interrogation. Where do you come from? With each question from him, the person in black slowly chuckled. Who sent you? Underneath the hood that covered her face was Nina. Julian immediately changed his demeanor, sweating and panicking. Nina, what's wrong? Why are you— Wait! He refused to believe it. The lightning in his hand was ready to be unleashed. You dare impersonate Nina? I'll kill you. Luckily, Jae-ha stopped him. Wait. What if it's the real deal? Night was falling, and the silent city drifted off to sleep. In a few hours, she would be here. Nina lowered her head apologetically. I'm sorry. Julian hung his head, muttering to himself. Wait, what's going on? Yu asked caringly. Why would you do that? Nina. He wanted an explanation, speaking sternly. Talk. Julian's expression darkened, his eyes widening in shock upon hearing these words. Could it be that she regained her memories from when she was a butcher? Ilya spoke up, presenting a perfectly logical explanation. If her emotions and memories returned, it's possible those memories never truly disappeared. Ilya stood up and approached Julian. Could it be that she was unconsciously working since then? He paused, somewhat incredulous. It's possible. Ilya continued to offer solutions. Perhaps her treatment needs to be adjusted. Julian wasted no time and immediately started to act. Contact Chloe. Nina, who had been awkwardly trying to join the conversation, didn't know how to interject. She looked at him, struggling to explain as he picked up the phone to call. That's not it, I'm fine. Julian still didn't believe her, determined to make the call. You really think so after everything? Alright, just sit still. Jeha stood from afar, staring intently at their conversation. Julian solemnly announced, Chloe will be here soon. Nina struggled to express herself. I'm serious, I'm fine. The scene shifted to Valhalla Palace. It was also nighttime here, but the inside was brightly lit. Run, with wide, round eyes, spoke, rallying everyone. Alright, is everyone ready? Line up. A crowd of tall and short people, animal-like creatures, and even objects were all there, creating a chaotic and noisy gathering. So noisy over there. Gossiping? What? What did you say? Run angrily, released a dazzling light and shouted, Attention! He was extremely annoyed, having to stand up to quell the chaos. Why is it so disorderly again? I said to line up so I can interview you. Nero, at the head of the line, spoke up, confused. Can't we talk before it's our turn? Jun solemnly explained to him. It will disrupt the interview. Xiang Yu, with his hands on his hips, was extremely annoyed. Then call us out one by one. Ramses, with a very opinionated attitude, chimed in. That's right. Why say all this when you gather us all together like this? The two of them spoke in perfect unison, and Run could only sigh as he watched. We have a lot to talk about because we haven't seen each other in a long time. He explained at length. It will take more time if I call you out one by one. Please cooperate. This is very important for all relics. It's possible the cradle is still among you all. This time, Set and Anubis were shocked. Set's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Huh? Anubis, like a bolt of lightning, asked. The cradle? Lemon sweated and frowned. What are you talking about? You are the cradle. I am the cradle of destruction. I'm talking about the other half. Dun sternly looked at everyone. The cradle disappeared due to Tian Yu, but it's possible the cradle is among the ordinary relics. Aigis and Hammurabi discussed what he was saying endlessly. Unaware that they themselves were treasures, I must find them and connect the core. The noise in the room completely stopped, leaving only Run's voice echoing. I'm currently doing the work of two people, so it's not effective at all. I'm so tired. He sternly analyzed clearly to each person. If this continues, we're all doomed. So I'm asking everyone to cooperate. Suddenly, Seelberg jumped out, incredibly shiny and confidently exclaiming, Interview me first. Dunn looked down, puzzled. Seelberg, why? You should line up. It wiggled, shining and sparkling on the table. Who cares? I think I'm the cradle. Anubis stepped forward with an attitude. Say something that makes sense. Seobut retorted sharply. Hey, it's just that I have a feeling I'm the cradle after hearing the story. It puffed up its chest, raised its face high, and boasted, I've always interacted well with fancy things. Now I understand why. Because I am the treasure myself. Set glared at Senyobuk, finding it irritating, and growled, baring his teeth. You're being overly ambitious. Segobuk, feeling offended, was agitated. Hey, why are you being so rude to the cradle like that? The axe duo of gold and silver achievements are chattering in front of me. Thinking back to it now, this is an opportunity for them to become a treasure, right? The golden axe quickly jumped up and approached. Run, volunteering, start with me! Hammurabi followed closely behind, competing fiercely. No, it's me. Osiris, who hadn't been seen for a while, suddenly spoke up. I also feel like I'm a treasure, so try with me. Anubis was unbelievably stunned. Why is Osiris like this too? He suddenly felt uncomfortable and retorted. What? What's the harm in trying? Run was sweating profusely, standing frozen as everyone clamored to apply. I also feel like I have a noble background. He tried to reassure himself. Wait a minute, calm down, diffuse self. But they were too noisy, arguing constantly. What did you say? It's me. Wait, you should try with me. Xiangdu first. Run completely lost control, his face darkened as he gritted his teeth listening to the noise. Me, no, me, checkmate. Run burst out, emitting a dazzling light, and shouted, Silence! The noisy scene ended, shifting to Yu Hoen and the rope who were chatting. What are you looking at? Your master picked up his phone, his eyes looking up in speculation. It seems like the achievement is having fun. The rope didn't pay attention, seizing the opportunity to rub against Yu Hoen. I love you, master. In the big city, a long time had passed, and the sunlight was gradually rising. Then Chloe appeared, asking Julian in confusion. What's going on? He stammered, explaining the situation. Because of Nina. Julian also found it incredibly hard to believe when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Nina, her stalker, was gaping in shock. What? He walked, leading Chloe in. As he walked, Julian tried to analyze the situation. I think she's acting strangely because she regained her memories from when she was still a butcher. She couldn't understand. That's strange. That shouldn't have happened. I'll take a look. Nina looked at the two people entering with wide, innocent eyes. Hello. Chloe entered and cheerfully greeted. Long time no see, right? Nina, we should check a few things. Ilya interrupted from behind. No need, just open her head. She disagreed and turned around. No, then, Nina awkwardly tried to interrupt the conversation. Wait, the girl desperately pleaded with Chloe. I'll be honest, but I just want to talk to you. Chloe repeated the sentence in shock and disbelief. Just me? Okay, let's go inside, shall we? Let's go to that room. The two sat facing each other. Chloe had prepared water and documents and started the conversation first. Okay, let's begin. She decisively looked at Nina, who was awkwardly hesitant. Why are you stalking? The girl said weakly, the sound NHI coming out only in a whisper. Because I like him. Chloe, hearing the hesitation, thought about it. And you think you like Jae-ha too? Chloe hesitated at the girl's story. That sounds nice, doesn't it? You like him, Ja? Nina shyly replied. Yes. She asked curiously. I see. So that's the reason, Chloe instructed the girl. But you shouldn't do that just because you like someone. Nina felt remorseful for her actions. I'm sorry, I just wanted to reciprocate my feelings in my own way, so I took care of him and stuff. The girl spoke her innermost thoughts. Because I'm shy, I tried to do it in secret, but it seems like things got worse. Chloe asked in confusion. What? The girl shyly asked for a favor? Hey, Chloe, can you keep a secret? I'm so embarrassed. Nina pleaded. Huh? I beg you. Chloe smiled gently. So cute. Okay, don't worry. Scene change. Chloe's voice echoed throughout the building. That's what I told her, but she revealed the whole story to everyone, shocking Julian. Ilya was also surprised. Really? Out of everyone, why him? Jaha retorted. What's wrong with me? Sua chimed in, teasing. Nina has really strange taste. She noticed the young man screaming behind her. Strange? Not really strange. Julian was going crazy. It's a disaster. Why did she choose someone like him? Everyone began to be wary of him. I think the deputy captain has gone mad. Julian wanted to cry his eyes out. Thunder, if I get struck by lightning, will I come to my senses? Chloe reassured him. Calm down, you're going to kill someone. Julian's anger grew more and more intense. Or let lightning strike him and erase him from the world. Hearing that, Ja was terrified. Someone save me. Jae-ha tried to defend himself. It's so unfair. What do you want me to do? She's the one who likes me. Julian angrily cut him off. Are you going to shut your mouth or what? Chloe intervened in their conversation. Actually, she was just voicing her own assumption. The way Nina talks about it makes it sound like she was confessed to. Now that I think about it, she did say she liked Jaha a lot. And she was taking care of him in return. Chloe questions Jaha. Did you express your feelings for her? This question only confuses him further. Jaha protests vehemently. What are you talking about? I never did that. Why are you looking at me like that? This is so unfair. Julian, losing his cool, grits his teeth. You bastard, you dare. Daya frantically denies it. No, it wasn't me. Chloe adds fuel to the fire. If she wanted to reciprocate your feelings, then didn't you do something first? Really? Nothing happened? Jae-ha thinks back for a moment. He asks cautiously. Ah? Don't tell me. Chloe cuts him off. So there really was something? Jae-ha tells the truth. I drew a portrait of her. Sua asks curiously. A portrait? An outsider chimes in, stirring the pot. I can smell something fishy. Jae-ha denies it in fear. Huh? There's nothing suspicious about a portrait. He tries to justify himself. Nina is really beautiful, so I thought she would be a good model. Ilya thinks to herself, amazingly beautiful? If you look closely. Isn't she just cute? Julian approaches, radiating murderous intent. Since when are you interested in my sister's looks? Jae-ha panics. No, I mean from an artistic point of view. Sua analyzes, seemingly thinking differently. What did you say to Nina? Jae-ha can only clench his teeth at her question. He tries to come up with a reason. Well, I thanked her for agreeing to be my model. Ilya is quick to call him out. Jae-ha, look at this guy. He's playing games. So you were drawing her while complimenting her beauty? Sua, taking the opportunity to embellish the story, makes everything even more ambiguous. Jae-ha vehemently denies it. That's not how it is. Wait, let me show everyone. I'm innocent. He takes out the portrait he drew of Nina for everyone to admire. Look at this. Jae-ha defends himself. If I had ulterior motives, would I have been able to draw this portrait? I was just pursuing pure beauty, but everyone still insists that he seduced her. Ilya analyzes. Try putting yourself in her shoes. She's asked to be a model, because he praised her beauty, and as a result, she gets such a passionate painting. A voice interjects. If I were her, I would also think this guy liked me, right? How could he draw it so beautifully? Jaeha's eyes widen. Huh? Beautifully? I just draw what I see. Aya is indifferent to his words. Oh my god. So you didn't seduce her? She seduced you? Jae-ha is furious. That's not it. I'm just expressing my artistic soul. But everyone is unsympathetic. Don't try to blame it on art, and look at your feelings. Julian says sternly. You're getting everyone's attention. He's radiating electricity, wanting to obliterate his opponent. I'm going to kill you. Jae-ha panics. Wait, Julian shouts. Die! Accidentally causing an unintended explosion within the headquarters. News outlets throughout the neighborhood report sensationally. A major explosion occurred at Guardian headquarters this afternoon. Authorities are still investigating, but residents fear it was an act of terrorism. Yu Hoen angrily holds up his phone, which is still showing the news report. The people are still in a panic. Is there going to be another chaotic world? He accuses the group. What the hell did you guys do? But Yu Hoen is met with silence. Why isn't anyone saying anything? The news is all over the place. Julian finally dares to speak. I'm preparing an explanation, he says cautiously. But I have something to explain. Yu Hoen asks coldly. Hey! Suddenly he yells loudly. Are you planning to lie to everyone? Tell the truth. Are you crazy? Just tell them what really happened. Chloe interrupts. But boss, telling the truth is a bit troublesome. Yu Huo asks. Puzzled, how so? Just report the truth. You know the consequences of lying to me, right? Everyone feels awkward about it. Not long after hearing the story, Yu Huo overhears. Chloe was about to say more. So you stopped her, waiting. Yu Huo calls his subordinate, Jae-ha. He flinches. Yes. He orders, buy me some popcorn. This is going to be interesting as hell. Leaving him stunned, Yu Huo laughs with amusement. The best thing in the world is other people's love affairs, so just listening isn't enough. Julian angrily says, what do you mean love affair? This isn't fun. Yu Huo cuts him off. Quiet. You, buy Coca-Cola. What good are you if you demolish the headquarters? Both Julian and Jae-ha sullenly obey the boss's order, while he happily instructs, don't fight. But predicting things is very interesting, especially when Julian, the symbol of composure, goes crazy. Yu Huo bursts into laughter. Hilarious? So you killed him? Jae-ha Chu retorts. Don't bring it up again. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Blood Jade, I would have died already. But he receives a blunt reply. You're not dead, so why worry? Jae-ha is unwilling. You only think that because it's not your business. Suddenly someone asks him. Anyway, what about you? Jae-ha, how do you plan to resolve this? How else could he respond? I should clarify that it was a misunderstanding and apologize. Sua asks curiously. Misunderstanding? You really don't like her? Jae-ha scratches his head. I don't think so. Yu Huo glances at Jae-ha. I see. Then make it clear. He listens. Okay. Julian cuts in. Wait! So then he goes crazy again. How dare you reject my sister? Jae-ha is confused by this deputy boss. What do you want me to do to satisfy you? Julian shouts. Just die! And their headquarters experiences another explosion. The next day, a clear blue sky welcomes everyone. Jae-ha stands in the park, scrolling through his phone, seemingly waiting for someone. A voice catches his attention. Jae-ha. The person Jae-ha was waiting for is Nina. She says shyly, sorry, I'm a little late. He comforts her. It's okay, I just arrived too. He resolves to tell her. Nina cheerfully begins. You said you had something to tell me, right? What is it? Jae-ha hesitates. Yeah, it's... He looks at Nina's innocent and eager face. The whole thing about him making her misunderstand. He has to tell her so she won't get hurt. But now he is immersed in a pink world, so she won't. Scene change. Sua, Chloe, and Ilya stare intently at Jae-ha. Ilya questions him. So you went for a walk in the park, went for coffee, but still haven't said what you needed to say? Sua is annoyed with her colleague. You just went on a date. But Jae-ha has his own difficulties. But how can I bring it up? She looks so happy. Sua can only sigh helplessly. She gives him advice. If you don't intend to reciprocate her feelings, then make things clearer. It will only get worse if you keep being ambiguous. Aya muttered. Who knows? Maybe he's just using it as an excuse to see her a few more times. Jae-ha exploded in anger. What are you saying? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Just you wait, next time I'll tell her. The three of them were utterly helpless in the face of Jae-ha's reaction. Scene changed to the magnificent Valhalla Palace. Silo was trying to justify himself. Oh my god, I told you to double check. Mr. Treasure would never. I am not the cradle. June indifferently watched him making a racket in front of him. We are the most perfect choice, Silo insisted. What is life? It happens when there is true love, when he is praised. Oh my god, you're so eloquent. Jun then took out a stone. Look here, even if I bring the core close, you don't react at all. You deny him. You are not the cradle of life. But Silo stubbornly refused to accept the truth. No way, let's try another way. The axe next to them spoke up. Hey, that's enough you guys. Can't you see we're in line? June sighed tiredly. The relics were still busy arguing. Just a minute. We've been waiting for this day for so long. What? You don't agree? What do you mean? Late that night. Unable to take it anymore. He turned to the remaining relics. That's enough. I think I need to rest. They were surprised? What about us then? He gently instructed them. You guys rest too. Let's start again in a little while. Jun slowly walked down the hallway, sighing wearily. Suddenly a voice inquired. Things aren't going as planned? Startled, he looked up. Run the Crow reported the situation. I'm looking at all the relics to find the cradle, but it's not easy. I'm worried I'll never find them. Crow offered. Is there anything I can help with? She was willing to help him. If there was anything, just let her know. Jun gently declined Crow's good intentions. I'm grateful for your consideration, but there's only one core to test if they are the cradle of life, so it will be difficult for you to help. He sighed helplessly. The road ahead was getting harder and harder, when Run suddenly said quickly, All right, this is the burden I have to bear as half of the cradle. His words confused Crow. Yu Hoen was calculating to renovate the building. Okay, if that's what you want. Next, have Julian hold a press conference to clarify the explosion. Construction begins to repair the 2 large holes in Guardian's headquarters. And at the same time, we are holding a conference to report that the explosion was not an attack. However, the reporters didn't seem to believe it. Although, it's understandable. Guardian, an organization specializing in relics, had an accident with a relic. After that, Julian appeared on the news a lot and repeated the explanation that it had nothing to do with terrorism until everything subsided. That was very hard work, but there was no other way. He was the culprit after all. At the end of a long day of work, Julian was finally able to go home. I'm home. He wondered, how many more times do I have to go to the TV station? Suddenly, Julian saw Zehaka already kneeling in front of him, looking full of remorse. He was confused. What are you doing, Zeha? He trembled and said, There is something I need to apologize to you for. Julian hurriedly asked back, Huh? What have you done now? Jan boldly declared, I have decided to date Nina. But facing the furious Julian, he immediately became as timid as a rabbit. I'm truly sorry, but the rice has already been cooked. Out of fear, he squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for a long time but hearing no movement. Zine peeked open one eye to look at Julian, his face contorted, growling. What are you talking about, you scumbag? A large source of light emanated from the floor of the building, possibly setting the stage for a third explosion in the building. I knew this would happen. Stop him! Finally, a huge explosion occurred, but the building remained safe thanks to the other members. However, calming Julian down was not so simple. After losing control, Ilya tried to appease Julian. Deputy, calm down. They just started dating. He tried to soothe the deputy's rage. They might break up. No need to make a big deal out of it. Julian gritted his teeth. How can he treat my sister so carelessly? Ilya wondered. So? They should be serious? Jaha suddenly interjected. No, I actually enjoy watching this. Ilya snapped. Shut up! I'm trying to put out the fire here. Julian became even more enraged. You dare to dream of marrying Nina? Ja innocently asked. Where did marriage come from? Aya was helpless. See? Backfired. Deputy, calm down. Sua finally dared to speak up. You should also respect what Nina wants. She mediated between the two. Nina likes him. Are you going to object to them just because you don't like him? Julian calmed down a bit after hearing this. He had to accept it. I guess Nina is all grown up, so Sua advised him. If you're worried that she'll get hurt, then all of us will keep an eye on them. She looked forward to Julian's agreement. Can you accept that? Jaha excitedly said. You can do whatever. I'm fine with it. He proudly boasted. Consider it as you like. We'll still be happy. At his arrogance, Julian growled. Je? He threatened. If you ever make Nina cry, you know it'll be your funeral. Jaha trembled in fear. I told you, you don't need to worry. Suddenly, Yu Hoen burst into the room, yelling, What the hell is going on? Everyone was startled. Boss! He handed the phone to everyone to show the news, and then interrogated them all. What kind of tricks are you guys playing now? Ilya was surprised. No way. I thought that if the building wasn't affected, it would be fine. Chloe was also surprised. Are people around us always watching? Yu Hoen turned to Julian. Anyway, prepare to explain. He panicked. Again? He blamed him. If you didn't want this, don't cause trouble in the first place. Julian tried to justify himself, pointing at Jiha. I'm innocent, he's the cause of everything. He went mad again, yelling, You handle this time. Jaha ran away in fear. Don't turn on Pikachu mode and talk about thunder and lightning, Jaha proudly recounted with wide eyes. So, in conclusion, the light observed from the GAN headquarters was due to experiments with the sacred relic. The reporter glanced at him suspiciously. Are you saying that it wasn't due to war or terrorism? John nodded repeatedly. That's right, Guardian is always working to find ways to better utilize the sacred relic. And in the process, we experiment a lot. For example, this time, he put on a commercial smile and answered the interview on TV. I want to let all the people know that there is no reason to worry at all. Is that so? Then the announcer continued the program with the news. Yu Hoen sat cross-legged on the chair, evaluating. I was worried sick, huh? The con artist hasn't lost his touch. Jiha shyly fiddled with the glass in his hand. This is easy. Julian brought a cup of coffee and walked over. It's good if you can solve it, but isn't that a lie? He looked at Jin sternly. It may have subsided now, but when things are peaceful, people will wonder if we're not experimenting anymore, right? Carelessly dismissed his opinion. Come on, they don't pay that much attention. Julian leaned down to look at him, trying to persuade him. You know, when something bad happens, it will happen. Ja nonchalantly waved his hand. If you keep thinking like that, what's the point of living? He angrily raised his voice. You really won't back down, right? Yu Hoen smiled lightly with great sympathy. I guess you still have a lot to settle with Jeha, right? Dia Chu sulked. Honestly, I've been living in a cage these past few days. Everything I do is scrutinized. Yu Hoen laughed loudly, mocking. That's enough. You're trying to mediate for them? Why don't you cut him some slack? Julian's face darkened, and he lowered his voice. Huh? Are you taking his side? Yu Ho scratched his cheek, smiling awkwardly. It's just that I'm worried because I've been in a similar situation. He immediately questioned. A similar situation how? Remembering Ricky baring his teeth with a gloomy face, he sighed. George still glares at me whenever he sees me. He angrily interrogated him. How dare you do that to my sister? Yu Ho lamented. He treats me like a thief who stole his sister. Julian looked at him in disbelief. Even though you two are about to get married? Yu Ho quickly waved his hand. It makes things even worse. He crossed his arms, deep in thought. I don't think things will get better after graduation, so I'm a bit worried. Suddenly, Jean dropped the documents everywhere, startling everyone. Huh? Run? He stammered slightly. Bua, did I just hear about marriage? Yu Ho glanced over, confused, and replied, Yeah, I'm getting married to Irin soon. June walked closer and said to him in a plaintive voice, How come I didn't know about this? He turned to him and explained calmly, It was discussed while you were off traveling the worlds. Yu Ho casually changed the topic to him. You're searching for the existence of life, aren't you? Run widened his puppy eyes, trying to accept it. That's right, so Yu Ho smirked slyly. Why so surprised? It's not like you at all, June suggested in a low voice. Can't we reunite with life first? Yu Ho stared at him blankly. What? He explained. It will take a lot of effort to complete that. But if you get married before that, it might be distracting. And Julian and John huddled to one side, eavesdropping on their conversation. Are you worried that I won't fulfill my duties as emperor? Yu Ho didn't hesitate to declare. Then bring life here, and I'll sign the contract immediately. Run hesitated again. The entire hall was filled with only their voices. Sorry, I still haven't found it. If you wait a little longer, Yu Ho impatiently interrupted. I can't change the wedding date. He firmly stood by his previous decision. I have no choice, I'll just get married first and deal with it later. Jun pursed his lips unhappily. No, the weather outside is very clear, but inside his heart is screaming in despair. No way! Lamon suddenly called out, was still confused. What are we gathered here for? What's going on? June anxiously looked at each of them and asked. The emperor is preparing to get married, didn't you guys know? Lamon calmly replied. I heard about it last time. So what? He loudly blamed them. Why didn't you tell me? Lamon widened her eyes in confusion. Is it necessary? They said they're getting married, but will anything change? One person said so, and another agreed. Yeah, I heard that too. Nero crossed his arms and honestly recounted. He promised that we'll still have matches even after he gets married, so we don't need to worry, right? Zetnhe To relayed what Yung Ho said. He said that even if he gets married, we'll still have chicken to eat. Anubis next to him nodded vigorously. That's right, that's good enough. June looked at his palms and said in a mournful voice. It's not that simple. Especially in the case where half of the cradle hasn't been found. The emperor's focus will be on other things. His voice grew increasingly gloomy. That could be a crisis for all relics. Hua also worried upon hearing that. Is that so? Dun looked at her pensive appearance and questioned, Don't you know anything about human marriage? It's an event that requires a lot of attention. Jung continued his dire tale. And there's also the possibility of having a baby. Lamon covered her mouth in shock. A baby? The next second, she was delighted, with hearts fluttering everywhere. How cute! Run blinked helplessly. It's not a happy thing. Layman and Nero seriously considered what he said. Do you know how much time and effort it takes to raise a child? And at that time, the relics will be pushed aside. Anubis was convinced and frowned in worry. That makes sense. No matter how great the emperor is, there are only 24 hours in a day. June continued to persuade them with that innocent face. I'm not stopping them from getting married. I'm just saying that now is not the time for us to accept this after we find life and put everything back in order. Anna? Everyone immediately agreed. That's a good idea. Nero stood with his arms crossed, still a little worried. But finding it isn't that easy, is it? John quickly reassured. That's the problem. I need more time. June then came up with a bold idea. We need to postpone his wedding. Lamon immediately echoed enthusiastically. Is that so? Lamon responded immediately. Okay, we'll help. Nero was still confused. What can we do? Iron, round-eyed and touched, exclaimed, I knew I could count on you guys. Meanwhile, at a different time of day, the morning sun streamed into the hen mansion. A voice echoed from within. Hello? Erin pressed the phone to her ear. Yes, this is Irene Hen. Ricky, who was working, looked up to listen to the conversation. Oh no, thank you for the offer. We're not planning on changing the wedding venue. Yes, I'll hang up now. Irene swiped at her phone, puzzled. That's so weird. Why do I keep getting calls like this? Ricky then asked. What's wrong? She recounted her worries. It's because of our wedding that things are so chaotic. How did people find out? I'm sure I only told close relatives and kept it quiet. Ricky, looking blank, immediately asserted. Didn't Seo Duhoen let it slip? Erin clutched the phone in her hand and refuted. No, he wouldn't do that without telling me. Ricky leaned back in his chair and casually suggested. Then it must be the informants. She asked him, confused. Really? What should I do now? Then, she immediately dialed Duhoen. I should call him. Erin held the phone to her ear, expectant, but only received a notification. The user you are calling is busy. She was quite surprised. Huh? The line is busy. Ricky, seeing his sister's worry, comforted her. Maybe he's being bothered just like you are? Erin was restless. This is making me so anxious. On the other side, Duhoen was angrily yelling into the phone. I said I'm not buying, I'm being bothered. The person on the other end kept rambling. Don't be like that. If you buy from my store, I'll give you a huge discount. He coldly hung up. Everything's ready. Hanging up now. Duhoen stood up and paced back and forth. Where did the information leak from? I'm sure I was very careful. Chloe showed him the tablet screen. Look, boss, everyone in the world knows now. They're talking about it. Seeing his news on a trending feed gave Duhoen a headache. Damn it, I knew it would turn out like this, so I kept quiet. Even the stock is affected. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sir, we have a problem. He glanced over, his tone softening. Really? What is it? Behind the building, there's a plume of black smoke rising. Valhalla has been attacked. Thankfully, it's not seriously affected. But for now, we're investigating. Duhoen turned towards the door. Let's go. Chloe nodded. Okay. He sped down the road like a madman. Damn it, things are getting more and more troublesome. Duhoen had met and fallen in love with that girl. Erin and he decided to get married, which was only natural after dating for a long time. Both families had sat down and eaten together. The proposal and meeting with the Hen family went smoothly. Their eyes met, filled with love. However, they weren't sure if those around them would easily accept it, regardless of how much they liked each other. The moment they were seen together was always at the top of the newsfeed, which made Duhoen uncomfortable. If they were seen, they would appear on many news outlets, and others would gossip about their happy lives. Out there, many gangs stood in the shadows, eyeing him. It was even more dangerous if they became the center of attention. The world wasn't too happy to see him as a new figure of power. Important friends made Duhoen even more hesitant, and all relatives would come to the wedding, but not the gang family. I don't want them to be in danger. The silver ring with a blue stone was what he had chosen. So the two decided to have a secret wedding. But switching to Vala, a shout echoed through the entire building. Which bastard was it? Duhoen stood in front of the broken wall, furious, to break into Valhalla Palace and punch a hole like this. He squinted, carefully analyzing the situation. I know there are still some people who don't like me and Gordian, but no one has ever attacked us directly like this. He sternly ordered. Investigate. Find the culprit. June stood next to him and obediently followed. Yes, sir. Looking at the room with only books and a computer, Duhoen was even more baffled. What the hell? They robbed the only room I used to rest? He rubbed his chin, pondering. If they were targeting a sacred place, it should be the armory. And if they were going to challenge the Emperor's authority, it would naturally be the throne room. Pieces of the wall were still scattered on the table. Why this room? June explained vaguely. Who knows, maybe there's a reason. He naturally gave a reasonable explanation? Or maybe they just stole whatever they could? Duhoen glanced at him. Guess so. June's face was utterly calm. Despite hearing Duhoen's doubts, only complete idiots would make an enemy of me. They must be brain dead. But I still think we should investigate. He glanced around and instructed. I'll stay here and investigate myself. Everyone, split up and go. They all chorused in unison. Understood. Duhoen pondered for a moment, waiting for them to leave. Just hand over the person to me, and I'll be right back. He crossed his arms, carefully examining every nook and cranny. All right, let's find some clues. Why would they target this room? Duhoen was sweating, taking a long breath. This is tough. Because I don't keep anything in here. If there was some kind of relic here, the ring was placed in a black box to further enhance its beauty. That's right. I left the relic I wanted to use as a wedding ring here. The Drapnia ring relic. Duhoen pulled out a drawer. I can ask it. Drapnia, the box that was originally in there is now empty? It's not here? He turned to the side and summoned. Where's Drapni? Come out. Since he was the only one in the room, he was extremely confused. It was only then that Yu Hoen was startled and started searching everywhere. Was it stolen? Was it targeted? A loud announcement blared throughout the building. Emergency! We need to find the boss's missing wedding ring. Ilya looked around, asking everyone. Wedding ring, is it a relic? Looks like a ring, right? Sua nodded frantically. That's right. A relic in the shape of a ring. She looked at the tablet, reading each piece of information clearly. Its name is Drapnia. It's the ring given to Odin by a Norse god. Y frowned immediately. Huh? It's related to the holy rank again? I guess its rank is also high. Sua speculated. It seems to be sulfur monosulfide rank. Julian tugged at his shirt collar, glancing at JHA. There will be big problems if it falls into the wrong hands. We should search as quickly as possible. He urged everyone sternly. All right, let's start searching. Shua acknowledged the order. Yes, Jaha confidently affirmed. We'll find it quickly. Who do you think I am? As night fell, enveloping Valhalla, all the relics and members who heard the news simultaneously went to search for the ring. They thought it wouldn't be difficult to find, because it was so valuable. But there was another problem. While scrolling through his phone, Yu Hoen screamed in horror. Huh? What's this? News related to his ring was becoming a hot topic. How did the world find out about this? It's spreading everywhere. That my wedding ring was stolen. Yu Hoen continuously tapped the screen. I should remind everyone around me to be careful. Honestly, everyone knows about the ring that was stolen, but it's too late. The internet is flooded with news about the ring's disappearance. There are even people bringing their tools to the very end to find the ring. What's more, there are guys showing up, boasting that they will find it. They mentioned something about a related reward, even though I never said anything like that. Other gangs are running amok with weapons. And then there are even worse guys. They appeared wanting to steal the ring for themselves. Gangs are fighting continuously. They're causing chaos everywhere and starting to fight using relics. Julian appearing in the press conference was Joan's idea. I tried to stop them through Guardian, but it was no use, and as a result, the world was swept by an unnecessary chaos. A not-so-peaceful morning in the big city. Shouts echoed throughout the small streets and big roads. A gang was rushing forward. Find the Emperor's ring. With that, we'll become #1 in the world. The number of people searching is growing, and there are some exaggerated rumors. I heard that the ring can cure all diseases, as expected. That's why he used it as a wedding ring. Yu Hoen supported his forehead, extremely tired, his head throbbing. He suddenly sat up. No, I have to resort to desperate measures. Run immediately inquired. You mean? June stared blankly at him, confused. Desperate measures are, Yu Hoen was extremely determined. Using the third eye. Jun's pupils grew wider upon hearing him. I've tried my best to avoid using it for personal purposes, but now, there's no other choice. If this continues, something big will happen. He turned his back and walked away just like that. I will go to the Guardian to watch over the palace. June could only comply. Yes, you go ahead, don't worry. Jun stood rooted to the spot, even after he had gone far. Laquan yelled out in alarm. Huh? That eye? He said he'd use that celestial eye? Run turned around, extremely worried. You're here! I was about to call everyone. Everyone focused their attention on him. We need to think of a countermeasure. If he uses it, it will be the end for us. We need to hide it somewhere. Nero, a little slow-witted, proposed an alternative. How can we? Isn't it also a relic like us? If we convince him, we might escape. Run somewhat agreed but still had a hang-up. That's a good idea. But it's not made only of a relic. It also has other man-made things. Run concluded decisively. So we can't make it lie. Nero crossed his arms, frowning. Is that so? Then what do we do now? Suddenly, a voice that made everyone hopeful appeared. Don't worry, I have a way. Everyone, come here. Night in the new city temporarily halted the battles. A scroll glowed as the pen touched it. Jai held the pen, carefully coating layer after layer onto the scroll. He turned towards the door as soon as he heard a knock. Yes, I'm coming right away. He opened the door, still dazed and unable to see clearly. Who is it? The rope shot in, tightly gripping Jai, despite his cries. The rope was fast. The rope tightly coiled around him on the ground. It would be better if you don't resist. Jai was still bewildered. Boss's relic, what are you all trying to do? June, Nero and Lamon stood looking down at him sinisterly. We have something we need your help with. Jai was scared and whimpering. What kind of favor? How do you ask for a favor from someone like this? The rope gently helped him sit up. We believe you will listen. Jai-ha gritted his teeth, annoyed. Geez, I guess no one cares about my opinion. June held the ring box in front of him, requesting. Let me get to the point. Please replicate this. Make as many as possible. Seeing the ring inside the box startled Jai as well. Isn't this Drapnia's ring? The boss's wedding ring? He immediately broke into a sweat, looking at Jun Guoje. Do you guys have it? We've been busting our butts looking for it. Jun's eyes widened, sincerely asking for help. We have our own reasons. Please hurry. The rope tightened further as he didn't take the ring. You crazy people, what are you planning to do? Nero and Lamon looked at his struggle without emotion. No, Do you think I would betray the boss? Jay struggled on the ground, firmly refusing to comply. I don't know your purpose, but stop now. Jun clicked his tongue in annoyance. He's more loyal than I thought, Jai shouted. More than you thought? Jun's eyes were fixed on him, looking incredibly sincere. You will change your mind after you hear us, I guarantee it. Hearing Jun's next sentence made his eyes widen in astonishment. Because this is for the benefit of both the relics in the world and the emperor. After hearing them, Jai was extremely confused. Are you guys delaying the wedding, and then just returning the ring yourselves? Jun immediately nodded. He slowly spoke. That's right. Do you think we would do something to harm the emperor? Jun's attitude was very serious. He carefully explained. Since life has not been found yet, creating and making relics disappear is still difficult. Jun sincerely looked at Jai, trying his best to convince him. I'm afraid of the existence of destruction. I tried everything, but it wasn't enough. Finally, Jun's action took effect. Jai-ha was slightly stunned when he heard him. It's like doing the repair work of 2 or 3 people at the same time. Jai-ha was very sympathetic and cried out excitedly. You are also in that position? That must be pitiful. I understand that feeling. Jun saw the other party's reaction. He couldn't help but inwardly rejoice. It worked. He took the bait. Jun Chengshang surged forward, continuing his proposition. Now that you see, can I ask for your help? Nero, standing nearby, couldn't help but praise. He's good with words. Layman, beside him, was also enthusiastic, looking very admiring. He's really something else. Suddenly, Jeha hesitated a bit. Boss and the other members are all working very hard to search. Hearing this, Jun wondered if he still needed more convincing. After a moment of thought, Jun slowly spoke. Then, how about thinking of it this way? This is also an opportunity to make a lot of money. He was determined to persuade him. Jun put forward a bold idea. All of humanity wants this ring. What about making some copies and selling them at a high price? Jelha reacted fiercely, now becoming extremely agitated. Huh? You're telling me to scam people? Jun didn't panic, remaining calm, instead thinking of it as a bonus. He was now very serious, directly inquiring for his opinion. What do you think? This is a profitable deal. Jeha began to waver. Seeing his expression, Jun became even more confident. I'm close to convincing him. Can't believe I'm deceiving the king of deception, Ki. He didn't give up, still talking to Jeha and watching. Jun pointed to the other side, where Jeha's relics were cheering enthusiastically. Your relics have agreed. They're happily cheering. He instantly felt shocked and deeply betrayed. John Raphael, since when were you guys bought off? The relics immediately retorted. Why wouldn't we? This is for the benefit of all relics. Suddenly, a relic appeared, urging, Do it, master. I'm ready. Let's make a perfect copy. Finally, under everyone's pressure, Genha had to agree. All right. On Yu Hoen's side, he was slowly walking. Before long, Yu Hoen had arrived. His appearance surprised the 2 relics there. Horus was the first to react. Emperor? Mia followed up, asking, Han, what brings you here? Yu Hoen inquired. I have something I need to find. I'll use the Holy Eye. Yu Hoen went to the Holy Eye, asking about its condition. It's still working well, right? Horus also reported honestly. Yes, of course. Hearing that, Yu Hoen was relieved. Okay. At the same time, the Holy Eye successfully confirmed, completing identification. Greetings, Emperor. Then it asked for instructions. How may I help you? He crossed his arms and ordered, Locate Drapen's ring. The Holy Eye received the order, then immediately operated at full capacity. Understood. Please wait a moment. After a while, it gave the result. There are 449 results. Yu Hoen's eyes widened in surprise. Immediately, Yu Hoen gave an order. Mark them and show them on the map for me. Understood. The Holy Eye quickly responded, preparing the image. After a while, it gave the results. Here. Yu Hoen looked at the map full of marks in front of him, feeling confused. What is this? It's everywhere. Chloe observed from the side, and she also gave her opinion. But it's still mainly around us. Yu Hoen noticed a point, his voice becoming irritated. There are too many places marked in New York. How can we not find it? Julian heard this and finally reacted. New York is right under our noses? Then Yu Hoen made a decision. Zoom in on New York. The Holy Eye received the order and immediately implemented it. Understood. Loading map. Julian walked over to his side. He seemed puzzled. Why has the number increased so much? How many people are holding it? Yu Hoen responded immediately. He explained. Well, this could happen. But Julian still didn't understand. He asked again. What do you mean? Yu Hoen was extremely patient, meticulously recounting the old story. Because the ring's power is to naturally replicate itself, according to legend. For every 9 nights, there will be 8 such rings. The gold ring seemed insignificant, but was actually very important. Initially, this seemed like a meaningless act, but not for a king to express his heart to his warriors. As time went on, it became even more important. The infinitely reproducible gold ring symbolizes wealth. It is the treasure that helped Odin maintain his position as king. Yu Hoen rubbed his chin, coming to a conclusion. So, if someone activates it, this is what happens. Chloe still didn't understand, questioning. But isn't that something only saint-level people can do? So at least it's not in the hands of ordinary people. Yu Hoen immediately agreed, nodding and saying, Right, that's the problem. I was extremely careful, and more than that, I even put a thin barrier on it so it wouldn't cause chaos before the wedding. But that also means it's been broken. Julian and the others listened in silence. Yu Hoen stated his conclusion. I'm guessing the person behind this is very powerful. He turned towards the Eye of God and laid out a plan. For now, let's search the places on the map first. New York, immediately. Before long, they had returned. Yu Hoen frowned, finding it very puzzling. That's strange. It was just here. Hearing that, Chloe offered a hypothesis. Maybe they were discovered and ran away. Yu Hoen immediately became annoyed. Damn it, do we have to go looking again? Then he took out his phone, wanting to find out who was at headquarters. Julian thought for a moment before answering, I think it's Ilya. Yu Hoen called headquarters, and someone immediately answered, Yes, this is me. He directly asked Ilya, can you go to the Eye of God now? Find information on the location of the Draupnir ring, and send it to me. He didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately, yes. Ilya didn't hang up right away but asked back, By the way, boss, have you seen it? Yu Hoen was confused by his question. What do you mean? Ilya, not understanding what was going on, honestly reported, Everyone online is saying they found the ring. They're posting videos showing off, and it's getting attention. Ilya frowned, continuing to Jen. They're so smug that I can't check if it's real or fake. Have you seen it? Hearing that, he suddenly felt speechless. So everyone's showing off my wedding ring? Chloe beside him was also stunned. Huh? Wait, what are you saying? He opened his phone, and it was indeed, as Y said. Really? Can the Emperor's ring cure baldness? Let's try it. Chloe picked up the phone, unable to hide her anger. It's as clear as day, and they didn't even steal the right one. Julian also joined in, looking at the news with worry. The ring is in the hands of ordinary people? Yu Hoen sensed something was wrong, and he also became tense. Things are getting worse and worse. I guess the person behind this is intentionally trying to prevent us from locating the ring. Yu Hoen frowned, unable to help but admire. I don't know who it is, but they're clever. On the other end of the phone, Ilya also reported. I've arrived, boss. Currently searching. After checking for a while, he reported back. The current result is 11,589. Is that a mistake? They reacted to the bad news and immediately returned. We got goosebumps for a moment and ran quickly back to headquarters. On the Eye of God, the number of locations became increasingly dense. The ring continued to replicate while moving, and at this rate, locating it won't help. Before long, the Eye of God now showed a terrifying number of 85,947 results. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 85,000? Chloe looked at the number in front of her, feeling unbelievable. It increased by 70,000 while we were coming here? That's terrifying. The locations on the map also changed. The positions of the dots changed constantly. A few markers on New York disappeared, replaced by a bunch of dots all over the world. Yu Hoen looked at the scene before him angrily, gritting his teeth. What are these guys thinking? It spread very quickly online, and everyone was actively introducing the ring. Hello, Minasan. Today I'm showing you guys this item. I found the Emperor's ring. Everyone is now immersed in this topic. Everyone wants to own it. Look, it's real gold. Let's see how it works. There are other videos. They're discussing the ring's uses, the rumor that the ring can cure baldness, so let's experiment on a bald head. On June's side, they watched and laughed gleefully. He checked his stats on his phone. June couldn't help but feel smug. With the number of rings increasing like this, they won't be able to find the real one. And in the meantime, we'll go find life. June turned around and said to the two relics. Alright, let's go back to Ala Palace. Lamone nodded immediately. Okay. Nero next to him was also very happy, glad that the plan was working. But at this moment she suddenly cried out miserably. Lam looked at the thing in front of her, constantly cursing. What's falling from the sky? However, its light was very strange, immediately attracting everyone's attention. She picked up the ring, still doubtful in her heart. Draupnir's ring. June looked at the thing in front of him, suddenly feeling confused. Huh? Draupnir fell from the sky? Lamon scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. What? Are they still cloning? June shook his head immediately. No way. He thought carefully and came to a conclusion. Looks like someone accidentally dropped it from the top of the building. Let's go to the palace first. But before they could take a few steps, they stumbled upon another ring. Huh? There's a ring on the ground. Lagon gasped in surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes. It's Draupnir, right? Dunn looked at the ring in his hand, his heart filled with doubt. Why is this here? Nero, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. He thought it seemed to be going crazy, or was so uncontrollable that it was naturally replicating. June looked at the ring, his face gradually turning ugly. No way, right? The story is gradually getting out of control. The number of people with rings is increasing. Look everyone, I found one too. It really is the Emperor's ring. In another place, someone happily showed off. Me too. I'm rich. Even more than that. Now the ring could replicate instantly. Look, my ring has turned into two, right before my eyes. Ilya watched through his phone. He couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god, things are chaotic here. Looks like everyone is finding a ring. Julian carried a box full of rings. He became helpless. The problem is that outsiders are also looking for them. They gave us this pile, saying they found it on the street. Ilya observed the box. He was extremely surprised. So many. How many are there here? Julian put the box of rings down, his voice full of sadness. There's no point in counting. Have you been able to contact Jeha? But in the meantime, Ilya was secretly counting the rings. Wan Yuqi. Chloe shook her head. She was also frustrated. No, he's not answering his phone. Julian, receiving such information, became annoyed. What did he do with the phone and disappear? Chloe shrugged. She had no choice but to give up. I don't know, but relic replication is his job. Julian suddenly thought of something. He was almost certain. It seems, but in this case, it's not his doing. The numbers on the saint's eyes are increasing non-stop. There are more than 34 billion results. Yu Hoan observed from the side, feeling extremely helpless. How much has it increased? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the number increased again, to more than 40 billion. Yu Ho couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. Holy crap! It increased again as soon as I said it. Sua suddenly appeared. She worriedly asked about the situation. Boss, what's the situation? Sua then entered work mode. She seriously reported. We are analyzing the rings sent to headquarters, but we still can't contact he. After thinking for a while, Sua strongly gave her opinion. I feel like it would be faster if we had him. Yu Hoan was annoyed, constantly cursing in his mouth. Where is this guy hiding? But suddenly Yu Hoan's eyes lit up, as if he had a way. Wait! An idea suddenly flashed in his head. Yunho remembered not being able to contact Zhenhe, so he thought everyone was in a state of confusion since the ring was stolen. But now, when the situation is worse, why can't we contact him? Yuho looked at the situation in front of him, increasingly worried. Something is very strange, and with the Draupnir situation like this, even for professionals, this is a bit too much. Legend has it that every 9 days, 8 new rings will appear, and this just so happens to be Jeha's specialty, making things even weirder. Jeha specializes in cloning, so the higher-ups are looking for him to analyze. After a moment of thought, Yu Hoan came to a conclusion. But instead, because he's a specialist, could it be said that he's the mastermind behind it all? However, at this moment, Yu Hoan hesitated. Of course, this is just baseless speculation. If Jeha heard it, he'd be very sad. He thought of that scene. Jeha would constantly scold. You're terrible. How could you suspect me? Depressed. After thinking it over and over, even though Yu Hoan racked his brains, he really couldn't think of anyone else. But if it wasn't him, then why couldn't he be contacted? Is it right to suspect him? Yu Ho immediately summoned. Gunjia! It happily replied. Did you call, master? Jia is so happy. It kept asking him. Are we going to stab someone? How exciting! However, this time, Yu Hoan disappointed it. Sorry Jia, not this time. Before leaving, he even left a message. I'm gonna go find the others to report. Jia was so surprised that she couldn't react in time. Only after a while did she come back to her senses. Yes, boss. Yu Hoan was on the top floor, preparing to take action. He carefully instructed. I'm telling you again, no stabbing. Jia refused, immediately becoming coquettish. Why not? Just let me stab once. It exerted force, determined to fulfill its wish. The world is too peaceful these days, I don't have a chance to stab anyone. Yu Ho glanced at it, his eyes full of contempt. Sounds like a personal problem. He was silent for a moment, then explained. I'm not sure if Jaehae has committed any crimes, so I can't help you. Gunjia understood after listening, and finally sighed in resignation. Alright, no poking people, got it. The next second, it said nothing, pulling Yu Hoan away at breakneck speed. He tried to hold on to Gunjia tightly, constantly pondering in his heart. Flying so fast, does this mean? Thinking of this, Yu Hoan felt relieved, but also very angry. Jaeha was safe and sound somewhere. That bastard, really! However, that thought was quickly dismissed by him. It's not too early to conclude. I need evidence first. Gunjia suddenly dove down while flying. Thanks to that, Yu Hoan's thoughts became even more certain. Meaning Jaeha isn't far away. The next second, an explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Yu Hoan landed safely. He couldn't help but feel helpless. I told Gunjia not to stab. Gunjia was angry instead. It looked innocent. Who cares? I didn't do anything, let me tell you. Yu Hoan was helpless. Gunjia's sharp point nearly hit Jaeha. You almost hit a dangerous spot there. It still wouldn't admit it, constantly arguing for its mistake. I didn't stab. It's fine. Jia acted as if nothing had happened, still very nonchalant. Besides, even if I stabbed a little, it would heal quickly. As soon as Jae-ha saw him, his body trembled. "Boss Yu Ho-in!" Not liking to beat around the bush, he went straight to the point. "Why are you here? I had to find you this way. You weren't answering your phone." He looked around, and it didn't take long to notice something strange. "But anyway, this place is too suspicious. And so are you. What's with all this money? There were even antiques there." Yu Ho-in became even more suspicious. "There's a ton of valuable stuff too. Where did you get it all?" Jae-ha scratched his head. He made up a reason. "This is my storage. I've been saving up little by little." He still didn't believe the other party. "Is that so?" Yu Ho-in glared, making a request. "Can you not be lying?" Jae-ha felt the person was very unfamiliar, instinctively backing away. "Why are you so scary all of a sudden?" He didn't show any leniency, directly exposing the secret. "There are a lot of things here that don't fit your taste." Yu Ho-in observed the antiques and then added, "And there are a lot of different things too. There's no way this is a collection. It's more likely that you stole this stuff, or are planning to exchange it for something." Yu-ho was silent for a moment before coldly saying, "The latter seems more plausible, doesn't it?" He glanced at Jae-ha, who was worried, and directly asked the other party, "What do you think of my conclusion?" Jae-ha panicked, so he kowtowed and apologized. "I've committed a terrible crime." Yu Ho-in was now disappointed and accordingly angry. "You bastard!" He couldn't be patient anymore, constantly urging, "Spit it all out!" Jae-ha was remorseful, not daring to look him in the face. "Yes, of course." Then Jae-hae recounted everything. He didn't dare to leave out any details, which made Yu Ho-in even more shocked. "What he told me was quite surprising. For the relics to do such a thing." Jae-ha guiltily raised his head, slowly adding, "They said doing so would benefit you in the long run." He was foolish, doing what the relics told him to. "So I helped them clone the ring." "I'm sorry." After hearing everything, Yu Ho-in realized that it was Rune and the other relics who did it. However, when he mentioned this, he couldn't control his anger. "But you made too many copies. You should know when to stop." Jae-ha immediately shook his head. He denied it vehemently. "It's not my fault. I didn't make that many." Even Jae-ha himself was helpless. He didn't know what was happening. "Even if I don't do anything, the rings are still replicating on their own. I don't know what's going on." Jae-ha looked at the other JHs beside him, explaining further. "Moreover, there are rings in these piles too. It's too messy." He sighed, now full of regret. He shouldn't have listened to them. Yu-ho coldly looked down, filled with disdain. "You're just realizing it now?" He was angry for a reason. Now things are out of control. Dra-upne is a ring specifically designed to replicate itself. It seems that you replicating it has caused it to go out of control. It's not right to just blame Jae-ha. Yu-ho decided to deal with things first. "We need to handle the situation first. Let's go back to headquarters, because they're analyzing the rings right now." He was silent for a moment and then emphasized, "We need to find a way to get rid of them all." Jae-ha was overjoyed upon hearing this, immediately replying, "Understood." This time before leaving, Yu-ho warned, "Don't lose focus again. I'll be back to check on you." After resolving things, he gave the order, "Gunjia, to Valhalla Palace. We need to investigate the source of this incident." He hesitated a little but then agreed. "All right." Yu-ho was clearly disappointed with Jun. He felt very surprised. It seems the quietest cats jump into the fire first. "I didn't expect Jun to cause such a big incident." Yu-ho frowned deeply, his face full of anger. What is he thinking? A news reporter is seriously delivering the breaking news of immense importance these days. She said, "The whole world is in chaos with an endless amount of the Emperor's Ring." Main news. Emperor's rings, everywhere. The big screen switches to a man and a woman cleaning right in front of a store. People working in the shopping districts of New York are cleaning up the rings in front of their stores. The rings, from who knows where, are blocking the roads. A large number of rings are being mercilessly scooped away. The people initially seemed happy to pick up the rings, now they despise them. Next, a passerby with missing front teeth complained with a grumbling tone, "I was munching on fried rice when I suddenly bit into something hard. Then I realized when I spat it out. Do you know how much the dentist is charging me?" Finally, a mother and daughter, the mother holding her little girl in her arms, her face full of worry, told the interviewer, "I'm sure all the windows and doors were closed, but the rings keep appearing. I'm worried because there are children and dogs in the house too." Jun and Nero intently listened to the video being played. According to a Guardian employee, the number of rings continues to increase. "Everyone, please be careful." He looked at the ring on the screen, unable to help but worry. Has everything gone a little too far? Jun gradually looked up at the crow and asked, "How's the analysis going?" She didn't look at him, focusing on the table where the rings were gradually replicating. "It's gone crazy! Even when I try to talk to it, it doesn't listen and keeps replicating. Replicating." Run, supporting his hand, observed the situation and commented, "It's out of control? We need to find a way to deal with all of this." Just as he finished speaking, a strange noise echoed outside the villa. Lamon couldn't help but be startled by the sudden sound that came in an instant. She immediately turned and looked at the crow in a panic. "Someone's coming." She blankly looked at Lahan, startled. "Huh?" Suddenly from above, Yuhuo, tightly holding Gunjia, swooped down. Too fast, what do I do now? Damn it, achievements. Then he landed on the ground decisively, cooler than cool. Slowly opening his eyes, he coldly called out, achievements. Yuhuo stood up abruptly, looking towards the door and shouting loudly, everyone, get out here! He issued a warning to the people in the villa, especially him. Run, don't even think about escaping. I'll give you 10 seconds. 10, 9. Leon trembled in fear at each of his counts. 8. Is he angry? So scary. Are we caught? At this moment, Jun lowered his head and finally said, 7. Let's just go outside first. Yuhuo propped his hand, looking at the Saint relics before him. At this moment he couldn't help but angrily question them. Do you guys know what's happening in the world? He said. Shove. Jun explained their absence. We were also trying to figure out how to deal with the rings. Yuhoen then asked, you're the one who stole and duplicated them, aren't you? He admitted in a low voice to those actions. Yes, I'm the culprit. I apologize, Your Majesty. Jun paused for a moment, then explained his actions. I just wanted to delay your wedding a little until we found life. He kept his head down, his face filled with utter guilt. Why do something so pointless? What do those two things even have to do with each other? Kuei spoke up from the side. We heard that life and destruction weren't complete yet. We were worried things would get worse. Lamont, standing next to him, chimed in fearfully. That's right. We heard you'd be busy and have a baby. Yuhoen was utterly shocked, unable to think. Huh? A baby? He was annoyed to hear about his family matters. So now you're deciding my personal issues for me too? The group quickly said, misunderstanding! How would we dare? Yuhoen was at a loss for words. We're just afraid that after you get married, you won't care about our relics anymore, he affirmed, reassuring his relics. Why would you think that? I'm the emperor. Run's eyes widened in surprise at the emperor's consolation. Don't worry about finding life, because we will definitely help, he immediately asked. Really? Yuhoen snapped. Don't you trust me? That's right. So, is this matter resolved? Sede laughed loudly with joy. Great! What a relief. Aegis beside him piously prayed. Thank God, you're the best. At this moment, Q and Lamont high-fived in celebration. Thank you God, you're the best. Yuhoen suddenly interrupted. Wait, there's still a huge problem. A mountain of shiny, golden rings was released and scattered everywhere. He pointed at them. I got these from Jaeha's warehouse. Run honestly replied. We're analyzing the situation too. Kuei then seriously used his power on the mountain of rings. If they're alone, they don't move or talk. But when stimulated even a little, they happily and collectively increase in number without decreasing at all. Multiply. Multiply more. He looked at the ones that multiplied with just a little stimulation. It's insane. This situation is hopeless. Yuhoen glanced over in agreement. I think so too. He kept staring and gradually offered a suggestion. Looks like we have to consider getting rid of them all. The problem is, how? Jun's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Yuhoen had a plan to leave. Either way, there's no time to think. Let's just go first. He stood on the terrace and commanded. All right, you relics, listen up. From now on, your job is to deal with that pile of rings. With both hands placed on the railing, he said casually, I want all relics that can open another space. The task now is to send those rings away from Earth. Osiris looked up at him, asking curiously, You mean to the underworld? A relic's voice rang out, seeming to like the idea. Yeah, good idea. He breathed a sigh of relief as the tense situation was about to be resolved. Thankfully, the rings can't move. Just dump them all into Osiris's underworld. In turn, Anubis asked, So, do I need to summon the mirror mummies? Yuhoen nodded. Okay, the more the better. Lamont appeared behind him from who knows when, excitedly asking, Do I need to call my people? Yuhoen replied, Do it, as many people as possible. At this moment, he spoke up to remind and instruct the relics. Because you don't need to fight in this era, don't worry about strength and just do everything you can. One by one, powers gathered in a flash, shooting off in different directions. Then do it! Okay. A multitude of relics quickly moved, scattering everywhere to collect the rings. As for the other side, Osiris opened gates to the underworld all over the world. The rings that were found were poured into them. The people in the city fearfully backed away at the sudden appearance of many relics. People in the city were initially surprised by the relics. Are these relics causing trouble? It's a relic! They held halls and eyes that gradually glowed, advancing towards the people. Wait, they're holding halls! Maybe they're here because of those rings? Before long, they understood the purpose of the rings and worked together around the same time. Meanwhile, after returning to Guardian headquarters, I guided everyone to participate in the removal of the rings. A variety of small but powerful items, the paintings of Gorak, the bags of Fanmar Kum Helio, and other spatial artifacts among the relics helped a lot. Yuhan worriedly asked himself, I wonder if our efforts will be rewarded. The Holy Eye respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Emperor. Yuhan asked, Holy Eye, tell me the number of Drapnia rings. It acknowledged the order. Understood. Then it immediately announced an unbelievable number of rings. Nearly 52 million trillion. He exclaimed in astonishment. So many? Dozens of people were carrying and pouring bags of rings that were piled up like mountains. Anyway, the whole world is full of rings, so it's understandable. At the same time, he stood right behind the processing staff, observing the process. It was too dangerous a situation to ignore. Not only that, the situation room was in complete chaos, with all kinds of organizations and offices calling in. Yu Hoan received phone calls, especially Natkan's warnings about the situation on Earth. It was too scary. Switching back to the room with the Holy Eye, a global crisis needed to be resolved, he said. Just keep updating the number of rings for me. It immediately announced, displaying the numbers. Yu Hoan crossed his arms in thought. Tell me the decrease, can you? The number is too big. The Holy Eye agreed, saying a surprising number. All right, 946 rings have disappeared. He was overjoyed, in disbelief. Really? It decreased? Yes. Now, there are 853 more. A series of fluctuations jumped numbers continuously. Although those numbers were nothing compared to the overall total, the important thing was that the rate had decreased. There's hope. Ilya J.A. and Minhihihi on this side are also collecting the rings. Hopefully we can continue to eliminate them and return the world to normal. On the Raven's side, she also used her power, and a series of rings flew into the air, hopefully. Finally, Yu Hoan smirked. All right, let's do it. The sound of the scepter echoed steadily. All right, just a little more. 2 people were working together to help the sacred sites clean up the number of rings. I heard that the number of rings is decreasing. The other person rejoiced. Really? It wasn't a waste of effort. At this time, everyone was carrying bags full of rings. Hey, be careful not to fall into the pit. A person sitting on a chair holding the scepter took the opportunity to rest. I heard that's the underworld. The rings were sucked into a new dimension on Jun Hoan's side. The rate of the rings continued to decrease. He smiled at the increasingly positive situation. Maybe it was because everyone worked together and started to get used to the work. Yu Hoan looked up at the Holy Eye, and after some time, it happened. At this time, Raven returned to her true form, announcing, Master, there's trouble. He asked, Raven? She briefly described the difficulties on Osiris's side. Osiris's situation suddenly got worse. I think you should go and see it directly. He looked at Raven, agreed, and asked for the location. All right, where is he? It quickly replied, not far away. The sky was now dim, and a series of high-rise buildings were lit up with lights. People were still actively collecting rings and pouring them into the pit in another dimension. Osiris at this time couldn't bear it anymore, clutching his stomach and writhing. Yu Hoan ran quickly towards him. Osiris! He looked in surprise at the person running over anxiously. Master! He immediately asked about the situation. What's wrong? I heard you weren't feeling well. Osiris slumped to the ground, one hand constantly rubbing his stomach. It's been like this for a while now, he recounted. My stomach is too bloated, and it's been aching these past few days. Yu Hoan worriedly asked, Is there a problem in the underworld? The two of them simultaneously looked down at the pit. Underneath this pile of rings, there's no way down. There are so many rings that we can see it from here. He couldn't help but turn to Osiris in surprise. Is it always like this? I thought it was a bottomless pit. He looked blankly. It is. Seeing a mountain of rings and several holy relics working their hardest, I figured it was because there were too many rings. Even the afterlife was being filled up. He crossed his arms and asked, So it's not infinite after all? He hugged his stomach, eyes squeezed shut as he said with all his might, Probably not. I've never put so much stuff in before, so I'm not sure. Nero suddenly appeared behind him. Then let me help. He laughed, offering a suggestion. We'll melt them with our flames. Osiris, sweating profusely, gave a thumbs up, cheering. That sounds even better. Thanks, man. Nero nodded. All right, leave it to me. Then he and the demon were about to set off together. All right, let's go, demon. Yu Hoan quickly raised his hand to stop them. Hey, wait! But they quickly left. He lowered his eyes. They're gone. I don't think this is a good idea. Nero and the demon on this side went down to the mountain of rings, happily cheering. Finally, we can contribute. He reached out and used his power. All right, let's burn them. A loud explosion erupted, sending many rings flying. Osiris wondered. Did it work? He suddenly turned to look at him, asking, What's wrong? Osiris was now writhing in pain, as if thunder was exploding. Oh, he trembled, and collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and screaming, I'm gonna die. Yu Hoan stood beside him, observing. Is it even worse? He immediately spoke down, ordering Nero. I knew it! Hey Nero, stop and get out of there now. He was still using his flames, looking up. Melting them doesn't help, they just liquefy. Yu Hoan was helpless. Don't you think molten gold will hurt even more when it's gurgling? He hesitated for a long while. Probably. He continued explaining with a physics lesson, not to mention the amount of heat. Nero understood. I got it. He turned to his companion. Hey demon, stop and get out of here. I know you're frustrated, but there's no other choice. A wave of flames rushed towards Nero. Looks like we're not as useful as we thought. The demon stood there in horror, watching him gradually being submerged in the flames. Osiris tilted his head, lying prostrate on the ground. Osiris! Yu-Hoan glanced over, puzzled. What now? An earthquake? A stream of lava surged up. That's not an earthquake. The molten gold in that pit is starting to rise. Both Nero and the demon were lifted out of that pit, like a erupting volcano. With Nero and the demon falling into it, they were pushed to the surface. A crowd of people around there fearfully backed away. He couldn't let the molten gold out of the pit. They cried out in panic. What's this? Should we get out of here? He said. Because a lot of people will be affected. Yu-Hoan quickly reached out and used his power. There was no time to waste, so he made the decision to strike directly at the raging molten lava. He summoned his power, gritting his teeth. Holy relic destruction. The destroyed rings cannot leave the pit. The image of him standing in front of an entire mountain of rings, regretting it, but in fact he wanted to find a way without destroying those rings. He wanted to put them somewhere to find the real ones when he had time. A genuine ring represents the authority of the leader. Besides the ability to self-replicate, it is also a symbol of the king's power. The image, together with the girl he loves, flashed by. Anyone with that ring can summon my subordinates. Next came the image of social gangs, elements that threatened lives. Now there are still new gangs everywhere, to stop them from harming families. Yu-Hoan wanted to share this power. Yu-Hoan gave the ring to the girl he loved, pleading for a small wish. He just wanted to give them a safety device so they wouldn't be harmed as members of the emperor's family. Returning to reality, his hands strained with all their might. But since the situation is like this, he will try his best to eliminate them. From behind, a voice called out. Your Majesty, please wait. June, worried, approached. Osiris will be destroyed first if you continue. He was surprised. Huh? It then turned into the shape of a dog, lying feebly and crushed on the ground, no longer moaning. When did that guy transform, he thought. I guess the attack was too strong, so he couldn't maintain that form. Osiris, crushed and lying there, cried out, begging, Destructive relic, please stop. It continued. I'm a relic too. Yu-Hoan then blamed himself. Is it because of me? The flow didn't decrease. I think we've stopped it temporarily. Let's find another way. All three of them were on the ground, and he made a decision. Even if we think of another way, the only option is to destroy this pile. He rested his chin in his hand, contemplating the precarious situation of Osiris. But Osiris was also hit, so he couldn't do it. The only option is to switch to another relic. Yu-Hoan immersed himself in searching his memory to see who had enough power to break through, but how should he do it? Who wouldn't be affected? He suddenly remembered, turning to look at the person next to him. Huh? Wait, he trembled, not understanding, and said, Yes, Your Excellency. He spoke before the astonished expression of the other. A very bold idea. That's right, throw them into chaos. June didn't have time to think. Huh? Yu-Hoan happily pointed. Isn't that place infinite? It's too great. He tried to dissuade him. Stay calm, then quickly and frantically explaining to him. Chaos is not a place I have control over. It's a completely different world. I can only open the entrance. He looked indifferent, not caring about the other's nagging. Does it matter if you control it or master it? The important thing is that you can open the entrance. June panicked. No, don't you understand? Yu-Hoan gave a concise explanation of the problem they would face when the world faced disappearance. The world will end if we don't deal with this pile. Then there will be nothing for the relics from chaos to be born from, he asked. So what's the point of keeping them? June was now convinced. You're right. He looked at the lava flow, and a feeling of guilt came over him again. Moreover, I just remembered that everything was caused by me. At this moment, June was more determined than ever. Understood. Your Majesty, I will open the gate. Yu-Hoan turned to look at June and said calmly. Great, let's do it right away. June's expression flickered for a moment, replying. But before that, he hesitated, before finally saying, there was a problem. Yu-Hoan then tilted his head and said softly, Huh? June explained helplessly. The gate to chaos is in the sky, but because the gate to Osiris's world is on the ground. After describing it, he lowered his voice slightly and asked Yu-Hoan, how to suck it in now, understand? He put his hand to his chin and thought, then questioned it back. As I see it, doesn't Tian Yu suck directly? June shrugged and replied, That's because Tian Yu is originally a part of chaos. He pointed to the hole at his feet and continued. They only need a little manpower to suck in, but in this case, looking at the vortex in the gate, June hesitated a little. If I consider the pros and cons, I'm not sure if I can use my power to affect the gate, but, he continued, everyone will be sucked in too. Yu-Hoan thought of game over when all the houses were swept away, and said with a somewhat suspicious tone, Wouldn't that be the end? June looked at Osiris lying slumped on the ground and said pitifully, Even if you ask me to open the gate to chaos in a different form, I don't think I can. looking at Osiris's condition. We can't even wake Osiris up. Jun made a statement that he had drawn. Yu Hoan didn't change his expression at all, and asked him in a monotone, "What if you change it?" He kept asking Jun repeatedly. "You can't open the gate to chaos on the ground?" With a face full of regret, Jun shook his head and refused. "I can't." Yu Hoan stood in the golden vortex, turned his back to Jun, and asked again. "But there are times when you can do it on the ground, right?" Jun patiently explained again. "The gate to chaos is a little different." Yu Hoan stroked his chin, nodding and muttering, "I get it. Then there's only one way left." He quickly made his decision to have the flying relics do it. Just leave the gate open and manually move the relics. Jun, upon hearing this, shrugged and asked, "Your Majesty, wouldn't that take a long time?" But Yu Hoan stuck to his decision and said, "Why not give it a try?" He looked at Jun, his voice low and clear, speaking impartially. "The situation isn't so bad. We have advantages too." Yu Hoan then started calling for the relics to appear. Lamon appeared and replied, "Yes." Yu Hoan stood with his arms crossed, issuing the order. "The molten gold must be cold by now. Store it in lumps." He turned to Lamon and asked, "You're the expert in this, right?" She excitedly replied repeatedly, "Of course, no worries." Jun exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, to move it more easily, can we move a whole bunch at once?" He told Jun. "Gather the flying relics while Lamon handles it." Yu Hoan also found quite a few relics. "We gathered everyone from all over and separated those who could fly." After gathering and sorting, he stood with his hands in his pockets, arrogantly saying, "Not as many as I thought, huh?" Ilya offered a suggestion. "Bin's horse can be summoned a few times." Yu Hoan, upon hearing this, asked with interest, "That's great. Can it carry heavy objects?" Ilya thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure." Yu Hoan nodded and said, "Ask him. The important thing is not to drop anything." Jun said worriedly, "I'm worried that there are fewer relics than we think, but predicting this will take time." Yu Hoan cleared his throat and asked him, "What? Is there another problem?" Jun hesitated slightly, his voice fading. "I'm afraid so." Then he quickly said what was on his mind. "While the gate is open, some celestial emissaries will definitely try to escape. An exit! Let's go!" "The longer it's open, the more risks there are." Yu Hoan replied urgently, "Didn't I say they can all be revived? What's the point of doing that?" Jun immediately retorted, "Aren't there some who can't?" He kept listing the risks that could occur. "They will take the opportunity to escape." Yu Hoan turned his head to the side, angrily hissing, "Too much of a headache!" Suddenly, a rope appeared out of nowhere and spoke. "I have an idea. It's an innovation." Yu Hoan froze slightly when it appeared. "Rope?" It smiled awkwardly and greeted. Master Jun hurriedly skipped the greeting and asked, "Please tell me." The rope twisted and turned, saying quickly, "I'll make you a bridge." Yu Hoan instinctively asked back, "A road bridge?" Jun asked with some concern, "Can you reach the sky?" With the confidence of his master, it said loudly, "Of course." Yu Hoan frowned and asked, "A bridge? How? I can't imagine it." The rope immediately prepared to transform. "Let me show you." Then it began to stretch out, a personal tube dividing into many different branch tubes. The layers of the bridge were stacking together. It all automatically followed the correct position it needed to be in. After a while, it formed something like a wall around the pit. The rope excitedly showed off. "Like this!" Jun's eyes lit up. He stared at the bridge and said, "Great. If the rope does that and connects the two gates, we only need the gravity of chaos to suck it up." Yu Hoan was still stunned and asked, "So the rope is like a straw?" Jun was ecstatic, saying with hopeful eyes, "That's right, isn't that a good idea?" Jun said worriedly, "But the rope will have to stretch to its limit." Yu Hoan also nodded in agreement. "That's right, it will be difficult." The rope confidently said, "Just try it, I'm very confident. Really believe in me, you can't fail." Jun glanced at the rope to reassure Yu Hoan. "Don't worry, the rope never fails, that's right." "Really?" Jun turned to look at it, sighing. "Then let's start, shall we?" It danced and cheered. "Let's go!" Yu Hoan seriously placed all his trust in it and said, "Okay, I'm leaving it to you." Suddenly it exclaimed, "Wait a minute." The rope suddenly creaked and moved a little, beginning to stretch its body. Then it continuously wove small strands together, creating a net far better than its initial form. It gradually connected more and more. No, it was more accurate to call it a tube. The tube kept rising higher. Jun tilted his head back, shielding his eyes from the dazzling light emitted by the rope, and exclaimed, "Oh my god!" Yu Hoan turned to remind him, "Get ready to go too." Jun immediately replied, "Yes." He was suddenly startled. Several golden rays were swirling around him. Jun raised his hand to support a glowing stone, so surprised that he shouted, "The core! Is it reacting?" With eyes full of light, Jun proudly looked at the rope bridge and said, "So then, you little punk. A beam shot straight into the sky. The rope flew upwards, creating a huge flash of lightning. The gate of destruction was still closing, with small purple lightning bolts crackling beneath. The rope tried to stretch out, sighing as it saw the gate. Almost there. So tiring. The other holy relics hurriedly rushed over, urged on. Hurry, get into position. Yu Hoen stood with his arms crossed, glancing over the holy relics before suggesting, I need everyone to protect the rope so the tube doesn't move, just in case. He looked at the loop at the top of the rope and said, Jun, also make a loop at the edge of the gate to tie it as an anchor. Looking at the sky-piercing tube, thus, a giant tube connecting the underworld and chaos was completed. Yu Hoen stared at the rope tube and exclaimed, God, I've never seen anything like this, it's so big. But he still didn't forget to ask it. Are you all right? The rope casually said, I'm fine. Yu Hoen smirked, glanced up at the gate, and then instructed, all right. Then turned to June and tell him to open the gate. June immediately responded, then cast the spell to reopen the gate of destruction. Yes, sir. The holes of the gate were all blocked, forming a straight, cylindrical tunnel created by the rope. When the gate reopened, a gust of wind rushed out, filled with destructive ghosts escaping, and golden rock fragments. They separated little by little, bit by bit, and then rushed down. Everything that happened within seconds was under control. The golden fragments began to fly through the tube, without affecting the architecture or the people around. Yu Hoen proudly looked at his accomplishment, thinking, Operation successful. The gate opened into a cosmic black hole, constantly emitting electricity around it. The golden power sources, like a giant net, slowly approached the hole. Inside the hole was a deep black color, powerfully sucking everything in. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred, blasting away the golden power. The power sources were connected, creating a twisting tube between the sky and the earth. Everything was going smoothly. The golden fragments began to be sucked into the chaos. Yu Hoen was suddenly attracted by something. He glanced down. After a while, Osiris was lying on the ground, waking up and looking at him, asking, What happened? He immediately shouted its name, Osiris. He slowly approached him, worriedly asking, Are you awake? Are you okay? Osiris straightened up and replied, I'm much better now. He walked up to him, blankly not understanding what was happening, wondering, But what is this? What did you do to me? Yu Hoen rested his hand, calmly replying, Just a tiny surgery. He jolted back, sweat dripping continuously, shouting, Surgery? He stood upright authoritatively, looking down at him, and demanding, We're still working, so just rest. Osiris's ears drooped, obediently listening. Okay, nothing strange, right? Suddenly, something seemed to happen to Osiris. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he groaned through gritted teeth. He couldn't hold on, and his whole body fell to the ground. He was scared, and hurried over to ask, What's wrong now? He trembled and pointed. There's something else in my stomach, isn't there? At this time, the rope's voice rang out from above, announcing, Master, there's no gold left. It's all gone. Yu Hoen looked up in surprise. Huh? It continued. Something is being sucked into it. The layers of sand and the zombie hordes were strongly sucked into that black hole. He looked into it, muttering, Sand and zombies. Zombies. That's the earth spirit in June's underworld. Osiris collapsed. Yu Hoen hurriedly shouted loudly upwards. He demanded loudly, June, stop it! Close the gate. June received the order from him. He quickly closed the gate, creating the black hole. Understood, master. The sky gradually brightened. He secretly felt relieved when he saw Osiris wake up. Osiris woke up again. Maybe because it was handled in time, there wasn't significant damage. The gate was closed, and the rope was also released, and slowly lowered weakly. The rope began to unravel and go down. It was wrapped so tightly that it took an hour to unravel. Yu Hoen stood in front, discussing with Julian. There are still rings that team members are keeping in their relics. Jaha rode a white horse close to the gate. He directly threw into it all the things that needed to be removed, and closed the door. After throwing away all the items in H's painting, Finmac's bag and other things, June closed the gate completely. Yu Hoen stood in front of the rope and the others and happily said, We've overcome the crisis, and have more space to hold the rings. Tall buildings appeared. They were large and towering. Very quickly. Time passed quickly. And a few days passed, the news also reported. At this time, the female announcer greeted everyone. Good afternoon, it's a pleasure to report. The news was continuously broadcast, providing information. Everyone paid attention to it. The Guardian organization has officially announced the end of the ring situation. Everyone was intently glued to the information. The female announcer happily told everyone that they could continue to live safely. I will connect with a reporter live. John Ji-yu blankly turned to ask his friend, So there are no more rings, right? The boy wearing a hat hesitated and replied, Probably, huh? A man standing in a suit affirmed, It must be accurate news. That's the head of Jenner. They looked at each other in silence, then shouted out in joy. Finally, everyone became more bustling when they heard this news. The streets also started to become more lively. I thought the apocalypse was here. We have to celebrate today. Yu Hoen at this time stood from above looking down, curiously. What's wrong? Why is everyone so noisy? What happened? Sua immediately came from behind him, also curiously asked, What's wrong? Why is everyone so noisy? What happened? He glanced back at her, suddenly realizing. Today? Yu Hoen chuckled softly, looking down and exclaiming, I think it's probably been a long time since they've seen any rings. Acting like it's new news, she hugged Sasha, turned around happily and said, confirming it makes us feel more at ease. He reassured her and said, just look back at the situation to make sure there are no more troubles. Sua had a determined look in her eyes. She chuckled loudly. I understand. Not staying long, Yu Hoen turned around, hands in his pockets, and walked away. Then I'll go first. Sua turned towards him and instructed, be careful. A large palace gradually appeared. It was a palace with a strong modern style. It is the Vao Ha Palace. He had just stepped into the house when a voice rang out, Master! The rope excitedly welcomed him. You're back? Yu Hoen then replied and asked about it. Yeah, how are you? Lamont suddenly entered and shouted, You came home early today? He walked to his throne, leaned back on it, closed his eyes and exclaimed, I've been busy for a while, so today I want to rest. She approached excitedly. Then play with me! Play soccer. That worm always refuses me. He glanced at her, helplessly said, Lamont, I said I want to rest. Lamont's expression was innocent, directing her large, round eyes towards him. Isn't playing resting? Suddenly, Jean's voice rang out from afar. You're back, Master. He gradually approached behind Lacan, causing her to turn around and look excitedly. The rope is here too? Just in time. Yu Homen, he asked back. Jun, what's wrong? He lay with his hands behind his head, looking at Jun and guessing. You always show up when something's happening, so you don't look too happy right now. Annoyed at being thought of so poorly, he found an excuse to scold him. You're terrible! He stepped forward, standing in front of him and announcing happily, I have good news. Yu-ho, wanting to hear it too, sat up straight. Let's hear it! Jun suddenly shouted, I found the life core. This left Lafon and the rope stunned in place. Huh? She hurriedly turned to run, her voice unable to hide her surprise. How did you? You complained so much about not finding it. Lots of stars? He paused, answering casually. I just happened to find it. Yu-ho didn't seem too interested. He asked nonchalantly. So you found it? Who is it? He put on a mysterious act. Curious, aren't you? Ah, Run shouted towards Rope. This startled her. Rope seemed unable to believe her ears. She said, Me, a C rank, is the Emperor's treasure, the cradle of life? Layman couldn't believe the truth. She turned back and forth, asking repeatedly, Are you serious? No kidding? Jun replied firmly, That's right, I'm sure. He then remembered what happened back then. Run started explaining to them. When she transformed into a chaotic connecting tube and the underworld, the life core reacted. She approached Rope, her face agape, exclaiming, He said she doesn't use her power often, so there's no reaction even when she gets close. But because she used so much power that day, it reacted to her aura. Jun honestly revealed everything he knew. That's why I told you it wasn't possible before. Now that I think about it, Rope wasn't there when I investigated everyone. That's why I didn't realize it sooner. Yuho smiled, staring at Rope and replying, That's because she's always stuck to me. She quickly nodded in agreement. That's right. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, contemplating, his eyes looking with interest. But it's quite surprising. Who would have thought it would be Rope? He looked at Rope and said, I just thought she was special. Praised by him, she was stunned. I'm special? Yu Hoen then recalled her clingy nature, analyzing. Because relics generally hate humans due to the influence of Tian Yu, she cherishes me to a worrying extent. He turned to look at the two of them, smiling brightly. And the rank also automatically increased. Run tilted his head in confusion. Rank Laheon suddenly remembered, exclaiming, That's right, there's that too. She then looked at the different rope shapes of Rope, analyzing. This girl used to be very ordinary, C rank, B rank, S rank, secret rank. But she evolves whenever there's trouble. Now she's a mythic rank, Lemon asked in surprise. For a relic to evolve on its own is already rare, but for a normal relic to become a mythic rank is impossible. Run, standing next to her, also nodded in agreement. That's right, she confidently pointed at herself, her face flushed with embarrassment, boasting, Crow and I worked hard to find the reason. This is why. He turned to Ying Hoen and asked, So there are some clues? He also didn't expect this to happen. Well, it's unexpected. He looked at him, asking curiously in a loud voice, So what do we do now? Are you going to give the core to Rope? Jun then conjured a golden stone. The stone appeared in his hand, he replied. That's right, we have to return it to its owner, then Rope will return to her true form. Yu-ho looked at Rope, who was close to him, happily asking her. That's what he said, are you ready? She didn't understand, but still answered, I don't know. But I'm ready. He brought the stone closer to Rope. The stone immediately flew up and shone brightly. She will recognize it herself. The dazzling light burst out. He frowned uncomfortably. Layman was affected. She closed her eyes tightly and shouted, It's too bright! The strands of rope began to stand on end. Her whole body emitted a strong light. How does it feel, Life Core? She turned to look at Run and replied, I feel like I'm smarter. He smiled and explained, Once you awaken, everything will be even more different. Lam Mon approached Rope and examined her, her voice a little disappointed. But that's it. Huh, I thought you would change more, wouldn't you? Yu-ho tilted his head to look at the glowing rope. He asked, I thought so too. Is she still a rope? Run turned to him and replied, Not exactly, she can choose any appearance. Rope heard him say that, and couldn't contain her excitement. Really? Can I become a human? He answered with certainty. Of course, I'm also in human form. She seemed to want to jump up and down, still glowing all over, exclaiming, Really? I've always wanted to become a human. Yu-ho crossed his arms, his voice full of teasing. How will you be after becoming human? I'm a bit worried. Rope playfully threatened with a laugh. Just you wait. Suddenly, its whole body seemed to explode. A strong light emitted. The rope started to transform. The light it emitted dazzling throughout the room. The light gradually faded. Smoke appeared. And Run and Lamom stared blankly. Yu-ho looked down to examine it, and was immediately shocked and surprised. The rope had now transformed into a straw doll lying on the ground. He asked, confused. Huh? Rope? Didn't you say you would turn into a human? He sat slumped on the throne, propping his hand on his thigh, stammering. I guess it's almost there. The rope lay still on the ground, startled. But I changed. Huh? What is this? Layman approached the rope and exclaimed. It seems that the rope isn't used to transforming yet. Run stood at its feet. He raised his hand and requested. Okay, rope, follow me. The rope transformed again, and a puff of black smoke appeared. Okay, 1, 2. Suddenly, the rope transformed into a copy that looked exactly like Run. It stared at him, smiling, making him jump. It was so excited that it clenched its fists, its eyes sparkling as it cried out, I did it! Wow! He hesitated and said, No, wait, you only transformed into me. Lamon burst into hearty laughter. It looked down at itself innocently and asked, Huh? Is it not okay? He quickly said, The Emperor will confuse us. That's not good. Even so, Roan was confident about his appearance. He proudly boasted. Moreover, it's the appearance I put effort into, so I need to protect my image. Hearing this, Yu-ho understood. Is that so? Rope happily replied, Okay. Once again, Rope continued to transform, the sentence somewhat drawn out. Then this time it transformed into a copy of him. Rope put its hands on its hips, happily shouting, My favorite appearance is master. Hearing this, he choked and spat out. He uncomfortably crossed his arms, ordering with an unfriendly face, No, try again. So this is what it feels like. It sadly cried out with teary eyes. Really not okay? Yu-ho excitedly watched her transform. He wanted to see it so much that he clenched both hands together. Seeing this, Lafmon helplessly said, Okay, I've decided. I'm looking forward to seeing what nonsense you do next. Suddenly, the rope transformed into the form of a cute blonde girl. The girl spoke up and asked, How about this? He reached out his hand, happily exclaiming, Not bad. Run enthusiastically praised, Well done. The little girl excitedly replied, This is an appearance I've done before. Getting to the main topic, Yu-ho spoke up and said, To the next step. Rope widened its eyes in confusion. What's the next step? You spoke at the little girl. He spoke up and explained for him. Make a contract with the Emperor and practice doing your work. The little girl immediately understood the sudden contract. The little girl rushed up, sat on him, and hugged him tightly, not letting go. He felt suffocated, turned his face to the side and cried out. The rope excitedly exclaimed, It's easy, simple. Run approached from behind the little girl. He spoke up to remind her, causing the little girl to stiffen and turn around to look. I want you to focus on the second part more. A bright yellow stone appeared. He patiently explained. After polishing the power of life, it will be more difficult to change appearances. Yu looked over at him, speaking up to request. Emperor, please come with us. Yu-ho was startled and wondered, Huh? Me too? He replied, You need to practice coordination too. He sighed tiredly, lamenting. It's true that whenever I meet you, there's work to do. He called out softly, scratching his face. Outside the house, the sky was blue, and in front of it was a training ground. Yu-ho put his hands in his pockets, standing opposite the two people and asked, This place is spacious. It's okay to practice here, right? Run stood with his hands on his hips and replied, I think it's good. Rope clenched its hands excitedly. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at him expectantly. What should I do? What position should I do? He thought for a moment, hesitating. First, he quickly took out a scroll of books. Run said, "Look at this." He smiled as he looked at the cute little girl, explaining, "Inside are some stories of the sacred relics that need to be reborn." The little girl opened it and looked inside in surprise, exclaiming, "Too long." Rope held it in its hand. Its eyes widened. The little girl looked closely in a daze, listening to him say, "First, you have to continue with the spiritual world yourself, but since this is the first time, let's start with something simple." The little girl read it and couldn't hide her surprise. "Wow, I get it now." Cord, still fixated on that long thing, said with a bright smile, "Thanks to you, I can get back to my work." Yu Hoan crossed his arms, observing the scene before him. He silently watched the girl, deep in thought. Cord was still intensely reading from what seemed like a very old script. As if guessing something, he glanced at Run with a knowing smirk, trying to make himself do less. He was caught red-handed and couldn't argue, only admitting, "Huh? No arguing." But this process is also very important. He suddenly spoke up. This made Yu Hoan pause and look over. It's best to finish this before the emperor's wedding. Yu Hoan turned to face him, raising a hand to stroke his chin in thought. "That's right, let's see. How many days left?" From afar, Cord's excited voice rang out, "It's done!" She held the scroll, walking over to them, her eyes showing confidence. "I've read it all." Jun immediately made a request. "All right, try to create a sacred artifact." He spread his arms out, looking towards Yu Hoan. "Your Majesty, please activate the cradle." Yu Hoan put his hands on his hips, raising his voice, "Okay." He reached out, small lightning bolts gradually appearing on his hand, wondering, "Am I just using it like a normal, sacred artifact?" She quickly replied, "It will be a little harder." Run spoke up to instruct. Cord hasn't fully gotten used to it yet. Before he could finish speaking, the girl jolted violently. Cord released a burst of power, a dazzling light that seemed to scorch them both. Something was gradually appearing. Run shouted in panic, "What is this?" Strange phenomena gradually appeared on the ground, which began to crack. Small hills suddenly rose from the ground, destroying his house. Yu Hoan watched them rise up more and more. He suddenly shouted loudly, "It's a mausoleum! A mausoleum is appearing before our eyes!" He looked up at Cao Bao worriedly. "It seems like something went wrong somewhere." Jun agreed. At this moment, Cord panicked, flustered with fear. "I messed up." He looked at the tombs, his face blank, muttering, "Only sacred artifacts are born. The mausoleum should have appeared later." Yet the tombs are unimaginably large. They stand tall there, at the same time as the sacred artifact. They seem to be beyond control now. Yu Hoan crossed his arms and stepped forward to inspect, exclaiming, "My palace is broken. Should we dig it up first?" Despite having to admit his hobby, this made him hesitate, although I like grave robbing. The girl burst into tears, apologizing. "Master, I'm sorry." He was sweating, not believing his eyes. "I didn't expect it to be like this." Very quickly, all three began to go down to inspect. He held the candle, leading the way. "We immediately excavate the mausoleum, because we need to deal with it and repair the palace as quickly as possible." Not long after entering, he was attacked. New mausoleums usually don't have traps, but there are a few small ones here. Dun and Cord tried to use their strength, trying to resist the traps, but if it wasn't too dangerous, then it was nothing if some more dangerous ones poked their heads out. The three quickly reached the end. They stepped across the wooden bridge to get closer to the golden chest. We quickly reached the final room, all curious about this sacred artifact. Yu Hoan curiously opened the chest. He poked his head inside to look. I was even more interested since it was the first sacred artifact Cord created, but there was nothing inside. This surprised him. He put his hand on the chest, turning his back to the other two, feigning surprise. "Huh? There's nothing in here." Run hesitated. "Don't tell me." He silently looked at it, saying there's no sacred artifact? Just an empty mausoleum? The girl next to him changed color and screamed, "Did I fail?" He turned to look, comforting the girl's mood. "It's not easy anyway." Cord's mood dropped. She sadly exclaimed, "I wanted to show the master my cool side." Yu Hoan turned back to tell the two, "It seems like there's still a long way to go." He felt a strong tremor, quickly telling the two of them, "Even so, the mausoleum seems to be disappearing as we reach the end. Let's get out of here, both of you." He narrowed his eyes, helplessly looking at the girl, threatening, "From now on, we'll have rigorous training." Cord excitedly answered confidently, "I'm ready." The sunlight gradually set behind the tall buildings. Now JHA is having dinner with Nina. The two were laughing and joking happily. Suddenly, the phone he had in his pocket started to vibrate. Jaha quickly stopped. "Wait a minute. It's a message from you." He read in confusion. "Boss, go to Valhalla Palace. There's a lot to fix." Ja hurriedly stopped his appointment and rushed off, wondering, nothing happened, right? Arriving at the scene, the devastation before his eyes made him shout, "What is this? Were we bombed?" Jaha angrily searched for the culprit. "Who did this?" Rope was sitting listlessly, leaning and sighing. So tired. The rope, covered in dirt, answered his question. Rope did it. Ja turned to look at the girl sitting on the ground in horror. Rope! Yu Hoan then said. I'll leave the repairs to you. His eyes widened in surprise. Ja turned to ask about the details. Of course, boss also noticed his injuries everywhere, and said worriedly, shouldn't you go to the hospital? He smiled slightly when he heard that. Yu Hoan's eyes became tired. He leaned back, propping himself up with his hand. Rock kept repeating, not easy at all. Run focused on writing, recording the survey results. Okay, experiment number 117. Let's begin. Yu Hoan's hand itched, and he grinned with great interest. All right, let's begin. Rope, she was ready, and released electricity with great excitement. The two powerfully clashed, unleashing a dazzling amount of electricity when their beams touched. Aya, watching from behind, seemed satisfied. Looks like there's real progress this time, and also joined in to watch. Really? Looks too ordinary. June paused slightly, interrupting his joy. No, actually it's the opposite. Relics of life usually don't emit such dazzling auras. He was also very confused, and couldn't find the reason yet. Is there another problem? That power exploded so terribly, powerfully flying straight and breaking through the wall into another house. The next day, that terrifying beam was also reported on television, announcing another explosion at the Emperor's palace, while there had already been about 50 explosions of various sizes. In front of the TV screen, Irene watched the information intently with concern. The Emperor still explained that it was just an experiment with the relic, and there was no problem. However, the people are too worried. She was a little worried. Her eyes drooped slightly, and she softly called, Yu Hoan. Ricky, standing right behind, seeing Iren's worried expression, also guessed. That bastard caused trouble again? She was still a little uneasy in her heart. He said there's no problem. But Iren quickly packed her things, preparing to leave. How many days has it been? I have to go check. Ricky was a little annoyed. He raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, Say Yu Hoan? The scene changes. A barren wasteland, with only piles of rubble and fresh dust floating in the air. Ja appeared, holding his head and crying, God, I just finished repairing it, and everything is destroyed again. Again? Time after time. A sudden voice came from behind. Is the situation that bad, Jaha? He startled, and looked back. Jaha changed his expression to a cheerful smile, welcoming her. Ifrin, are you here for a visit? It's not too bad, he casually explained to her. Boss is just experimenting with how to use the new treasure relic. Iren asked with suspicion. Is that what everyone is saying? Jaha paused, listening to her continue. But I'm worried that this has been going on for too long. Iren quickly changed the subject. Where's Ruen? He was slowly replying. He's. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out from behind. Iren, when did you arrive? She said happily. Ruen, your whole body is covered in dirt. He excitedly ran over. If you had told me earlier, I would have cleaned up a bit. Ja, hands on his hips, looked him up and down, assessing. Look at how beaten up you look, trying to show off. Yu Hoan coldly turned to remind him in a friendly way. Shut up, Iren. Iren covered her mouth in surprise. You look terrible. Are you hurt? He smiled happily, chatting in a very healthy way. I'm fine, just a little damage to my clothes. Anyway, you came at the right time. Yu Hoan held out his hand, he opened his fist, and a few beans appeared floating in the air. I have something I want to show you. Iren still couldn't see what it was. Is this what she's guessing, as she watches the floating, glowing beans? Holy relic? Star beans? Yu Hoan, bursting with joy, grins widely and shows off. That's the first holy relic rope ever created. Jaha, next to him, gapes in astonishment. What? His eyes widen, and he asks excitedly. So? She succeeded? Dun and a dusty, grimy rope also show up right then. She blew up the palace as a side effect. But this is a huge improvement instead of just bum bum ba kud dan. He approaches Yu Hoan and announces the positive situation. At this rate, we can refine it. Congratulations, Shanghai. Yu Hoan turns to run beside him, suddenly, and without preamble, saying, You don't need to postpone the wedding anymore, right? Confused by Yu Hoan, he stutters, unable to form words. What are you talking about? I only postponed it a little. He smirks and walks over to Iren, whispering loudly. He's sabotaging things. Listen, Iren, this guy, I knew it. Run. Seeing this, quickly interrupts. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Rope is covered head to toe in dust. She excitedly urges Yu Hoan. Master, let's go practice. I feel like I can perfect it this time. He's a bit doubtful, but he can't keep coddling her. Really? Alright, after resting for a bit. Rope stands there expectantly and asks, How long? Iren smiles brightly and turns to look, also intending to say goodbye. Yu Hoan, don't worry about me, I have to go back too. He asks, a little disappointed. But we just met. She shyly avoids his gaze, her cheeks flushed as she reveals her feelings. I came to see you, but I'm glad you're doing well. Now I can rest assured. Yu Hoan smiles as he looks at Iren. He listens with a gentle gaze as she speaks. We still see each other often. Plus there is some excitement mixed with joy in my heart. Irin, a bit flustered, forces a smile as she looks at the ruined scene before her. Everything is broken, so there's no place to sit. Vi. He pauses for a moment and immediately corrects himself. I remember telling him to fix it right away. Ja speaks up with an attitude. He whines and complains. I'm waiting for you to break everything. What's the point if I fix it and you just break it again? It's meaningless. Annoyed, Yu Hoan doesn't even want to talk to him. We're not breaking anything anymore, so fix it quickly. Jae sees that attitude and gets so angry. The more he talks, the more excited he gets. Yu Hoan is so frustrated he can't argue back. Jae said that he shouldn't lie to this guy, but time passes and proves that it's the truth. Maybe because Rope has gotten used to it, we can create holy relics without exploding. I guess we shouldn't call her Rope anymore. Rope happily, her eyes shining brightly, looks up. It worked! Everything is back on track. The holy relic of life and destruction that Jun was always worried about has been completed. A perfect intermediary between the holy relic and humans exists, and the Valhalla Palace is rebuilt as new. While fixing it, we made it more solemn, because there were guests. Everyone bustles around visiting. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves, so it attracts a lot of people. So shocking, he exclaims, his eyes widening at the things before him. Wow, long time no see. Director Du also appears right beside him, happily waving hello. Congratulations. Next, Gong-u also arrives with two excited underlings behind him, shouting, Wow, congratulations, Xiong. After that, Zhang Ji-u arrives with his wife and children, a warm and happy family, to congratulate him. Yu Hoan, congratulations. I didn't expect us to live to see this day. Yu Huo, in a gorgeous suit looking very handsome, receives guests. Thank you for inviting this little brother, Xiang Jiangguan. What are you saying? That's only natural. He invited his friends along with members of the team to attend. The wedding with Imran, which had been put off for so long, finally took place after a lot of trouble. Because everyone was invited, Jen and Irin's reception hall was expanded and was almost completely full. Of course his team also came. Yu Hoan arranged the best seats for them. Although he still sees them every day, today has a fresh feeling. Yu Hoan starts to think about the old days, but he tries to shake it off. Unable to let negative thoughts take over on such a beautiful day, he and Irin hold hands and watch the crowd on the aisle, because what's important is what will happen. He smiles, using a warm and doting gaze to look at Irin, who is smiling brightly. Maybe it's because of the memories of the past life, but it has helped Yu Hoan understand just how precious and miraculous happiness is. Thinking about it like that isn't bad at all. The two of them looked at each other and smiled brightly, starting to organize the wedding. The scene transitions to some white villa. The photographer who was brought along is adjusting the formation. Okay, it's the bride, groom, colleagues, and friends' turn. Everyone, come together for a commemorative photo. Yu Hoan and Irin, dressed in wedding attire, stand in the middle of the frame. On either side are his friends, who are also comrades who have stood shoulder to shoulder with Yu Hoan throughout the journey. Stand up a bit more, please. Right, closer now. Suddenly, a loud shout made him startled and look over. Wait! Lamont appeared, waving and approaching. Come to think of it, we're also colleagues. Can we take a photo together? Next to him, Rope happily followed. I also want to take a picture with Master. Yu Hoan smiled, almost forgetting. That's right, isn't it? Dahop felt a bit uneasy. Aren't you going to stop them? It's so crowded. Rope excitedly ran over, squeezing right between Crow and Julian. Master gave permission! Following behind was Zet, excitedly sticking its tongue out. Yes. Get on top, hurry! Lemon arrived first but was squeezed flat in a corner. Hey, don't push! Nero is too big, it wasn't intentional. Oh my god, sorry, they just gathered together. And another big commotion is about to start. If you can fly, then fly up. It's too crowded. Yu Hoan forced a smile, reminding, please hurry, everything is going to collapse again. The others were frightened in their hearts, so they obediently listened. Got it. The camera is positioned correctly, the lens is open, ready. The countdown is about to start. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. When the countdown ended, a commemorative photo appeared, with Juen and Irin standing in the center. Following them were the comrades and family members, along with the magnificent relics that had gone through so many battles together. Everyone happily wore a bright smile.